Technology has answered countless questions about the ancient world. Yet some of the most extraordinary archaeological discoveries have become even harder to explain after being studied. Laser scanning, radiocarbon dating, DNA analysis, and ground-penetrating radar have revealed details that earlier generations could never see, but instead of closing the debate, they have uncovered new contradictions hidden beneath the evidence. A monument that ignores the celestial alignments expected of its era. A forgotten human lineage that survived alongside our own. Underground mines excavated thousands of years before iron tools became common. And giant stone statues buried for centuries all challenge long-held assumptions about the past. These are not myths, legends, or unsolved stories born from imagination. They are real discoveries, supported by archaeology, yet each one continues to leave experts with questions that no single explanation has been able to answer. Today, we explore some of the weirdest ancient mysteries ever uncovered. The unfinished obelisk of Aswan is one of ancient Egypt's strangest surviving engineering scenes, not because it was completed, but because it failed before it could leave the quarry. In the granite beds of Aswan, southern Egypt, workers once began cutting a single stone monument that would have stood about 41.75 meters high and weighed around 1,090 to 1,200 tons, larger than any known Egyptian obelisk ever raised. Instead, the project stopped forever when a crack appeared in the granite, leaving the monument still attached to the bedrock, like a frozen moment from more than 3,000 years ago. Unlike temples, pyramids, or standing obelisks, this site does not show the final glory of ancient Egypt. It shows the dangerous middle stage, where success was not guaranteed. The object was probably planned during the New Kingdom, often linked to the reign of Hatshepsut in the 15th century BC, when Egypt was building some of its most ambitious stone monuments. If finished, this obelisk may have been transported north toward a major temple complex such as Karnak, where obelisks were raised as sacred solar symbols. But the Aswan quarry kept the unfinished giant, and that accident turned it into one of the most important archaeological clues to Egyptian stoneworking. The first thing that makes it extraordinary is its scale. A 41-meter granite needle sounds simple until the weight is considered. More than 1,000 tons of stone would have equaled the mass of several modern passenger aircraft combined, yet the ancient builders intended to carve it as one single piece. It was not assembled from blocks. It was not planned as a hollow structure. It was a monolith, cut directly from the living rock. Even today, a stone of that size would require heavy machinery, precise lifting calculations, reinforced transport routes, and a controlled installation plan. In ancient Egypt, the challenge would have involved human labor, wooden sledges, ropes, ramps, barges, and an almost terrifying level of planning. What makes the quarry even more valuable is that the work marks are still visible. The surface preserves thousands of scars from pounding stones, especially hard dolerite balls, used to batter the granite into shape. Granite from Aswan is extremely hard, usually around 6 to 7 on the Mohs scale, while copper tools are much softer. That does not mean the Egyptians needed unknown machines, but it does show why the process was painfully slow. Workers likely used hard stone pounders, abrasive sand, wooden levers, and repeated controlled impacts to remove material little by little. The obelisk is therefore not only a monument, it is a preserved workshop, showing the rough physical violence hidden behind Egypt's clean finished stone surfaces. The strangest detail is that the obelisk was almost finished in its basic outline when disaster appeared. A long crack opened in the granite, probably revealing a natural flaw inside the stone. For a normal building block, the damaged section might have been trimmed away or reused, but for an obelisk, a crack was fatal. The entire monument had to be one perfect, unbroken shaft. A fracture would not only ruin its sacred and visual perfection, but also make lifting and transport extremely dangerous. Once the flaw became obvious, the project was abandoned where it lay. The ancient workers did not erase the evidence. They simply stopped, leaving behind a failed mega-project that modern archaeology can read like an open page. This is where the mystery becomes stronger. The obelisk was never detached from the bedrock, so the final and most dangerous step remains unknown. The workers had already carved trenches around the sides, shaping the visible body, but the underside still connected to the quarry floor. How exactly they planned to free a stone weighing more than 1,000 tons without breaking it is still debated. They may have cut channels beneath it, inserted wooden wedges, used moisture to expand the wood, or gradually separated the stone through pounding and leverage. Yet no completed example of this exact operation at this scale survives. The unfinished monument shows almost every stage except the one people want to understand most. The transport problem is even more unsettling. Aswan supplied granite for monuments across Egypt because it sat close to the Nile, the ancient highway of the kingdom. In theory, once separated, the obelisk could have been dragged to the river and loaded onto a massive barge during the flood season. Ancient reliefs and inscriptions show that Egyptians could move huge statues and obelisks, and the standing obelisk of Hatshepsut at Karnak proves they were capable of raising enormous monoliths. But this abandoned stone was larger. A weight above 1,000 tons would have pushed the known system to its limit. The route from quarry floor to riverbank, the strength of the ropes, the design of the sled, and the stability of the barge all become part of the unanswered engineering puzzle. The obelisk also reveals something more human than the pyramids often do. It proves that ancient Egyptian builders were not magicians who completed every impossible idea. They calculated, tested, failed, and sometimes lost enormous labor investments. The crack did not destroy a finished monument. It destroyed months or possibly years of quarry work. Hundreds of workers may have been involved, including quarrymen, toolmakers, overseers, rope handlers, water carriers, and scribes recording supplies. The silence of the site suggests a brutal decision. The stone was no longer worth the risk. In a civilization famous for perfection, the unfinished obelisk preserves the rare evidence of a mistake too large to hide. Its surface also challenges the modern eye, because it does not look like the polished red granite seen in temples. It looks raw, scarred, and almost industrial. The trenches are rough. The tool marks are repetitive. The form is clear, but the final finish never arrived. That unfinished condition is exactly why the site matters. Finished monuments often erase the labor that created them. Polishing removes tool marks. Inscriptions cover technical decisions. Religious meaning replaces construction evidence. At Aswan, the sacred symbol never reached the sacred stage. It remained trapped in the world of noise, dust, sweat, and stone. The comparison with standing obelisks makes the failure even more dramatic. The Lateran obelisk in Rome, originally from Karnak, is among the tallest ancient Egyptian obelisks still standing, but the Aswan giant would have surpassed the known record by a significant margin. It would have been roughly 1/3 larger than any ancient Egyptian obelisk ever erected. This means the quarry workers were not simply repeating a standard project. They were attempting to exceed the existing scale of royal stone architecture. The unfinished obelisk was not ordinary construction. It was an experiment at the edge of what Egyptian engineering could attempt. Monte Prama is one of the strangest archaeological discoveries in the Mediterranean because it did not reveal a temple, a palace, or a lost city, but a shattered army of stone giants buried on a quiet hill in western Sardinia. The site lies near Cabras, on the Sinis Peninsula, facing the sea routes that once connected Sardinia with Phoenicians, Greeks, Etruscans, and the wider Iron Age world. In March 1974, a farmer ploughing his land struck fragments of carved stone. What first looked like broken blocks soon became heads, torsos, shields, arms, feet, and strange circular eyes. Archaeologists eventually recovered thousands of limestone fragments, enough to reconstruct dozens of colossal statues standing roughly 2 to 2.5 meters tall. For an island civilization that left almost no written records, this was not just an artistic discovery. It was a message from a vanished society, broken into pieces before anyone could read it. The statues belonged to the Nuragic civilization, a culture that dominated Sardinia from roughly 1700 to 700 BC, and built more than 7,000 stone towers, known as nuraghi, across the island. These towers were made from massive dry stone blocks, often without mortar, and some still rise more than 15 meters high. Yet Monte Prama feels different from the nuraghi. It was not a fortress, it was a necropolis, a burial landscape where individual graves were covered by stone slabs and surrounded by figures that looked less like ordinary humans than ancestral guardians. The most unsettling part is the scale. While many Bronze Age cultures created small bronze figurines, Monte Prama transformed those same warrior forms into giants carved from local limestone. Boxers, archers, and shield-bearing warriors stood above the dead like a silent elite army, each figure larger than a living person and designed to be seen from a distance. Their faces are what make them unforgettable. Instead of natural eyes, many heads have two concentric circles carved deep into the stone, giving them a hypnotic, almost mechanical stare. The nose and brow form a sharp T-shaped structure, while the mouth is reduced to a small incision. The bodies are not realistic in the Greek sense. They are geometric, controlled, and symbolic. Shields curve around the body. Braids fall in rigid patterns. Arms, armor, gloves, chest bands, and weapons are simplified into lines, circles, and repeated shapes. These were not portraits of individual soldiers. They seem more like icons of power, carved in a visual language that belonged to Sardinia itself. That is why Monte Prama is so strange. It does not look like Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, or Rome. It looks like a civilization speaking in its own code. The date makes the mystery even sharper. Many researchers place the statues between about 900 and 750 BC, though some debates push parts of the tradition earlier or later. If the earlier dating is correct, the giants of Monte Prama may be among the oldest large freestanding stone statues in the Western Mediterranean, possibly older than the famous Greek kouroi that appeared around the 7th century BC. That comparison matters because Greek sculpture is often treated as the beginning of monumental human statues in the region. Monte Prama challenges that clean story. On a rugged island west of Italy, a local civilization may have created a full-scale sculptural tradition before the Greek world fully developed its own. The question is why this achievement appeared so suddenly, why it reached such size, and why it did not continue. The technical side is easy to overlook, but it is one of the strongest parts of the case. These figures were not rough standing stones. They required quarrying, transport, planning, carving, polishing, and assembly. Each statue had to support its own weight, with legs fixed to a base and arms carved close enough to the body to avoid breaking. Details were cut with controlled tools, probably metal chisels, and some fragments preserve traces that suggest painted surfaces. The warriors may once have been more vivid than the pale stones seen today. Red, black, and other pigments would have turned the necropolis into a theatrical landscape of color, armor, eyes, and sacred stone. For viewers arriving in the Iron Age, this would not have looked like a ruin. It would have looked like a place where the dead were watched by giants. Yet the giants did not survive intact. They were smashed. This is the most powerful mystery at Monte Prama. The statues were found in thousands of fragments, not simply fallen over from age. Heads were separated, torsos broken, shields shattered, limbs scattered. The destruction appears too extensive to be explained only by weather or time. Someone, at some point, attacked the monument or dismantled it with force. The motive remains uncertain. It could have been an internal conflict, a ritual closing of the cemetery, a political change, or violence connected to later struggles in Sardinia as Phoenician and Carthaginian influence expanded. But the result is clear. A monumental warrior display was deliberately reduced to debris, and then the memory of its meaning disappeared. That silence is what gives Monte Prama its deeper power. The Nuragic people built towers, sanctuaries, villages, sacred wells, and bronze figurines, but they left no long-written historical explanation of who these giants were. No inscription says the name of a king. No text identifies the buried people. No surviving document explains whether the statues were ancestors, heroes, gods, champions, or guardians. Archaeologists have to work from bones, stone fragments, tool marks, burial patterns, and comparisons with small Sardinian bronzes. That makes the site both scientifically rich and emotionally frustrating. The evidence is real, measurable, and physical, but the voice of the people who made it is missing. The cemetery itself adds another layer. Monte Prama was not built for thousands of ordinary burials. It seems connected to selected individuals, possibly an elite group whose identity mattered enough to justify an extraordinary stone display. The statues may have turned the dead into a heroic lineage, linking real ancestors to mythic warriors. In that sense, Monte Prama may have been a monument of memory, a place where power was inherited through the image of the warrior. The boxers are especially strange. They wear large protective gloves or arm guards and hold shields above the head or body, resembling figures already known from Nuragic bronze statuettes. Archers carry bows and quivers. Warriors hold round shields and armor. Together they create not a random collection, but a complete symbolic society of combat roles. There is also the question of why Sardinia created something so unique at exactly this moment. Between the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, the island was not isolated. Sardinia had copper, silver, lead, and strategic harbors, making it valuable in Mediterranean trade. Phoenician sailors reached the island. Etruscan and Greek contacts grew. Imported objects and foreign styles moved through the sea lanes. Monte Prama may have emerged in this competitive world, when Nuragic elites needed to show that they were not primitive island chiefs, but powerful rulers with deep ancestors and their own monumental art. The giants may have been a response to contact, a statement carved in stone. Sardinia had its own warriors, its own sacred dead, and its own version of history. What makes the site even more unusual is that this sculptural tradition seems to vanish almost as quickly as it appears. There is no long, continuous school of Sardinian colossal statues after Monte Prama. No second army of giants has been found in the same form. No later, Nuragic monument clearly develops the style into something larger. It is as if a group of artists and patrons created one astonishing experiment, filled a burial landscape with stone warriors, and then the tradition was cut off. That sudden disappearance is harder to explain than the statues themselves. Great artistic traditions usually leave descendants. Monte Prama left fragments. The restored figures now stand in museums, but they still feel incomplete because their original arrangement remains debated. Were they lined along a sacred road? Did they stand directly over graves? Were they part of a larger ceremonial complex covering a much wider area? The archaeological zone has not surrendered all its answers. New excavations and restorations have continued to change the picture, showing that Monte Prama was not a small accidental find, but part of a major ritual landscape. Every recovered head or shield fragment matters because it may change the number of statues, the layout of the cemetery, or the meaning of the monument. Nesha Ramla is one of the strangest human discoveries ever found in the ancient landscape of Israel. Not because it revealed a lost city, a hidden machine, or a giant monument, but because a few broken bones from a quarry forced scientists to question whether the human family tree was ever a tree at all. The site lies near the modern city of Ramla in central Israel, in an open-air limestone quarry used by the Nesha cement factory. During excavations between 2010 and 2011, archaeologists uncovered a deep Middle Paleolithic deposit, roughly 8 meters below the surface. Mixed inside the ancient layers were thousands of stone tools, animal bones, signs of fire, and fragments of a human skull and jaw. At first, the discovery looked like another prehistoric campsite in the Levant, a region already famous for early Homo sapiens and Neanderthal remains. Then the bones were examined more closely, and the story changed completely. The fossils were dated to roughly 140,000 to 120,000 years ago. That timing is critical. By then, Homo sapiens had already appeared in the region, while Neanderthal-like groups were also spreading across Western Eurasia. But the Nesher-Ramla individual did not fit cleanly into either group. The skull fragments were thick and archaic. The lower jaw lacked the clear chin seen in modern humans. The teeth were large. Some traits looked Neanderthal-like, while others seemed older, closer to Middle Pleistocene humans that had lived long before classic Neanderthals. It was not simply a primitive Homo sapiens, and it was not a normal Neanderthal. It looked like a missing population caught between categories. That is why researchers proposed the name Nesher-Ramla Homo, not as a neat new species with a complete skeleton, but as a population that may represent a long-hidden branch of ancient humans in the Levant. The most disturbing part is how little was needed to expose it. No full skull, no complete body, only pieces of the brain case, a nearly complete lower jaw, and teeth were enough to suggest that a forgotten human group may have lived in the region for hundreds of thousands of years, right beside other humans, while almost vanishing from the record. The mystery becomes deeper when the tools are added. More than 6,000 stone artifacts were recovered from the site, many made with the Levallois method, one of the most calculated technologies of the Middle Paleolithic. This technique required a stone core to be shaped in advance, so that a sharp flake could be struck from it in a planned form. It was not random smashing. It was a mental blueprint carried out through controlled angles, repeated blows, and knowledge of stone fracture. For a long time, this kind of skill was strongly associated with Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. At Nesher-Ramla, an archaic human population was using almost the same technology. This creates a strange problem. If Nesher-Ramla Homo looked anatomically different from Homo sapiens, why were its tools so similar to those made by Homo sapiens living nearby? One explanation is cultural contact. These groups may have watched each other, traded knowledge, shared landscapes, or even lived close enough for skills to pass from one population to another. In a documentary, this is the strongest visual idea. Two different types of humans, standing in the same ancient valley, using the same stone technique, hunting the same animals, but carrying different bodies and possibly different ancestry. The animal bones make the site feel less like a fossil accident and more like a real living place. Excavators found remains of large and small game, including horses, deer, aurochs, and other animals hunted or processed by ancient humans. Cut marks, broken bones, and evidence of marrow extraction show that Nesher-Ramla was not just a shelter. It was a working landscape where humans killed animals, butchered carcasses, maintained fire, and cooked or roasted meat. The people here were not barely surviving. They understood their environment well enough to hunt, process food, and return to the same area again and again. The fire evidence adds another layer. Fire was not only warmth, it changed meat, protected groups, extended social time after sunset, and marked a controlled space inside a dangerous world. At a quarry site buried under meters of sediment, traces of burned material suggest a repeated human presence that was organized, not accidental. This makes the anatomy even more puzzling. The bones look archaic, yet the behavior looks advanced. Nesher-Ramla destroys the simple idea that a more primitive-looking skull must belong to a less capable human. The biggest scientific shock is the Neanderthal connection. For decades, Neanderthals were mostly treated as a European story, shaped in the cold environments of Western Eurasia. But Nesher-Ramla raised a different possibility. Some researchers suggested that populations in the Levant may have contributed to the ancestry of Neanderthals, or at least formed part of a wider network of related groups. If that is correct, then Neanderthals may not have emerged from one isolated European line. Their deeper roots may have involved repeated movement, mixture, and survival in the Middle East. This would explain why the Levant feels so important. Geographically, it sits between Africa, Europe, and Asia. It is not the edge of the ancient world, it is a crossing point. During wetter climatic phases, animals and humans could move through corridors of grassland and woodland. During harsher phases, populations may have become separated, then reconnected again. Over hundreds of thousands of years, this region may have acted like a human mixing chamber, where Homo sapiens, Neanderthal-related groups, and older archaic populations met repeatedly. Nesha Ramla may also help explain an old genetic puzzle. Scientists have found signs that Homo sapiens DNA entered Neanderthal populations earlier than the well-known mixing events that later affected modern humans. But how could that happen if Neanderthals were supposedly isolated in Europe before major Homo sapiens expansion? A Levantine population like Nesha Ramla offers a possible bridge. If groups related to Neanderthals lived in the Middle East, and Homo sapiens also entered the region, then contact could have happened much earlier than expected. Genes, tools, and behaviors may have crossed boundaries long before one species replaced another. That is what makes this discovery feel almost uncomfortable. It suggests that ancient humanity was not a clean sequence of one species replacing the next. It was crowded. Different humans overlapped in time. Some may have looked strange to each other. Some may have learned from each other. Some may have interbred. Some disappeared without leaving a famous name. Nesha Ramla is not a grand ruin. It is evidence of a lost human neighbor. The physical contrast is what makes it perfect for a weird ancient mystery. Imagine a human with no modern chin, large teeth, a thick skull, and archaic anatomy, but surrounded by sophisticated, prepared core stone tools. The body seems old. The behavior seems modern. The location sits in a corridor where multiple human lineages could meet. The date falls in a critical window before the final disappearance of many archaic groups. Every part of the discovery points in two directions at once. The most haunting detail is that this population may have been hiding in plain sight. Some fossils found earlier in the region were difficult to classify because they carried mixed traits. Nesha Ramla gave scientists a new way to read them. Instead of forcing every strange bone into Homo sapiens or Neanderthal categories, researchers could consider that another local population had existed for a long time. That means the mystery was not created by one fossil. The fossil may have exposed a whole missing pattern. Menga dolmen is not strange because it is old. It is strange because almost everything about it seems too deliberate for a monument built more than 5,500 years ago. Hidden under a low earth mound near Antequera, in southern Spain, this Neolithic structure looks at first like another prehistoric tomb made of massive stones. But the deeper archaeologists look, the more Menga behaves less like a simple grave and more like a carefully engineered machine of stone, landscape, weight, darkness, and water. The monument was built around 3,800 to 3,600 BCE, long before iron tools, written plans, cranes, pulleys, or wheeled transport were common in this part of Europe. Its chamber is about 27.5 meters long, nearly 6 meters wide, and around 3.5 meters high. That already makes it one of the largest megalithic monuments in Europe. Yet the size alone is not the real mystery. The real question is, why a Neolithic community invested so much labor into a monument whose design breaks several patterns seen in other prehistoric tombs? Most European megalithic tombs were aligned with the sun, especially sunrise events during solstices or equinoxes. Menga does something different. Instead of facing a solar point, its entrance looks toward Peña de los Enamorados, a striking mountain about 6 kilometers away. From certain angles, the mountain resembles a giant human head or a sleeping figure lying across the horizon. This is what makes Menga so unusual. Its builders appear to have ignored the most common celestial logic of megalithic architecture and aimed the entire monument toward a natural landmark with a powerful human-like form. That alignment becomes even stranger because Peña de los Enamorados is not just a random mountain. On its northern side is the Matacabras rock shelter, a site containing prehistoric schematic rock art. Researchers have argued that Menga and this decorated shelter may have formed part of the same symbolic landscape. If that interpretation is correct, Menga was not only a tomb, it was a stone corridor built to connect the dead, the living, the mountain, and older sacred images already carved or painted into the land. The builders did not simply choose a beautiful view, they locked that view into architecture. When a person stands inside the dark chamber and looks outward through the entrance passage, the outside world is narrowed into a controlled visual frame. The monument turns the landscape into a target. This is why Menga feels chas. It does not only sit in the landscape, it points, watches, and forces the visitor to look where the builders wanted them to look. Then there is the engineering problem. Menga was built with more than 30 large stones, including upright wall slabs, roof slabs, and 3 internal pillars. One of the roof stones has been estimated at around 150 tons, and older estimates for the largest capstone reach about 180 tons. Even using the lower figure, this is an extraordinary weight. A modern main battle tank weighs far less than that. Moving such a stone without metal machinery would require planning, terrain control, manpower, ropes, wooden sledges, rollers, and an exact understanding of how far the stone could be moved before friction and failure became impossible. Recent research has suggested that the builders likely obtained the stones from a nearby quarry area rather than from a distant source. That does not make the work simple, it makes the precision more impressive. Transporting a massive stone a short distance is still dangerous if the ground angle, dragging path, or final placement is wrong. A single crack could destroy months of labor. A slight misalignment could make the roof unstable. The builders had to understand not only where the stones came from, but how each block would behave once it became part of the structure. The interior pillars are one of the clearest signs that Menga was not built by trial and error alone. 3 large stone supports stand inside the chamber beneath the roof slabs. They reduce the span of the ceiling and help carry the enormous load pressing down from above. In a simple tomb, pillars might seem unnecessary. In Menga, they are a logical solution to a terrifying structural problem: how to keep a stone roof of unbelievable weight from breaking or collapsing into the chamber. Even the wall stones appear to show sophisticated planning. Studies have noted that the orthostats, the upright slabs forming the walls, were not placed as perfectly vertical blocks. They lean slightly inward, allowing pressure from the roof and mound to be distributed more effectively. This turns the structure into a more unified system, where weight is pushed through the stones rather than simply dropped onto them. In plain terms, the builders understood that survival depended on the direction of force. They may not have written equations, but they knew how stone behaved. This is where Menga becomes one of the best examples of Neolithic engineering intelligence. The monument was not only heavy, it was balanced. The roof slabs, the side walls, the pillars, the mound of earth above, and the passage orientation all had to work together. If any part failed, the entire chamber could become a sealed stone disaster. Yet Menga still stands after more than 5 millennia, surviving earthquakes, erosion, changing climates, and generations of human activity. The most disturbing feature, however, is hidden inside the chamber, a deep well cut into the bedrock. It descends roughly 19 to 20 meters below the floor. This is almost unheard of in a megalithic tomb of this kind. A well inside a burial monument raises an immediate question that has no simple answer. Was it functional, ritual, symbolic, or something else entirely? If the well was used for water, then Menga may have had a practical role beyond burial. Water inside a tomb could connect the monument to survival, fertility, purification, or control over a precious resource. If the well was ritual, then it may have represented an entrance into the underworld, a vertical axis joining the surface, the dead, and the hidden depths below the earth. Either way, its presence changes the meaning of the entire monument. Menga was not only horizontal, pointing toward the mountain, it was also vertical, descending into darkness. The technical challenge of the well should not be underestimated. Digging nearly 20 meters into rock using Neolithic tools would have demanded huge effort. The workers had to remove stone, manage depth, keep the shaft stable, and continue digging in a confined space with limited light and air. This was not a decorative feature added casually. It was a major intervention into the monument's foundation, and its purpose remains one of the most mysterious parts of the site. What makes Menga even more unusual is the contrast between its enormous public scale and its uncertain human remains. A monument of this size naturally suggests elite burial, ancestor worship, or communal ceremony. Yet the archaeological evidence does not reduce it to a simple family tomb. Its architecture is too monumental, its orientation too specific, and its internal well too strange. It may have served as a place where death, memory, water, mountain worship, and social power came together. This is the strongest angle for a mystery documentary. Menga Dolmen is not just an ancient tomb made with big stones. That description misses the real tension. The mystery is that a Neolithic society with no written engineering manuals built a monument that behaves like a controlled symbolic instrument. It frames a mountain shaped like a human body. It uses some of the heaviest stones moved in prehistoric Iberia. It supports its roof with internal pillars and carefully managed force. It contains a deep shaft that seems to pull the monument into the underworld. And it does all this in a period when most people imagine Europe as simple farming villages. The builders of Menga were not primitive people stacking stones because they had no better technology. They were landscape engineers. They understood visibility, mass, stability, direction, labor organization, and sacred geography. Their technology was not made of metal. It was made of knowledge, passed through hands, bodies, memory, and repeated experience with stone. Kotosh is one of the strangest ancient ritual sites in South America because its greatest mystery is not a giant wall, a lost city, or a monument built to impress an empire, but a small buried temple where two clay arms were crossed on a wall more than 3,000 years ago. The site lies near Huánuco in the central highlands of Peru, on a dry terrace above the Higueras River, far from the famous Inca roads and centuries older than Machu Picchu. At first glance, Kotosh does not look impossible. It is not massive like Sacsayhuaman, not hidden in jungle like El Mirador, and not decorated with hundreds of carved gods like Chavin de Huántar. Its mystery is quieter and more disturbing. Ancient people built sacred rooms, used them for fire rituals, sealed them completely, then built new temples directly on top, as if the old buildings were not abandoned, but buried like living beings. The site was first noted by the Peruvian archaeologist Julio C. Tello during his survey of the Huallaga Basin in 1935, but the discovery that made Kotosh famous came later. In 1960, the Japanese archaeological mission, led by Seiichi Izumi, began systematic excavations and uncovered a ceremonial structure now known as the Temple of the Crossed Hands. The building belonged to the Mito period, a pre-ceramic phase usually dated around 2000 to 1500 BC, before the rise of the better-known Chavin culture. That alone makes Kotosh important, because it proves that the Central Andes had organized ritual architecture long before large states, kings, written records, or metal tools dominated the region. The Temple of the Crossed Hands was not huge. It measured roughly 9 to 10 meters across, about the size of a small modern room rather than a palace hall. Yet its design was highly deliberate. The room had a sunken central floor, raised side platforms, wall niches, carefully plastered surfaces, and a central hearth connected to ventilation. This was not a random shelter. It was a controlled ritual chamber, built around fire, visibility, and restricted movement. A person standing inside would not see a crowd of worshippers. They would see a contained sacred space where the walls, floor levels, smoke, and light all guided attention toward the center. The most unusual feature was found on the wall: 2 modeled clay reliefs showing crossed human arms. They were not full bodies. There were no faces, no names, no written explanation, and no obvious scene around them. Just arms, bent across one another, preserved inside a sealed ceremonial chamber. One relief appears to show a larger pair of hands, while another has been interpreted as smaller or more delicate, leading some researchers to suggest ideas of duality, social pairing, male and female forces, or complementary opposites. But none of these interpretations can be proven. The symbol is powerful precisely because it is incomplete. It looks intentional, formal, and sacred, yet it refuses to say what it means. This is what makes Kotosh perfect for a Weirdest Ancient Mysteries documentary. The crossed hands are not mysterious because archaeologists found nothing. They are mysterious because they found something specific enough to feel meaningful, but not enough to decode. In later Andean belief systems, duality became a major concept: upper and lower worlds, paired forces, mirrored communities, life and death, mountain and valley. Kotosh may preserve an early form of that worldview, but the gap between the clay symbol and the later traditions is too wide to close with certainty. The hands might represent a pact, an offering, a ritual gesture, a divine presence, or the unity of 2 groups. They might also mark a rule that everyone who entered the temple understood, while leaving no clue for anyone born after the tradition disappeared. The deeper mystery is the way Kotosh treated its own temples. The people who used these rooms did not simply leave them to decay. They intentionally filled the sacred spaces with stone, soil, and construction material, sealing the hearths, walls, niches, and reliefs inside. Then they built another temple above the old one. This was repeated across the site, creating a layered ceremonial mound made from generations of buried architecture. In practical terms, this was inefficient. If the goal was only to build a newer structure, they could have destroyed the old one and reused the space. Instead, they preserved the room by hiding it. The temple was not demolished, it was entombed. That act changes the entire feeling of the site. Kotosh was not just a place where rituals happened. It was a place where the death of a ritual building may have been part of the ritual itself. The ceiling of each temple suggests that architecture had a life cycle. A sacred room could be born, used, closed, buried, and transformed into the foundation of the next sacred room. This is very different from modern ideas of construction, where old buildings are removed when they stop being useful. At Kotosh, the old temple remained physically present beneath the new one, invisible but still important, like an ancestor under the floor. The central hearth strengthens this interpretation. Fire was placed at the heart of the ritual rooms, and traces of ash and burning show that combustion was not accidental. The hearth was built into the design, often with ventilation features that allowed smoke and air to move through the chamber. In a small enclosed space, this mattered. Fire would have produced heat, smell, flickering light and smoke, turning the room into an intense sensory environment. The crossed hands were not viewed in a museum-like silence. They were likely seen in the glow of ritual fire, with smoke moving through a chamber that had been carefully prepared for repeated ceremonies. The strange part is that Kotosh existed before pottery became common in the region. That means the society capable of building and maintaining these temples was still technically pre-ceramic. They did not need painted vessels, metal ornaments, or royal monuments to create a complex religious tradition. Their technology was not spectacular in the modern sense, but it was socially advanced. They organized labor, shaped stone and clay, plastered walls, planned ventilation, maintained ritual schedules, and preserved sacred spaces over generations. Kotosh shows that civilization in the Andes did not begin with kings and armies. It may have begun with repeated ceremonies inside small rooms built around fire. Compared with later Andean ceremonial centers, Kotosh feels almost like a prototype. Chavin de Huanta, which rose many centuries later, used underground galleries, carved stone deities, sound, water, and disorientation to create a powerful religious experience. Kotosh was simpler, but the logic is already there. Architecture was used to control perception. Space was not neutral. A room could guide the body, focus the eyes, isolate participants, and make a symbol feel alive. In that sense, the Temple of the Crossed Hands may be one of the earliest surviving examples of ritual engineering in the Andes. The people of Kotosh left no written explanation because writing had not developed there. No king claimed the temple, no priest recorded the meaning of the hands, no myth survived with the name of the god who may have been worshipped there. Archaeologists are left with material clues: room shape, stratigraphy, ash, plaster, clay reliefs, burial layers, and the relationship between one construction phase and the next. The evidence is strong enough to prove that Kotosh was ceremonial, but not strong enough to reveal the belief system behind it. That is the perfect archaeological tension. The structure is real, the ritual is real, but the meaning is locked inside a culture that vanished without a voice. The Baghdad Battery is one of the strangest ancient artifacts ever linked to the possibility of lost electrical technology, not because it proves that people 2,000 years ago had modern power, but because its simple construction can behave like a working cell under the right conditions. It was discovered in 1936 at Qujut Rabu, near Baghdad, in modern Iraq, close to the ancient zone of Ctesiphon, once a major center of Parthian and later Sasanian power. At first glance, the object looked almost too plain to become famous. It was not a golden treasure, not a royal weapon, and not a monumental inscription. It was a small clay jar, roughly 15 centimeters high, small enough to hold in one hand. Inside it was a rolled copper cylinder, about 9 centimeters tall and about 2.6 centimeters wide. In the center of that copper tube was an iron rod, sealed in place with bitumen, the black asphalt-like material widely used in ancient Mesopotamia for waterproofing and construction. What made the artifact disturbing was not its appearance, but the arrangement of its parts. Copper, iron, and an acidic liquid can create a simple electrochemical reaction. If the jar were filled with vinegar, wine, fermented grape juice, or another acidic solution available in antiquity, the copper and iron could act like electrodes. Modern replicas have produced a small current, often around 0.5 volt to 1 volt per cell, depending on the liquid and the reconstruction. That is tiny compared with a modern household battery, but it is still real electricity. For an object believed to date somewhere between the Parthian period and the Sasanian period, possibly around 2,000 years old, that possibility is exactly what turned a cracked clay container into a global archaeological mystery. The first famous battery interpretation came from Wilhelm Koenig, who worked at the Iraq Museum in the 1930s. After examining the jar, he suggested that it might have functioned as a galvanic cell. The idea sounded almost impossible at the time. The commonly accepted history of batteries usually begins with Alessandro Volta in 1800, when he created the voltaic pile. If Koenig was right, then a device based on the same basic principle may have existed in Mesopotamia more than 16 centuries earlier. That single gap in the timeline is what gives the Baghdad Battery its unusual power as a mystery. It does not look advanced, yet its internal logic seems strangely technical. The most popular theory is that the object may have been used for electroplating, especially to coat silver objects with a very thin layer of gold. This idea became famous because ancient Iraq and surrounding regions produced beautifully finished metal objects, and some of them showed delicate gilding. In a documentary narrative, this is the strongest visual angle. Imagine a craftsman in a workshop near ancient Siphon, connecting several clay jars together, using hidden electricity, not to light a room, but to make ordinary metal shine like royal treasure. The numbers make the theory tempting. One jar might produce less than 1 volt, but 10 jars linked together could theoretically produce several volts, enough for small experiments. Modern television reconstructions have shown that multiple replicas can produce enough current to plate a tiny object under controlled conditions. But the mystery becomes deeper when the evidence is tested harder. Archaeologists have not found a confirmed ancient electroplating workshop from that period. They have not found wires, clamps, connectors, or a clear device that would complete the circuit. The copper tube inside the jar did not project neatly outside the bitumen seal in a way that would make connection easy. If the jar was really designed as a battery, its design was awkward. Even worse for the electroplating theory, many ancient gilded objects from the region can be explained by known techniques, such as fire gilding or conventional metal leafwork, not electricity. That means the Baghdad battery may be capable of producing current, but capability is not the same as proof of use. This is where the artifact becomes far more interesting than a simple claim of ancient electricity. The real mystery is not whether copper and iron can make a weak cell. Modern chemistry confirms that they can. The real mystery is whether the people who made the object understood what they had created. Did they build it intentionally as an electrical device, or did modern observers accidentally project modern science onto an ancient container with a completely different purpose? A competing explanation is that the jar was not a battery at all, but a ritual or storage object. Similar jars and copper cylinders found in the broader region have been interpreted as containers for scrolls, magical texts, protective spells, or organic material. Some finds from nearby Ctesiphon contained bronze rolls with decomposed fibers inside, possibly once wrapped around papyrus or another plant-based material. In that interpretation, the copper cylinder was not an electrode, it was a protective case. The iron rod was not part of a circuit. It was a structural element. The bitumen was not electrical insulation. It was simply a seal. Suddenly, the ancient battery becomes something even stranger. An object that looks technological to the modern mind, but may have belonged to a world of ritual protection, curses, and sacred writing. That uncertainty is why the Baghdad battery works so well in a weirdest ancient mysteries format. It sits between two worlds. On one side is experimental science, replicas, voltage, copper, iron, acidic liquids, measurable current. On the other side is archaeological caution, poor excavation records, unclear dating, missing context, and no confirmed evidence of electrical technology in Parthian or Sasanian daily life. The artifact is not strong enough to rewrite the history of electricity, but it is too unusual to ignore. Its small size also makes the story visually powerful. Many ancient mysteries are gigantic: pyramids, temples, stone walls, lost cities. The Baghdad battery is the opposite. It is only about the height of a modern smartphone standing upright, yet it raises a question as large as any monument. If one jar could create a faint current, what would happen if dozens existed? Were there more that were destroyed, misidentified, or never excavated? Or is the entire legend built around a rare container whose purpose was never electrical at all? Mina de Gavar is one of the strangest prehistoric mining sites in Europe, not because ancient people dug for gold, copper, or weapons, but because they carved a hidden underground world to reach a rare green stone used mostly for ornaments. Beneath the modern town of Gavar, near Barcelona in Catalonia, Archaeologists uncovered a Neolithic mining complex dating back roughly 6,000 years, around the 4th millennium BC. The site is remarkable because it is considered one of Europe's oldest gallery mining areas, with more than 100 known mines cut into the earth for variscite, a green phosphate mineral similar in appearance to turquoise. What makes Gavar so unusual is the scale of effort compared with the object being extracted. These people were not building a fortress, a temple, or a defensive settlement. They were entering narrow shafts, cutting through hard rock, and following mineral veins underground for a stone that had no practical use as a blade, hammer, or farming tool. Variscite was made into beads, pendants, and prestige ornaments, meaning the entire system may have been driven by status, ritual, trade, or belief rather than survival. For a Stone Age society without iron tools, that choice is difficult to ignore. The mines were first identified in the Can Tintora area and later understood as part of a wider prehistoric complex spread around Gavar. Excavations revealed shafts, galleries, chambers, mining waste, tools, burials, pottery, and traces of daily life. Some galleries were only about 1 to 1.5 meters wide, forcing miners to work in cramped darkness. Other parts opened into chambers several meters across. In some cases, vertical shafts led down into branching tunnels, while deeper systems developed into several underground levels connected by pits. Geological studies describe up to 5 mining levels in parts of the complex, a surprisingly advanced layout for the Neolithic period. The technical mystery begins with how they knew where to dig. Variscite does not appear everywhere in the landscape. It forms in specific geological conditions, inside mineralized zones linked to ancient slates and limestones around the Garif Massif. The miners had to recognize the green mineral, understand which rock layers contained it, and then follow those veins underground without maps, metal drills, compasses, or modern surveying tools. They were not simply making random holes. The tunnels show planned extraction, adaptation to the geology, and a clear ability to separate useful mineral zones from worthless rock. The tools make the achievement even stranger. The miners used stone picks, polished axes, bone tools, antler picks, and simple hammering equipment. With these, they cut galleries, widened chambers, removed waste, and kept access routes open. Some tunnel walls still preserve pick marks, while archaeological layers contain debris from mining and bead production. Compared with later Metal Age mining, this was brutally slow work. Every meter required repeated blows, removal of broken stone, lighting, breathing, and movement inside a tight underground space. The fact that the complex reached such scale suggests specialized knowledge passed across generations. Gavar was not just a mine, it was also a workshop. Variscite extracted from the tunnels was processed into ornaments, especially beads. This detail changes the meaning of the site. The miners were not only raw material gatherers, they were part of a production chain that turned a hidden mineral into objects of visible social power. A green bead made from Gavar variscite could travel far beyond the mine itself, appearing in exchange networks across parts of the Iberian Peninsula and southern France. In a world before money, writing, or states, a small polished stone could carry identity, wealth, and symbolic value over hundreds of kilometers. The most unsettling part is the link between mining and death. Some exhausted galleries were later reused as burial spaces. Human remains were found with grave goods, including ornaments and other objects, suggesting the tunnels had meanings beyond extraction. These were not abandoned holes treated as useless waste. They became places where the living placed the dead inside the same underground system that had produced the green stone. This creates a powerful possibility. The mine may have been seen not only as a resource, but as a passage into the earth, a place where rare material, ancestry, and ritual met. One of the most famous finds connected with the site is the so-called Venus of Gavar, a ceramic female figure discovered in the mining area. Its exact meaning remains debated, but its presence strengthens the sense that Gavar was not an ordinary industrial site. The combination of body ornaments, burials, symbolic objects, and deep subterranean work points to a society where technology and belief were closely connected. The green mineral may have represented fertility, life, status, healing, or spiritual protection. What matters is that people valued it enough to risk entering the dark. There are also practical questions that remain difficult to answer. How did the miners light the galleries for long periods? How did they control smoke from lamps or torches? How many people worked underground at one time? How did they prevent collapse in areas where galleries branched and chambers widened? Some mines show careful structure, with shafts, rooms, and passages arranged according to the mineral layers. That implies experience with underground stability. Even without formal engineering, they understood that bad digging could kill them. The comparison with later mining makes Gavar even more impressive. In the Bronze Age and Iron Age, mining expanded with metal tools and more organized labor systems. Gavar came earlier. Its builders worked before metallurgy became common in the region, yet they already applied ideas that belonged to mining logic, locating ore bodies, following veins, removing waste, shaping access shafts, reusing spaces, and creating specialized production. This is why the site is often described as one of the earliest large-scale examples of underground mining for ornamental material in Europe. The weirdest contradiction is simple. The harder the work looks, the less practical the reward appears. A stone axe helps cut wood. A flint blade helps hunt or harvest. A copper tool changes technology, but a variscite bead changes meaning. It shows that Neolithic societies were not driven only by food and shelter. They could organize dangerous labor for beauty, status, and invisible belief systems. Gavar reveals a prehistoric economy where symbolic objects were powerful enough to justify underground engineering. Mina de Gavar is special because it turns the usual image of Stone Age people upside down. 6,000 years ago, before iron, before urban Spain, and before written records in the region, miners were already entering the earth through narrow shafts to extract a rare green mineral and transform it into objects that traveled through ancient exchange networks. The mystery is not that they could dig. The mystery is why they built such a complex underground world for something so small. In Gavar, the strangest ancient technology was not only in the tunnels, but in the belief that a green stone from the darkness was worth the danger. Ologosaili is one of the strangest prehistoric sites in Africa because it does not reveal a lost city, a buried temple, or a forgotten machine. It reveals something far more disturbing, a long period where early humans seemed to stop changing, followed by a sudden leap in behavior that still feels difficult to explain. Located in southern Kenya, about 67 kilometers southwest of Nairobi, on the floor of the East African Rift Valley, Ologosaili preserves a deep record of ancient life beside a vanished lake, where volcanic ground, shifting faults, and dry basin sediments trapped tools, bones, and clues for hundreds of thousands of years. The site first drew attention in 1919, when British geologist John Walter Gregory identified the formation, but serious excavation began in 1943 under Mary and Louis Leakey. What they uncovered was not a small camp. It was an enormous Stone Age landscape, later described by Kenya's national museums as a factory of stone tools because of the unusually large number of Acheulean hand axes found there. These tools were not random broken rocks. Many were carefully shaped on both sides, often teardrop-like, heavy enough for cutting meat, chopping wood, digging roots, or breaking carcasses. Some were found near animal fossils, including extinct elephant, hippo, zebra, giraffe, baboon, and other large mammals, suggesting a landscape where early humans returned again and again to work, butcher, and survive. The weirdest part is the timescale. At Ologosaili, early humans used large Acheulean hand axes for an incredibly long span, from around 1.2 million years ago to roughly 500,000 years ago. That means a basic tool tradition remained dominant for about 700,000 years. To understand how strange this is, modern human civilization went from early agriculture to satellites in less than 12,000 years. Archaeology shows a world where generations lived, died, taught their children, and passed down the same stone technology for a length of time almost impossible to imagine. The design worked, but it barely evolved. The mystery is not whether they were intelligent enough to make tools. The mystery is why a tool-making species could remain locked inside the same technological pattern for so long. Then the pattern broke. Around 320,000 years ago, the archaeological record at Archaeological changed dramatically. The old heavy hand axes were no longer the main story. Instead, researchers found smaller, sharper, more specialized tools, including points and blades, linked with Middle Stone Age technology. These were not just simpler versions of the old tools. They required different planning, different choices of stone, and different ways of thinking about distance, hunting, cutting, and survival. The change looks less like a slow improvement and more like a cultural switch. For a mystery documentary, this is the strongest hook. For hundreds of thousands of years, the same technology dominated the basin. Then suddenly, the landscape began producing evidence of a more flexible mind. One of the most important clues is obsidian, a volcanic glass that can break into razor-sharp edges. At Archaeological, some obsidian tools were made from stone that did not come from the immediate site. Geochemical studies linked some material to sources tens of kilometers away, with estimates reaching up to about 95 kilometers in some reports. That matters because obsidian is not just a raw material. It is evidence of movement, planning, or exchange. If people carried it themselves, they understood distant landscapes and returned with valuable stone. If they traded for it, then social networks already stretched across a wide region of the Rift Valley. Either possibility is strange, because this behavior appears more than 300,000 years ago, earlier than many people would expect for such complex social organization. The second clue is even more mysterious: pigment. Researchers found evidence of red and black coloring materials, including ochre, in the same broad period as the new tool tradition. Ochre does not make a spear stronger or a blade sharper. It is often connected with marking, display, body decoration, symbolic behavior, or group identity. No one can prove exactly what the people of Archaeological used it for, but its presence raises a powerful question. Were these early humans only surviving, or were they beginning to communicate ideas through color, identity, and visual symbols? In a place already showing long-distance stone movement and new technology, pigment becomes more than dust. It becomes a possible sign that the mind behind the tools was changing. The environment may have forced that change. Scientific drilling near Archaeological recovered a narrow core of earth, only about 4 centimeters wide, yet it preserved around 1 million years of environmental history. Studies of this record suggest that after a long period of relative stability, the region became far more unstable around 400,000 years ago. Tectonic activity broke up the landscape, volcanic activity affected the region, and climate conditions shifted between wetter and drier phases. Lakes appeared and vanished. Grasslands expanded and contracted. Animals adapted, moved, or disappeared. In this kind of world, repeating the same behavior forever could become dangerous. A hand axe that worked beside a stable lake might not be enough in a fragmented landscape where food, water, stone, and animals changed unpredictably. This creates the central mystery of Archaeological. Did climate chaos help create a smarter human culture, or did the cultural leap simply happen at the same time? Some researchers argue that unstable environments rewarded flexibility, forcing early humans to build wider social networks, travel farther, make better tools, and experiment with symbolic behavior. Others are more cautious, because environment alone cannot explain everything. Many places experienced climate stress, but not every place shows the same combination of technological change, pigment, and long-distance raw material movement. Olorgesailie may not prove why human behavior changed, but it captures the moment when the old world began to fail and a new kind of intelligence became useful. There is also a haunting absence. For such a rich archaeological landscape, Olorgesailie has produced far more tools than human bones. A partial fossil skull discovered in 2003, known as KNM-OL 45500, was dated to roughly 900,000 to 970,000 years ago, and is often linked to Homo erectus. But the later toolmakers, the ones connected with the major behavioral shift around 320,000 years ago, remain harder to identify directly. This means the site preserves what they made, what materials they chose, and how their world changed, but it does not clearly show their faces. We are watching intelligence through the objects it left behind, not through complete bodies. Imagine standing in front of a stone wall whose individual blocks appear to weigh more than 3,000 tons. If those estimates were correct, each block would outweigh the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza by dozens of times, and even surpass the famous megaliths of Baalbek. That is the mystery surrounding the Gornaya Shoria megaliths, hidden deep within the remote mountains of southern Siberia. Unlike Egypt, Peru, or Lebanon, this place has never become a major archaeological destination, yet photographs of its enormous granite formations have fueled one of the most controversial debates in ancient mystery research. Are these simply extraordinary geological formations, or could they represent something far more unusual? The site lies in Mountain Shoria, in Russia's Kemerovo Oblast, near the border with the Altai Mountains. Covered by dense taiga forests and difficult to access even today, the area remained largely unknown outside Russia for decades. The formations attracted widespread international attention after an expedition led by Russian researcher Georgy Sidorov visited the region in 2013 and released photographs showing gigantic granite blocks stacked in what appeared to be wall-like structures. Those images spread rapidly across the internet, with many claiming they showed the remains of a forgotten megalithic civilization. However, the expedition was not an official archaeological survey, and its conclusions were never published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, leaving the debate open from the very beginning. What immediately captures attention is the astonishing scale of the granite blocks. While no comprehensive geological survey has measured every formation, researchers and explorers have estimated that several visible blocks may reach 20 to 40 meters in length and 5 to 7 meters in height. Depending on the dimensions and the density of granite, their weight has been estimated at roughly 1,000 to more than 3,000 tons. Some enthusiasts have proposed figures approaching 5,000 tons, although those higher estimates remain speculative and have not been independently verified. Even the more conservative estimates are remarkable. For comparison, the average limestone block used in the Great Pyramid weighs about 2.5 tons, while the massive trilithon stones at Baalbek are estimated at around 800 to 1,000 tons. If the Gornaya Shoria blocks had actually been quarried, transported, and assembled by humans, they would represent the largest stone construction ever known. Their appearance only deepens the mystery. From certain angles, the formations resemble enormous walls built from rectangular blocks stacked in horizontal courses. Some sections display remarkably flat faces intersecting at nearly right angles, while narrow vertical and horizontal gaps create the impression of carefully fitted masonry. To many observers, the resemblance to the polygonal stonework of Sacsayhuaman in Peru or the terraces of Ollantaytambo is difficult to ignore, yet the scale in Siberia appears significantly larger. This visual similarity has led to countless claims that the formations cannot be natural, despite the lack of archaeological evidence supporting human construction. Supporters of the artificial structure hypothesis often point to what they describe as precisely aligned joints between adjacent blocks. In photographs, several fractures appear surprisingly straight, almost as though the stones had been intentionally cut and assembled. However, geologists offer a very different explanation. Granite commonly develops systematic jointing as it cools and contracts deep underground. Over millions of years, tectonic stress, repeated freezing and thawing, and erosion can widen these natural fractures, eventually exposing massive blocks that appear almost architectural. Similar joint patterns occur in granite landscapes around the world, although few examples approach the dramatic size of those found in Gornaya Shoria. Another frequently discussed feature involves surfaces that seem distorted, rounded, or partially melted. Some researchers outside mainstream geology have argued that these textures could indicate exposure to extreme heat, leading to speculation ranging from ancient cataclysms to advanced lost technologies. Yet no scientific study has demonstrated evidence of artificial melting at the site. Most geologists interpret these shapes as the result of long-term weathering, exfoliation, mineral alteration, and natural fracturing within the granite itself. Granite can develop surprisingly smooth and flowing forms through entirely natural processes, particularly after millions of years of exposure to water, ice, and temperature changes. Perhaps the strongest argument against the ancient construction hypothesis is not found in the stones themselves, but in what is missing. At every confirmed ancient monumental site, archaeologists eventually uncover traces of the people responsible: pottery fragments, stone tools, charcoal from fires, animal bones, human burials, roads, quarries, or settlement remains usually accompany monumental architecture. At Gornaya Shoria, none of this evidence has been documented. Despite the dramatic appearance of the formations, no verified archaeological discoveries demonstrate that humans ever shaped or occupied the site on a large scale. Without cultural artifacts or datable construction material, there is currently no accepted evidence that these walls are man-made. This absence of supporting evidence has led most geologists to favor a natural explanation. According to current geological understanding, the granite massif formed deep within the Earth's crust before being uplifted through tectonic activity. Over immense spans of time, erosion stripped away surrounding material, while natural joint systems divided the granite into enormous blocks. Siberia's harsh climate, with repeated freeze-thaw cycles over thousands of years, further widened existing fractures and caused sections of the rock to separate along pre-existing weaknesses. The result is a landscape that can appear astonishingly artificial, despite having formed entirely through geological processes. Even so, Gornaya Shoria remains unusual because of the exceptional size of its exposed granite blocks and the striking illusion of deliberate architecture. Few natural rock formations create such a convincing impression of massive engineered walls. That visual ambiguity explains why the site continues to attract explorers, documentary filmmakers, and mystery researchers more than a decade after the 2013 expedition first introduced it to a global audience. In the end, the real mystery of Gornaya Shoria may not be whether an unknown civilization built these colossal formations, but why nature itself is capable of producing structures that so closely imitate monumental architecture. The evidence available today overwhelmingly favors a geological origin, yet the sheer scale of the granite blocks, their apparent geometric arrangement, and the absence of definitive field studies ensure that the debate continues. Until comprehensive geological mapping and systematic archaeological excavation are carried out across the region, Gornaya Shoria will remain one of the most visually convincing examples of a place where the boundary between natural processes and human imagination becomes surprisingly difficult to define. The oldest mystery at Kurangun is not what was carved into the mountain, but why anyone chose to carve it there in the first place. More than 4,000 years ago, Elamite craftsmen climbed a steep limestone cliff in what is now Fars province in southwestern Iran, and created a monumental relief overlooking the Farlian River Valley. Unlike the great royal carvings of Assyria or Persia that celebrated military victories, Kurangun stood far from any palace or major city. It was placed high above a natural spring and river, where reaching the sanctuary itself would have required a demanding ascent. Even today, the location feels isolated, raising the same question archaeologists continue to ask: why build one of the most important religious monuments of the Elamite world on the side of a mountain rather than in the heart of a settlement? The relief is generally dated to around the early 2nd millennium BC, approximately 2000 to 1800 BC, during the Middle Elamite period, although the sacred site remained in use for many centuries afterward. At its center sits a divine couple upon a throne, surrounded by a long procession of worshippers climbing toward them. This composition is remarkable because it represents one of the earliest surviving large-scale outdoor religious scenes in ancient Iran that remains in its original setting. While countless temples have collapsed or been rebuilt over time, Kurangun still overlooks the same valley it faced when it was first carved, allowing archaeologists to study not only the artwork itself, but also the surrounding landscape that formed part of the ritual experience. The most striking feature of the composition lies beneath the throne. Instead of resting on a conventional platform, the seated deities appear supported by intertwined serpents. In ancient Near Eastern symbolism, snakes were often connected with water, fertility, renewal, and the underworld, but no surviving Elamite inscription explains exactly what these serpents represented here. Some researchers believe they symbolize rivers flowing from the divine realm into the human world. Others argue they embody powerful chthonic forces associated with creation and life beneath the earth. Because the Elamite language survives only in limited inscriptions, and their religious literature has largely disappeared, the true meaning of this unusual image remains uncertain. It is one of the rare examples where archaeologists possess the monument itself, but have almost no written explanation from the people who created it. Water appears to have been central to the sanctuary. The relief overlooks a perennial spring that feeds into the surrounding valley, and streams of water are depicted flowing from the hands or vessels associated with the seated deities. Throughout the ancient Near East, fresh water represented far more than a practical resource. It symbolized divine blessing, agricultural fertility, purification, and the survival of entire communities. The deliberate combination of sacred imagery with a natural water source strongly suggests that Kurangun functioned as an open-air sanctuary where rituals were performed directly within the landscape instead of inside enclosed temples. This connection between geology and religion makes the site fundamentally different from most monumental carvings of the period. Another mystery concerns the procession itself. More than 40 human figures approach the divine pair in orderly lines. Several carry animals, including goats, while others appear to present fish or offerings connected with water. Their identities remain unknown. They may represent priests, local rulers, pilgrims, or ordinary worshippers participating in seasonal ceremonies. Without inscriptions identifying the participants, every interpretation relies on careful comparison with other Elamite and Mesopotamian religious imagery. Even after decades of study, archaeologists cannot say with certainty whether the scene depicts a single historical event or an idealized ritual repeated over generations. Perhaps even more intriguing is the fact that Kurangun did not remain frozen in time. The relief was modified centuries after its original creation. Additional figures were carved during the Neo-Elamite period, roughly between the 8th and 7th centuries BC, meaning that the sanctuary remained significant for well over 1,000 years. Instead of abandoning the monument, later generations chose to expand it. This creates a difficult archaeological puzzle, because the relief visible today is not the work of a single generation, but the accumulated result of multiple phases of carving. Distinguishing which figures belong to the original composition and which were added later continues to challenge specialists studying Elamite art. Time itself has added another layer of mystery. For nearly 4 millennia, the relief has endured earthquakes, seasonal floods, wind erosion, and dramatic fluctuations in temperature. Although parts of the limestone have weathered away, many of the principal figures remain surprisingly recognizable. The durability of the carving reflects both the quality of the limestone chosen by the ancient craftsman and the considerable depth of the original engraving. Researchers studying weathering patterns have noted that sections protected by the natural shape of the cliff preserve far sharper details than exposed surfaces, providing valuable clues about ancient carving techniques, even though the tools and methods themselves were never recorded. The greatest obstacle to understanding Kurungun is the civilization that produced it. The Elamites flourished in southwestern Iran for more than 2,000 years and interacted constantly with Mesopotamia, yet they remain among the least understood major civilizations of the ancient Near East. Their language has been partially deciphered, but surviving texts are relatively scarce, and their mythology is preserved only in fragments. Unlike Egypt, Assyria, or Persia, where inscriptions often describe kings, gods, and ceremonies in detail, Kurungun offers almost no written guidance. The monument forces archaeologists to reconstruct an entire religious tradition from stone alone. Modern technology has revealed new details without solving the central questions. High-resolution photography, digital mapping, and three-dimensional scanning have helped researchers identify weathered figures that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye and separate later additions from the earliest carving phases. Yet these advances have clarified only the physical monument. They cannot recover the prayers once spoken there, the ceremonies performed before the relief, or the beliefs that inspired people to climb the mountain carrying offerings toward a pair of mysterious gods seated above intertwined serpents. After more than 4,000 years, Kurungun continues to preserve one of the oldest surviving sacred landscapes in the ancient world, while keeping the meaning of its symbols almost entirely to itself. The strangest thing about Inishmurray is that its early Christian monastery does not look like a peaceful island shrine. It looks like a stone fortress. 7 kilometers off the coast of County Sligo, in the cold Atlantic waters of Donegal Bay, an abandoned island holds one of Ireland's best-preserved early medieval monastic sites. At its center stands a massive dry stone cashel, a walled enclosure built without mortar, enclosing churches, cells, a holy well, carved stones, leats, and beehive-shaped stone structures. The wall rises to about 4.5 meters in places and is reported to be up to 3 meters thick in sections, a scale that feels excessive for a small religious community on a remote island. Inishmurray was not a city, not a royal capital, and not a military stronghold in the normal sense. Yet its sacred heart was wrapped in stone, like something built to survive the end of the world. According to tradition, the monastery was founded in the 6th century by Saint Molaise, also known as Les Reines, a figure linked with the early Irish Church and with Saint Columba. That places Inishmurray in the same world as the great Atlantic monastic communities that chose isolation as a form of spiritual power. But Inishmurray is different because the island feels older than the monastery itself. Archaeological summaries note possible earlier activity on the island, including a Bronze Age cist burial with a decorated food vessel found in 1938, and possible prehistoric or Iron Age features recorded in later surveys. None of this proves that the monastery was built directly on top of a major pagan sanctuary, but it does suggest that Inishmurray was not simply an empty rock suddenly discovered by monks. It was a landscape with memory, before Christianity fixed its stone walls into place. The engineering is what makes the site visually powerful. The cashel was built with local stone, carefully stacked without cement, lime mortar, or modern binding material. In a sheltered inland valley, that would already be impressive. On Inishmurray, it becomes almost unbelievable. The island faces Atlantic wind, salt spray, winter storms, and centuries of erosion. Still, sections of the enclosure remain standing after more than 1,000 years. Dry stone construction works only when weight, friction, angle, and drainage are controlled with extreme skill. If stones are badly chosen, the wall bulges. If water is trapped, frost and pressure break the structure apart. If the core is weak, the whole thing slumps under its own mass. The survival of Inishmurray's cashel shows that its builders understood stone as a living system of pressure and release, even if they never wrote down the principles in engineering language. Inside the wall are remains that turn the site from a ruin into a puzzle. There are 2 churches, a stone-roofed oratory, a large clochan or beehive-style cell, cross slabs, a holy well, and other early medieval structures. The clochern are especially strange to modern eyes because their roofs were not made with a true arch. They used corbelling. Each course of stone projects inward slightly over the course below it until the space closes near the top. It is a technique based on balance rather than a keystone. No timber frame was needed. No metal reinforcement was needed. The result was a stone shelter that could resist wind and rain in a place where wood may have been scarce and where anything organic would decay quickly. Similar stone cell traditions are known from other Atlantic monastic sites, such as Skellig Michael, but Inishmurray's combination of cashel, cells, churches, ritual stations, and later folk practices makes it feel less like a simple monastery and more like a complete sacred machine. The island's most disturbing historical layer comes from the Viking raids. Inishmurray was not too remote to be found. Irish annal material records the island being plundered in 795, the same year often associated with the first Viking attacks on Irish ecclesiastical sites. Another record states that Vikings burned Inishmurray in 807, with later traditions also connecting the island to further attacks in the 9th century. This matters because it changes how the cashel feels. A wall around a monastery might be symbolic, marking sacred space from ordinary land. But after Viking ships began striking exposed island communities, that same wall becomes a line between survival and annihilation. The shocking part is not only that raiders reached such a small island, but that the community endured long enough for the site to preserve a dense ritual landscape. Inishmurray also had a pilgrimage system that is hard to explain as ordinary church architecture. Around the island were leats, stone-built ritual monuments that acted as stations for pilgrims. Heritage Island notes that outside the enclosure are a holy well, the women's church, a graveyard, and multiple leats used as stations, especially on the Feast of the Assumption. Archaeological writing on Inishmurray has emphasized the importance of pilgrimage there, including devotional circuits around the island that survived into modern folk memory. This is where the site becomes eerie. Pilgrims did not simply enter a church, pray, and leave. They moved through a landscape, stopping at stones, wells, graves, and ruined buildings. The entire island became part of the ritual. That ritual movement may be one of the best angles for a mystery documentary. In many early sacred landscapes, walking in a controlled circuit was not just travel, it was a performance. It turned the body into part of the ritual. On Inishmurray, the old route seems to connect Christian devotion with older habits of sacred geography: wells, boundary stones, circular movement, outdoor altars, and places where prayer was attached to specific physical points. The safe interpretation is that this was a Christian pilgrimage landscape. The more haunting question is whether Christianity on Inishmurray absorbed older island beliefs instead of erasing them. The evidence does not allow a sensational claim that the island was a pagan temple disguised as a monastery, but the mixture of holy wells, stone stations, enclosed sacred space, and folk ritual makes the site feel like a place where older religious instincts survived inside Christian forms. The so-called cursing stones make this even darker. In Irish folk tradition, certain stones could be turned while invoking a curse, often against someone believed to have committed a wrong. In a Christian setting, this sounds almost impossible. A monastery associated with prayer, saints, and pilgrimage, also linked with ritualized supernatural punishment. But that contradiction is exactly why Inishmurray is powerful for content. It shows that religion on the edge of the Atlantic was not clean or simple. It was layered. Official Christianity, local justice, fear, healing, memory, and older folk practices could exist in the same place. A viewer expects monks and crosses. Inishmurray gives them that, but also stones that tradition says could call down misfortune. The Holy Well adds another layer. Wells in Ireland often became Christianized sacred sites, but their importance may reach back into pre-Christian ritual behavior. On Inishmurray, the well sits outside the main enclosure, part of a wider ritual landscape rather than just a practical water source. For an island community, fresh water was life. For pilgrims, water could also mean healing, blessing, purification, or contact with the saint. This double meaning is important. The well was not just useful, and it was not only symbolic, it was both. In a harsh island environment, survival and belief were forced into the same object. The abandonment of the island makes the ruins feel even more unsettling. Inishmurray is now uninhabited. The later island community, which once farmed, fished, and lived among the older remains, left in the 20th century. Sources note that the island was evacuated in 1948 after generations of difficult life exposed to weather, isolation, and dangerous access by sea. That means Inishmurray contains two ghost landscapes at once: the early medieval monastery and the abandoned modern settlement. Stone churches, pilgrimage stations, roofless cottages, and empty paths all exist together. It is not only ancient history, it is the story of a place that defeated more than one community over time. Beneath the citrus groves northeast of Sidon, Lebanon, archaeologists found something stranger than a ruined temple. They found what looked like an ancient healing machine built around moving water. More than 2,000 years before modern hydrotherapy clinics, the Phoenicians had carved basins, channels, pools, drains, stairs, and sacred platforms into a sanctuary dedicated to Eshmun, the god of healing. The shocking part is not only that people came here to pray for cures, it is that the whole place seems to have been engineered so that water, stone, ritual, and the human body work together. The Temple of Eshmun stands at Bustan el-Sheikh, about 2 kilometers northeast of Sidon, near the Awali River in southwestern Lebanon. Ancient sources and inscriptions connect the sanctuary with the sacred Udul Spring, a water source mentioned in the Phoenician royal inscriptions of Sidon. The site was occupied from roughly the 7th century BC into late antiquity, and UNESCO lists it as one of Lebanon's most important Phoenician sanctuaries. Unlike many ancient temples that were reduced to scattered foundations, Eshmun preserves enough architecture to show that this was not a simple shrine. It was a long-lived religious and hydraulic complex, expanded across Phoenician, Persian, Hellenistic, Roman, and Byzantine phases. The earliest modern clues came not from a planned excavation, but from stone. In the 18th century, the English traveller Richard Percoque described large blocks near the Awali River. In 1860, Ernest Renan also noticed finely cut ancient masonry reused near the river crossing during his Mission de Phénicie. The real breakthrough came in 1900, when workers quarrying blocks from the ruins found stones bearing Phoenician inscriptions painted in red. Ottoman authorities sent Theodore Macready to investigate between 1901 and 1903. Wilhelm von Landau followed in 1903 and 1904. Gaston Contenot surveyed the sanctuary in 1920. The major excavation, however, was carried out by Maurice Dunand between 1963 and 1975, revealing the complex that makes the site so unusual today. The most important clue is that the temple was not placed randomly. It was built beside water. The Phoenician inscription on the sarcophagus of King Eshmunazar II says that he and his mother, Queen Amoashtat, built a house for Eshmun by the Udal source near the cistern. Later inscriptions of King Bodashtat found hidden inside the foundations of the podium, also link the royal building program to the sanctuary. Around 30 foundation inscriptions are known, and one inscription found upstream refers to water reduction works from the Awali River toward the sacred source. This means the water system was not decoration. It was part of the royal and religious identity of the place. The engineering is what gives the Temple of Eshmun its mystery. The sanctuary included ritual basins, paved pools, canals, retaining basins, and channels that brought water from the spring and river into controlled spaces. These installations were used for purification and healing rituals connected with Eshmun's cult. In other words, the ancient visitors were not only standing before an altar, they were moving through a designed environment where flowing water was central to the experience. The exact sequence of the rituals is lost, but the architecture suggests washing, bathing, offering, and possibly symbolic renewal. This is where the site becomes more than a temple. Eshmun was the Phoenician god of healing, later associated with the Greek Asclepius. From the 3rd century BC onward, the cult seems to have absorbed Hellenistic influences, yet the sanctuary kept its local healing character. Ancient people may have come here with illness, infertility, childhood disease, or fear of death. They did not leave medical records. They left statues, inscriptions, offerings, and architecture. That silence is part of the mystery. We know the system existed. We know water was sacred. We know healing was the purpose. But we do not know exactly what happened to a sick person after they entered the sanctuary. The scale of the construction is also surprising. During the Persian period, the sanctuary was transformed by a massive ashlar podium made of heavily bossed limestone blocks. The podium rises about 22 meters, extends around 50 meters into the hillside, and has a facade about 70 meters wide. Some limestone blocks measure more than 3 meters across and about 1 meter thick. On top of this terrace once stood a Greco-Persian style marble temple, probably Ionic in form, now reduced to fragments because much of the valuable material disappeared over time. That podium is not just big. It is strange because it combines different worlds. The oldest monument on the site may have been a Babylonian-style pyramidal structure with an access ramp leading to a water cistern. Later, Persian period builders covered and transformed the sanctuary with monumental stonework. Hellenistic and Roman phases added chapels, roads, mosaics, stairs, shops, and water features. The result is a temple that does not belong to one clean period. It is a layered machine of belief, rebuilt by kings and empires over centuries. One of the most striking features is the Chapel of Astarte at the eastern base of the podium. It dates to the 4th century BC and contained a paved pool and a stone throne of Astarte, carved in Egyptian style from a single block of granite, flanked by sphinxes and associated with lion sculptures. This is important because Astarte's powers of fertility were linked with Eshmun's healing role. The sanctuary may therefore have been concerned not only with curing disease, but also with fertility, childbirth, and the protection of children. That brings us to the most unsettling finds, the statues of children. Excavations recovered votive sculptures of young boys, some shown lying on their sides, sometimes holding a dove, a small animal, or another object. One famous example is the Baal Shillam Temple Boy, dedicated by King Baal Shillam II of Sidon to Eshmun. Many of these child statues appear to have been deliberately broken after dedication and thrown into a sacred canal. This does not prove human sacrifice. The stronger archaeological interpretation is ritual deposition. The statue may have represented the sick child, the healed child, or a symbolic offering to the god. But visually, the evidence is powerful. A healing sanctuary filled with broken stone children is exactly the kind of image that makes Eshmun feel both sacred and disturbing. The Temple of Eshmun also contained elite international objects. A granite altar bearing the name of the Egyptian pharaoh Achoris was found at the sanctuary, showing contact between Sidon's kings and Egypt in the 4th century BC. Other finds include Phoenician inscriptions, ostraca with rare examples of cursive Phoenician writing, carved reliefs, marble fragments, and a golden plaque showing a snake curled around a staff, a symbol associated with healing and later with Asclepius. These finds show that the sanctuary was not a rural shrine on the edge of a city. It was part of a wider Mediterranean network of politics, medicine, religion, and royal propaganda. What makes the site even more mysterious is the missing center. The main cult image of Eshmun is gone. The marble temple that once stood above the podium is almost destroyed. The rituals were not written down in a manual that survived, so the most important part of the sanctuary, the moment when the worshipper met the healing god, has vanished. Archaeologists can reconstruct basins, walls, inscriptions, and offering deposits, but not the sound of the water, the prayers, the smell of sacrifices, or the fear of a parent bringing a sick child to the god. Imagine a sacred place that people kept returning to for nearly 17 centuries, raising one massive stone after another, without leaving behind a single written explanation of why. That is exactly what makes the menhirs of Laconi in central Sardinia so extraordinary. Long before the famous neuralgic stone towers transformed the island, prehistoric communities were already turning this quiet landscape into one of the largest ceremonial zones in the Mediterranean. Archaeologists estimate that many of the standing stones around Laconi were erected between roughly 3500 BC and 1800 BC, meaning the tradition lasted for around 1,700 years. Civilizations rose and disappeared during that span, yet generation after generation continued to treat the same ground as a place worthy of enormous effort. Even today, despite more than a century of archaeological research, no one can state with certainty why these stones were raised, what rituals took place among them, or what the builders believed they represented. Laconi lies in the interior of Sardinia, an island that possesses one of the richest concentrations of prehistoric monuments anywhere in Europe. While Sardinia is best known for its more than 7,000 neuralgic towers, dating mainly from the Bronze Age, the menhirs of Laconi belong to a much older world. The surrounding region contains rock-cut tombs known as Domus de Janus, dolmens, burial monuments, caves, and ceremonial sites that together document thousands of years of human activity before written history reached the island. The density of these prehistoric remains is remarkable. Instead of a single isolated monument, Laconi forms part of a much larger ritual landscape where people repeatedly invested labor, resources, and time over many centuries. Excavations and surveys conducted throughout the 20th century revealed dozens of standing stones around the territory, particularly at sites such as Perda Idoca, where several impressive examples still remain in their original setting. Unlike Stonehenge, whose circular arrangement immediately suggests a planned architectural design, the menhirs of Laconi appear in different groups, isolated positions, or loose alignments across the landscape. Some stand alone, while others occupy locations close to prehistoric tombs or natural routes through the hills. This diversity makes interpretation especially difficult. Archaeologists have proposed that the stones may have served as territorial markers, ceremonial monuments, memorials to important ancestors, sacred meeting places, astronomical reference points, or components of funerary rituals. Every theory explains part of the evidence, yet none explains all of it. The absence of writing means every conclusion depends entirely on archaeological data, landscape analysis, excavation results, and comparisons with similar megalithic traditions elsewhere in Europe. One of the most fascinating aspects of Laconi is the extraordinary length of time during which these monuments continued to be erected. Radiocarbon dating from associated archaeological contexts indicates that the earliest activity belongs to the late Neolithic, while additional construction continued into the Copper Age and early Bronze Age. That means people living hundreds of years apart, with changing technologies and social structures, still considered this place important enough to transport enormous stones and raise them upright. Maintaining a sacred tradition for nearly 17 centuries is itself remarkable. By comparison, the construction of the Egyptian pyramids at Giza occurred within only a few generations during the 4th dynasty, while the menhir tradition at Laconia stretched across a period several times longer. Such continuity suggests that cultural memory survived through countless generations, despite the complete absence of written records. The engineering behind these monuments raises another series of questions. Many of the surviving stones reach heights of between 2 and 4 meters, with some weighing several tons depending on the type of local rock used. Their builders possessed no iron tools, no wheeled transport during the earliest phases, and no cranes or mechanical lifting equipment. Instead, prehistoric communities had to identify suitable stone, extract it from natural outcrops or nearby sources, transport it across uneven terrain, dig stable foundation pits, and raise each block into an upright position. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that such achievements were physically possible using wooden rollers, ropes, earthen ramps, and coordinated teams of workers. But the logistical planning required should not be underestimated. Every successful erection demanded careful control of balance, leverage, and manpower. Even with modern understanding, reconstructing the exact methods remains difficult because the builders left almost no direct evidence of their construction techniques. Several stones at Laconia differ from ordinary standing monoliths because they display features that resemble simplified human figures. Archaeologists classify these as statue menhirs, a distinctive type of prehistoric monument found in various parts of Western Europe. Rather than serving as simple stone markers, these monuments often possess shaped outlines, rounded tops suggesting heads, or carved surfaces that hint at human anatomy, weapons, ornaments, or symbolic details. Sardinia preserves some of Italy's finest examples of this tradition. Although many carvings have been weathered by thousands of years of exposure, enough survives to suggest that certain stones intentionally represented human beings rather than abstract pillars. Whether these figures honored ancestors, powerful leaders, deities, or mythological beings remains unknown. Without inscriptions, the identities of these silent stone figures have vanished forever. Their relationship with nearby burial monuments makes the mystery even deeper. Throughout Sardinia, prehistoric communities carved chamber tombs directly into bedrock. Later generations gave these monuments the poetic name Domus de Janus, meaning houses of the fairies. Although they were actually collective tombs, dating mainly between about 3400 BC and 2700 BC. Around Laconia, several standing stones occupy the same ritual landscape as these tombs. This spatial connection has encouraged archaeologists to investigate whether the menhirs functioned as markers for burial grounds, ceremonial gathering places connected with funerals, or symbolic gateways linking the worlds of the living and the dead. Human remains, grave goods, pottery fragments, and ritual deposits recovered from similar prehistoric contexts elsewhere in Sardinia support the idea that death and religious ceremony played central roles in these landscapes. Yet direct proof for the exact function of every individual menhir remains elusive. Another intriguing question concerns their placement within the natural environment. The builders did not scatter these monuments randomly. Many occupy elevated positions overlooking valleys, stand near ancient routes, or appear close to water sources and fertile land. Such choices imply that landscape itself formed part of the ritual experience. Some researchers have explored possible astronomical relationships, examining whether particular stones align with seasonal sunrises, sunsets, or other celestial events. Similar investigations have been conducted at megalithic sites throughout Atlantic Europe, including Stonehenge and Karnak. However, while certain orientations at Laconia appear suggestive, archaeologists have not reached a consensus that the monuments formed a deliberate astronomical observatory. The evidence remains interesting but inconclusive, illustrating how easily modern observers can impose patterns that prehistoric builders may never have intended. The story becomes even more compelling when viewed within the broader context of Sardinia's prehistoric development. Thousands of years after many Laconi menhirs had already stood for centuries, the island entered the Nuragic period, beginning around the 18th century BC. Massive stone towers called nuraghi gradually spread across Sardinia, eventually exceeding 7,000 known examples. Yet the older sacred places were not simply abandoned. Archaeological evidence suggests that later communities continued to recognize and sometimes reuse earlier ceremonial landscapes. If that interpretation is correct, the menhirs of Laconi witnessed profound cultural transformations while retaining their spiritual significance across entirely different societies. Few prehistoric monuments anywhere in Europe demonstrate such an extended sequence of religious continuity. Not every menhir has survived intact. Over the course of several millennia, some were broken, toppled, buried beneath soil, or incorporated into later agricultural landscapes. Weathering has erased many carved details, making interpretation even more difficult. In some cases, archaeologists cannot determine whether a fallen stone collapsed naturally through erosion or earthquakes, or whether people intentionally dismantled it during changing religious traditions. Because prehistoric communities left no written accounts, every damaged monument represents another missing chapter in a history that can only be reconstructed from fragments preserved underground. Modern archaeological investigations continue to refine our understanding of Laconi through excavation, geological analysis, spatial mapping, and radiocarbon dating. Yet the central mystery remains untouched. Unlike Egypt, Mesopotamia, or classical Greece, prehistoric Sardinia produced no surviving texts explaining its sacred monuments. There are no kings claiming credit for construction, no priests describing ceremonies, no myths recorded by contemporary writers. Everything archaeologists know comes from the stones themselves, the artifacts buried around them, and the landscapes they occupy. This silence is precisely what makes Laconi so compelling. The monuments stand as physical evidence of beliefs that shaped entire communities for nearly 1,700 years, while the ideas that inspired them disappeared without leaving a single readable sentence. Few ancient temple complexes leave archaeologists with as many unanswered questions as the temple district of Erebuni. Built around 782 BC on a volcanic hill overlooking the Ararat Plain in what is now Yerevan, Armenia, the sanctuary appears to have been constructed at virtually the same time as the fortress itself. That single fact has puzzled historians for decades. Most ancient cities grew gradually, with temples expanding alongside the population, but Erebuni seems to have been designed from the beginning, with a monumental religious center already in place. It raises an uncomfortable question. Was this really a military fortress that happened to include temples, or was the entire city founded to protect a sacred place whose importance has since been forgotten? The story begins with King Argishti I of the Kingdom of Urartu, whose famous cuneiform inscription records the founding of Erebuni in 782 BC. The inscription states that the fortress was established to strengthen Urartian control over the Ararat Valley after military campaigns in the region. Archaeological excavations carried out throughout the 20th century confirmed the accuracy of the inscription, uncovering massive defensive walls, administrative buildings, storage facilities, and an extensive temple complex occupying one of the highest parts of the citadel. Covering nearly 8 hectares, the fortress stood more than 1,000 meters above sea level on Arinbird Hill, giving its builders an exceptional view across the surrounding plains. Yet despite the military setting, the temple district was clearly never treated as an afterthought. One of the greatest mysteries is why so much effort was invested in constructing monumental religious buildings before the city itself had time to develop. Excavations indicate that the temples belong to the earliest construction phase rather than later expansions. This suggests that religious authority may have been inseparable from political power in Urartu. Establishing a sanctuary dedicated to the kingdom's gods could have been just as important as building defensive walls. Even today, Archaeologists cannot determine whether the priests served the king or whether royal authority depended upon the approval of the temple. The lack of surviving religious texts leaves that relationship almost entirely hidden. The engineering beneath the temple district presents another puzzle. Modern visitors mostly notice the mud brick walls rising above stone foundations, but the real achievement lies below ground. Builders first cut and leveled the uneven volcanic bedrock before laying carefully prepared basalt foundations. Above these, they added multiple construction layers consisting of stone, compacted earth, and mud brick. Such layered foundations help distribute weight evenly across irregular rock while reducing moisture damage to the fragile mud brick structures above. This level of planning becomes even more impressive considering the geological setting. Armenia sits within one of the most seismically active regions of Western Asia. Although there is no evidence that Urartian engineers understood earthquakes scientifically, their construction methods produced buildings capable of surviving centuries in an environment repeatedly affected by seismic activity. Whether this resilience resulted from deliberate engineering or generations of practical experience remains impossible to prove, because no surviving Urartian architectural manuals describe how these foundations were designed. The walls themselves reveal another unusual feature. In several parts of the temple district, they are considerably thicker than structural requirements alone would seem to demand. Some enclosed rooms contain very few openings, creating dark interior spaces isolated from the outside world. Archaeologists have proposed several explanations. These chambers may have stored valuable offerings, ritual equipment, agricultural tribute, or sacred objects accessible only to priests. Others suggest they functioned as secure storerooms supporting the temple economy rather than places of public worship. Since almost no written temple inventories have survived, the true purpose of many rooms remains uncertain, leaving researchers to reconstruct their functions solely from architecture and scattered artifacts. One of the most surprising discoveries made during excavation came not from stone, but from color. Although the buildings appear plain today, many interior and exterior walls were originally covered with brilliant painted decoration. Traces of deep red, blue, white, and black pigments remain visible after more than 2,700 years. Chemical analyses indicate that the colors were produced using mineral-based pigments, combined with durable binding materials applied over carefully prepared plaster surfaces. Creating such vivid decoration required reliable access to mineral resources, skilled craftsmen capable of preparing stable pigments, and an organized workforce able to decorate large architectural surfaces. While archaeologists have identified many of the pigments themselves, the complete preparation techniques and exact recipes used by Urartian artisans have never been fully reconstructed. The survival of these colors under harsh environmental conditions continues to attract scientific interest. Another mystery appears where something is missing rather than preserved. Numerous post holes cut into floors clearly indicate that large wooden columns once supported substantial roofs across parts of the temple district. Yet almost every timber element has disappeared, having decayed or burned away long ago. Archaeologists must therefore reconstruct the original appearance of entire buildings, using only foundation layouts, beam sockets, post holes, collapsed debris, and occasional traces of burning. Estimates of roof height, lighting conditions, and even ceremonial movement through the temples remain partly hypothetical because the superstructures themselves no longer exist. In many respects, the visible ruins represent only the lowest fraction of what originally stood here. The identity of the deity worshipped inside the main sanctuary appears obvious at first, but becomes less certain upon closer examination. Most scholars associate the principal temple with Haldi, the supreme god of the Urartian pantheon, because Haldi dominated royal inscriptions throughout the kingdom and often symbolized military victory and royal legitimacy. However, no inscription discovered inside the temple district explicitly names the god honored within the central sanctuary. The identification depends largely on comparisons with other Urartian religious sites, architectural similarities, and the broader political role of Haldi in state ideology. It remains possible that multiple deities were worshipped within different sections of the complex, or that rituals changed over time. Without direct textual evidence, absolute certainty remains out of reach. The temple district also demonstrates remarkable attention to water management. Mudbrick construction is highly vulnerable to rainwater, yet Erebuni's builders incorporated carefully planned drainage channels and stone-lined runoff systems that diverted water away from foundations. Rather than allowing seasonal rainfall to soak into structural walls, the channels carried water downslope before it could erode the architecture. Such systems reveal that Urartian engineers fully understood one of the greatest threats facing mudbrick monuments. Their solution was not simply thicker walls, but an integrated drainage network designed alongside the buildings themselves. Many later archaeological sites across the Near East suffered catastrophic erosion because similar precautions were absent or poorly maintained, making Erebuni's preservation all the more impressive. Equally intriguing is what happened when the kingdom of Urartu collapsed during the late 7th and early 6th centuries BC. Archaeological evidence reveals burned layers, collapsed architecture, and eventual abandonment. Yet the exact sequence of events remains uncertain. The destruction may have resulted from military invasions by neighboring powers such as the Medes or Scythians, internal political instability, accidental fire, or a combination of several factors. The archaeological record preserves the aftermath, but not the story itself. No surviving historical account describes the final days of the temple district, leaving one of Armenia's oldest monumental sanctuaries to fall into silence without explaining how its religious traditions came to an end. Imagine standing before a fortress whose walls have survived for more than 3,000 years without mortar. Their massive volcanic stones still locked together so tightly that many sections remain standing despite centuries of earthquakes, wars, and harsh winters. That is the first mystery of Lechashan Fortress, an overlooked Bronze Age stronghold overlooking the northwestern shore of Lake Sevan in modern Armenia. Unlike famous sites such as Mycenae or Sacsayhuaman, Lechashan rarely appears in documentaries, yet it preserves evidence of an advanced society that mastered monumental stone construction, sophisticated bronze metallurgy, and horse-drawn transport long before the rise of the great classical civilizations. Even more intriguing, much of this civilization disappeared from history, leaving behind walls, tombs, and artifacts, but almost no written explanation of who these people truly were. Lechashan Fortress stands on a rocky hill approximately 50 to 70 meters above the surrounding plain, commanding an uninterrupted view across the ancient shoreline of Lake Sevan. Archaeological evidence indicates that the site flourished mainly during the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, roughly between the 15th and 8th centuries BC, although human occupation in the surrounding area began even earlier. Soviet archaeologists, particularly the Armenian archaeologist Sandor Barkudarian, and later teams led by Emma Kanzadian during excavations in the 1950s and 1960s, revealed that the fortress formed part of what scholars now call the Lilchashen Metsamor cultural horizon, one of the most influential prehistoric cultures in the Armenian highlands. The feature that immediately attracts attention is the fortress wall itself. Rather than using cut limestone blocks joined by mortar, the builders relied on enormous basalt boulders placed directly against one another. This construction method is commonly known as Cyclopean masonry because later Greeks believed only mythical giants, the Cyclopes, could have moved stones of such size. Some individual blocks measure more than 2 meters across and weigh several tons. Despite their irregular shapes, the builders carefully selected and positioned each stone so that the weight of the wall created its own stability. More than 3,000 years later, significant portions of these defenses remain standing with remarkable precision. Archaeologists understand the engineering principles behind dry stone construction, yet the practical logistics remain uncertain. No wooden cranes, ramps, sledges, or transport systems have survived, and no contemporary texts describe how a Bronze Age community moved such immense blocks uphill using only the technology available at the time. The mystery becomes even more interesting because Lechashan was not an isolated monument. Similar Cyclopean fortifications appear across the Armenian highlands and around the eastern Mediterranean, including the famous citadels of Mycenae and Tiryns in Greece. However, there is no convincing evidence that the builders of Lechashan directly copied Mycenaean engineering. Instead, two distant regions developed remarkably similar defensive architecture during roughly the same period. Whether this reflects cultural contact, independent innovation, or the practical advantages of dry stone construction remains an open question among archaeologists. Excavations around the fortress uncovered another surprise. Beneath the surrounding fields lay one of the richest Bronze Age cemeteries ever discovered in the Caucasus. Hundreds of burial mounds contained extraordinary collections of bronze weapons, ceremonial objects, jewelry, horse equipment, and wooden vehicles. These discoveries transformed scholarly understanding of prehistoric Armenia because they demonstrated that this was not a remote mountain community, but a technologically advanced society with skilled craftsmen and extensive trade connections. Among the most remarkable discoveries were complete wooden wagons buried alongside elite individuals. Several four-wheeled carts survived because the dry soil and burial conditions preserved portions of their wooden components. Wheels, axles, harness fittings, and bronze decorations provided archaeologists with one of the clearest pictures of Bronze Age transport in the region. Very few sites anywhere in Eurasia have produced such well-preserved vehicles from this period. The burials suggest that wheeled transport was not merely practical, but also symbolic, representing wealth, power, or social status. Whether these vehicles served military purposes, ceremonial processions, or elite travel remains uncertain, because no written records explain their exact role. The cemetery also revealed the importance of horses within Lechashan society. Horse skeletons were found buried together with important individuals, sometimes accompanied by elaborate bronze bridles and decorative harness ornaments. During the 2nd millennium BC, horses were becoming increasingly significant across Eurasia, changing warfare, transportation, and communication. The evidence from Lechashan suggests that the inhabitants belonged to this wider transformation, yet they developed their own distinctive traditions. The combination of horse burials, wagons, and advanced bronze craftsmanship indicates a highly organized society whose influence likely extended far beyond the shores of Lake Sevan. Bronze production itself represents another enduring mystery. Excavations recovered hundreds of bronze artifacts, including swords, spearheads, axes, knives, ornaments, molds, and casting equipment. Metallurgical analysis shows that local craftsmen produced both arsenical bronze and tin bronze, demonstrating considerable technical knowledge. Producing high-quality bronze required precise control over alloy composition and furnace temperatures approaching 1000 degrees Celsius. More puzzling is the question of raw materials. Copper deposits existed within the Armenian highlands, but tin was comparatively rare. Since tin is essential for producing durable bronze, scholars believe long-distance trade networks connected Lechashan with distant mining regions, possibly extending into Anatolia, Iran, or Central Asia. Exactly how these networks operated remains uncertain, because written evidence from the community itself has never been found. The fortress occupies another strategically fascinating position. Today it overlooks dry land bordering Lake Sevan, but geological studies indicate that the lake's water level has fluctuated dramatically over thousands of years. Before extensive 20th century engineering projects lowered the lake by nearly 20 meters, the shoreline lay much closer to ancient settlements. Some researchers believe Lechashan originally controlled access to important lakeside routes connecting communities around Sevan. If so, the fortress may have functioned not only as a military stronghold, but also as a center supervising regional trade and communication. Parts of this ancient landscape now lie beneath sediments or changing shorelines, making it difficult to reconstruct exactly how the settlement interacted with the lake during its peak. The city was said to have been founded by a king who never died. According to the Lambayeque Chronicle, recorded by the Spanish priest Miguel Cabello Balboa in the late 16th century, a mysterious ruler named Nalamp arrived on the northern coast of Peru with a fleet of balsa rafts, surrounded by nobles, artisans, and priests. He established his capital at Chotuna, introduced new religious traditions, and ruled so successfully that later generations refused to believe he had died. Instead, they claimed he grew wings and ascended into the sky, becoming a divine being. More than 500 years after that legend was first written down, archaeologists still cannot say whether Nalamp was a real historical ruler, the memory of several kings combined into one figure, or simply a myth created to explain the rise of one of the most powerful civilizations on Peru's coast. Chotuna lies about 10 kilometers west of the modern city of Lambayeque in northern Peru, only a short distance from the Pacific Ocean. Today, the site appears as a series of enormous adobe mounds rising from an otherwise flat coastal plain. But between about AD 900 and 1100, it was one of the principal ceremonial and political centers of the Lambayeque, or Sican, culture. The largest structures stretch for hundreds of meters and originally stood roughly 30 to 40 meters high. Built almost entirely from millions of sun-dried adobe bricks, they were among the largest earthen monuments constructed anywhere in the Andes. Unlike the stone architecture of the Inca that would appear centuries later, these monuments were made from one of the most fragile building materials imaginable. That alone raises an obvious question. How have structures built from mud survived for nearly 1,000 years in a region repeatedly affected by floods and powerful El Niño events? The answer is still incomplete. Northern Peru experiences one of the most dramatic climate cycles on Earth. During major El Niño episodes, rainfall can increase by orders of magnitude compared with normal years, transforming dry riverbeds into destructive floods capable of dissolving adobe walls in a matter of days. Archaeologists have found evidence that Chotuna suffered repeated episodes of erosion and rebuilding, yet significant portions of its monumental architecture remained standing. This suggests that Lambayeque engineers understood far more about drainage, foundations, and long-term maintenance than the surviving ruins alone reveal. Unfortunately, the wooden reinforcements, drainage channels, and temporary construction systems that may have protected these pyramids have largely disappeared, leaving researchers with only the finished monuments, but not the engineering process behind them. The location itself makes the achievement even more remarkable. Chotuna was not built beside a major mountain river like many Andean settlements, but in an arid coastal environment where annual rainfall is normally extremely low. Agriculture was only possible through carefully controlled irrigation. Across the Lambayeque Valley, ancient engineers constructed an extensive network of canals that diverted water from rivers flowing out of the Andes, turning what would otherwise have been desert into productive farmland. Although parts of this irrigation landscape survive, much of the original system has been buried beneath centuries of sediment, destroyed by later farming, or erased by changing river courses. Archaeologists know the system once existed because settlements of this scale could not have survived without it. Yet the complete hydraulic design has never been reconstructed. The civilization clearly mastered large-scale water management, but exactly how the network functioned as a whole remains uncertain. Excavations have revealed another unusual pattern that appears throughout Chotuna. Rather than abandoning old ceremonial buildings and constructing new ones elsewhere, the Lambayeque repeatedly buried earlier structures beneath layers of fill before erecting new temples directly on top. This was not simply repair work after earthquakes or storms. Entire architectural phases were intentionally sealed, preserving stairways, walls, and ceremonial spaces beneath newer monuments. Similar practices appear elsewhere in the Andes, but no single explanation has gained universal acceptance. Some archaeologists interpret the rebuilding as a ritual renewal of sacred space associated with each new ruler. Others suggest that major floods caused by El Niño forced reconstruction while preserving the sanctity of the original temple beneath. Whatever the reason, Chotuna gradually became a layered archive of centuries of religious and political history hidden inside its own pyramids. The scale of construction also hints at a highly organized society. Producing millions of adobe bricks required enormous quantities of clay, water, straw, labor, and careful planning. Many surviving bricks are surprisingly consistent in size, suggesting standardized production rather than small family workshops working independently. Organizing thousands of workers, transporting raw materials, preparing food, and coordinating construction projects on monuments extending hundreds of meters would have required sophisticated administration. Yet unlike civilizations that left extensive written records, the Lambayeke produced no surviving texts explaining how labor was organized, how resources were taxed, or how these vast projects were managed. The architecture demonstrates remarkable administrative capacity, while the documentary evidence is almost entirely absent. The legend of Nalamp becomes even more intriguing when compared with the archaeological evidence. According to the traditional account, Nalamp brought with him a sacred green stone image known as Yampalek, established a new dynasty, and founded a civilization that flourished for generations. The name Lambayeke itself may even preserve a linguistic memory of that legendary figure. Yet despite decades of excavation across the region, no royal tomb that can confidently be identified as Nalamp's has ever been discovered. This is striking because the Lambayeke elite buried their rulers with extraordinary wealth. Nearby sites such as Batan Grande and the royal tombs of Sipan have yielded spectacular graves filled with gold masks, silver ornaments, ceremonial knives, feathered regalia, and finely crafted metalwork. If Nalamp had been an actual king of similar importance, one might expect an equally monumental burial. Its absence has fueled continuing debate over whether archaeology is still missing the founder's tomb, or whether the founder himself belongs entirely to the realm of myth. Archaeologists first understood the scale of Amedara when scattered Roman stones around modern Hydra in western Tunisia began to reveal a buried city, not just an isolated ruin. What looked like broken walls and reused blocks gradually became evidence of a major Roman military settlement built far inland, almost 200 kilometers from the Mediterranean coast, in a dry frontier zone where water was never easy to control. Amedara began around AD 75, under Emperor Vespasian, as a base of Legio III Augusta. This legion of roughly 5,000 soldiers was sent to secure Rome's southern frontier in North Africa. But the site did not remain a simple military camp. It grew into a city with roads, baths, temples, cemeteries, aqueducts, public buildings, and later, a massive Byzantine fortress. That is the first strange point. Rome chose to build a permanent urban center in a place that seems difficult for long-term survival. The biggest mystery is water. Amedara stood in a region with long dry seasons, so every bath, fountain, house, and military facility depended on engineering. Archaeologists have found aqueducts, cisterns, channels, reservoirs, and drainage lines, but the full system has not been completely reconstructed. Some channels vanish under later ruins. Some possible water sources are still debated. The Romans clearly understood how to move water by gravity through rough terrain, yet the exact scale of the network remains uncertain. The lost military camp is another problem. Historical evidence links Amedara to Legio III Augusta, but the original fortress plan is difficult to identify. A Roman legionary base normally had barracks, headquarters, workshops, storage buildings, and medical areas. At Amedara, many early structures were destroyed, buried, or reused by later builders. Archaeologists have inscriptions, foundations, and military traces, but not a complete plan of the camp that first created the city. The cemetery adds a darker layer. Amedara has one of the important Roman and late antique necropolises of inland North Africa. Tombs, mausoleums, and Latin funerary inscriptions show soldiers, officials, families, Christians, and older pagan traditions living side by side across centuries. Many inscriptions are damaged, with names and dates partly erased. These stones are valuable because they preserve ordinary lives, but they also show how much of the city's memory has been lost through erosion and reuse. The Byzantine fortress is the most visual mystery. In the 6th century AD, when North Africa became a contested frontier again, Byzantine builders turned Ameadara into a fortified stronghold. Instead of cutting fresh stone, they dismantled Roman buildings and reused their blocks. Temple stones, carved inscriptions, columns, and decorative pieces were placed directly into defensive walls. Some are upside down, some are hidden inside the masonry. This means entire Roman monuments may now survive only as fragments locked inside a later fortress. That reuse makes Amadara feel like a city built from its own ruins. A stone that once belonged to a temple could become part of a wall. A public inscription could become construction material. A monument meant to display power could be buried in a defensive tower. Archaeologists can identify some reused blocks, but many still have no known origin. The fortress is not just a military structure, it is a puzzle made from destroyed Roman architecture. Roads show why the site mattered. Ameadara was connected to Carthage, Thevest, and other Roman centers by frontier routes. Milestones and road remains suggest it was part of a larger military and trade network, not an isolated town. Yet many supporting structures, such as supply depots, road stations, and storage areas, remain uncertain. The city may have controlled movement between the settled provinces and the southern interior, but the full logistics system is still incomplete. Chizkapan Tomb is one of the few ancient monuments where almost every fundamental question remains unanswered. Carved directly into a vertical limestone cliff in the mountains of present-day Kurdistan, northeastern Iraq, roughly 50 kilometers northwest of Suleymania, the monument has survived for nearly 25 centuries, yet archaeologists still cannot agree on who commissioned it, exactly when it was built, or even whose remains it was intended to protect. Unlike the famous royal tombs of Persia that bear inscriptions identifying their owners, Chizkapan offers only silence. No name, no dedicatory text, and no surviving burial goods have ever been discovered. Everything known today comes from the architecture itself, making the tomb one of the most intriguing archaeological puzzles of the ancient Near East. The monument first attracted the attention of Western explorers during the 19th century, when travelers documented unusual rock-cut structures across Mesopotamia and the Zagros Mountains. More systematic archaeological surveys during the 20th century revealed that the facade was carved directly into solid limestone high above the valley floor. Its isolated location immediately raised questions. Building such a structure required workers to reach a nearly vertical cliff face, transport tools and supplies hundreds of meters uphill, and maintain precise control while removing several tons of rock. Yet no surviving traces of scaffolding sockets, permanent access ramps, or construction platforms have been identified. Whether ancient builders worked downward from the top, using suspended ropes, erected large timber scaffolds that later disappeared, or employed another engineering technique remains unknown. The facade itself demonstrates remarkable precision. Two carefully proportioned columns flank the entrance, supporting a carved entablature that closely resembles monumental architecture from the early Iranian world. Even after centuries of erosion, measurements show an impressive degree of symmetry between the columns, doorway, and surrounding recesses. Achieving such balance on a vertical cliff without modern surveying equipment would have required sophisticated knowledge of geometry, plumb lines, measuring cords, and careful planning before excavation even began. Unlike freestanding buildings that allow mistakes to be corrected by replacing damaged blocks, every cut made into the cliff was irreversible. A single major error could have ruined the entire monument. Perhaps the greatest mystery concerns the identity of the people represented above the entrance. The relief depicts two standing figures facing each other across what appears to be a raised altar. Both figures extend one arm toward the central structure in a formal gesture of reverence or ritual. Because no inscription accompanies the scene, interpretations differ dramatically. Some researchers identify the figures as noblemen or local rulers paying tribute to a sacred fire, while others argue they represent priests participating in a ceremonial offering. A minority even suggests they portray divine beings rather than humans. Every interpretation depends entirely on artistic style, because the monument itself provides no written explanation. The object placed between the two figures has generated even greater debate. Many archaeologists believe it is an early fire altar associated with ancient Iranian religious traditions that eventually developed into Zoroastrianism. Fire occupied a central role in later Persian worship as a symbol of purity and divine order, making this interpretation attractive. However, other specialists caution that the object lacks several features normally associated with confirmed Zoroastrian fire altars. It may instead represent a sacrificial platform, a ceremonial stand, or another ritual installation whose function has been forgotten. The absence of inscriptions prevents any definitive conclusion, leaving one of the monument's most prominent features open to interpretation. Dating the tomb has proven equally difficult. Most scholars place its construction somewhere between the late 7th and early 5th centuries BC, a period marked by the collapse of the Median Kingdom and the rise of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. The architecture contains characteristics associated with both cultures. Certain decorative elements resemble early Median traditions, while the column design and overall composition recall the monumental style later perfected in Achaemenid royal architecture. Some comparisons have also been drawn with rock-cut tombs in western Anatolia and even the great royal necropolis at Naqsh-i in Iran. Rather than fitting neatly into a single artistic tradition, Chizkapan appears to stand at the crossroads of several cultural influences, making it difficult to assign the monument to one specific kingdom or ruler. The interior offers surprisingly few answers. Beyond the entrance lies a relatively simple chamber, cut into the rock with burial niches carved into the walls. Compared with the elaborate decoration found inside many Egyptian or Anatolian tombs, the space is almost completely plain. No painted murals survive, no inscriptions cover the walls, and no carved reliefs continue beyond the entrance. Even more puzzling is the complete absence of grave goods. Precious metals, ceramics, weapons, jewelry, and human remains that might have identified the occupants have either disappeared through ancient looting or were never deposited there in the first place. Without datable artifacts, archaeologists must rely almost entirely on architectural comparisons to estimate the monument's age. Its location may provide another clue. The tomb overlooks a broad valley connected to natural routes through the Zagros Mountains, a region that linked Mesopotamia with the Iranian plateau for thousands of years. These corridors carried merchants, armies, and diplomatic missions long before the construction of the Persian Royal Road. Positioning a monumental tomb above such an important landscape may have served not only as a burial place, but also as a visible symbol of political authority. Anyone traveling through the valley would have seen the carved facade dominating the cliffs, reinforcing the status of the individual or dynasty responsible for its creation. Known as one of Africa's greatest archaeological enigmas, the Ekom monoliths stand hidden in the tropical forests of Cross River State in southeastern Nigeria. More than 300 carved stone monuments are scattered across nearly 30 villages, forming one of the largest concentrations of prehistoric monoliths on the continent. Unlike the pyramids of Egypt or the stone circles of Britain, these monuments remain almost unknown outside Africa, yet they preserve unanswered questions about a civilization capable of carving, transporting, and erecting massive volcanic stones centuries before written history reached the region. No surviving chronicles describe their builders, no royal inscriptions identify their rulers, and no historical tradition explains why hundreds of carefully carved stones were left standing across the rainforest. Archaeology continues to reveal fragments of the story, but the civilization behind the Ekom monoliths remains largely invisible. The monuments first attracted scientific attention during the early 20th century, when British colonial officers reported unusual carved stones scattered throughout the forests. More systematic archaeological investigations followed during the 1960s and 70s, documenting hundreds of monoliths at sites including Alok, Emangabe, Nkarasi, and Edankono. Each stone was carefully mapped and photographed, revealing that the monuments were not isolated discoveries, but part of an enormous ritual landscape extending across dozens of square kilometers. Because stone cannot be dated directly using radiocarbon analysis, archaeologists relied on charcoal, pottery fragments, and surrounding archaeological deposits. Most evidence suggests that many of the monuments were erected sometime between approximately AD 200 and AD 1000, although some researchers believe certain examples could be even older. The broad dating range reflects one of the site's greatest scientific challenges, since no excavation has yet produced evidence capable of identifying the precise period when construction began. The stones themselves are unlike almost any other monumental sculpture in Africa. Most range between 1 and 2 meters in height, while several exceed 2.5 meters and weigh several hundred kilograms, with some approaching a metric ton. Instead of representing complete human figures, the monuments display stylized faces carved directly into tall stone pillars. Eyes, noses, mouths, beards, necklaces, belts, bracelets, and elaborate geometric decorations appear in remarkable detail, while arms and legs are either absent or only minimally suggested. Nearly every monument displays a unique combination of facial features and decorative patterns, making it difficult to believe they were produced from standardized designs. Some archaeologists interpret them as ancestral portraits, others propose they commemorate clan leaders, while another theory suggests they functioned as sacred guardians marking ceremonial spaces. None of these interpretations has been conclusively verified, because no associated inscriptions explain their purpose. Perhaps the greatest mystery lies in the strange symbols engraved across many of the monoliths. Lines, spirals, circles, diamonds, intersecting geometric shapes, and abstract motifs cover the surfaces with an apparent consistency that suggests intentional communication rather than decoration alone. Several researchers have compared these carvings with nsibidi, an indigenous symbolic writing system historically used across southeastern Nigeria and neighboring Cameroon. Nsibidi is one of the oldest known indigenous systems of graphic communication in sub-Saharan Africa, documented before European colonization and traditionally associated with secret societies, legal agreements, storytelling, and ritual knowledge. Similarities between certain Nsibidi symbols and the carvings on the monoliths have inspired speculation that the stones preserve an earlier stage of the writing tradition. The chronological relationship remains uncertain because the surviving historical evidence for Nsibidi is considerably younger than many proposed dates for the monoliths. If the connection proves genuine, the Ikom monoliths could preserve one of Africa's oldest monumental writing traditions. If the similarities are coincidental, the symbols may instead belong to a completely lost system of communication that disappeared long before written records reached the region. The engineering required to create these monuments raises equally difficult questions. Most monoliths were carved from hard igneous rocks, such as basalt and dolerite, materials measuring roughly 6 on the Mohs hardness scale and considerably more difficult to shape than limestone or sandstone, producing deep grooves, symmetrical facial features, and sharply defined geometric carvings would have required durable metal tools and considerable technical skill. Despite decades of archaeological investigation, no workshop, quarry, or concentration of stoneworking tools has been identified with certainty. The absence of manufacturing evidence makes it impossible to reconstruct the complete production process or estimate how long a single monument required to complete. Transporting the finished monuments presents another unresolved engineering problem. Many stones weigh several hundred kilograms and stand far from obvious sources of matching volcanic rock. Modern visitors encounter dense rainforest, uneven hills, seasonal rivers, and thick vegetation surrounding many of the sites. Moving such heavy monuments across this landscape without wheeled vehicles or draft animals, would have demanded careful planning, organized labor, and sophisticated knowledge of mechanical principles. No preserved roads, ramps, or transport installations have yet been discovered to explain how the stones reached their present locations. The monuments stand today as silent evidence of logistical capabilities that archaeology has not yet fully reconstructed. The arrangement of the monuments introduces another layer of mystery. Rather than forming a single ceremonial complex, they are distributed across dozens of villages in clusters of varying size. Some stand individually, while others appear in groups that may once have formed ritual spaces, gathering places, or sacred boundaries. Many monuments are partially buried, exposing only the upper sections above the ground. Whether this was their original design or the result of centuries of soil accumulation remains uncertain. Tropical weathering, vegetation growth, erosion, and gradual sediment deposition have altered the landscape for more than 1,000 years, making it difficult to determine how the monuments originally appeared when newly erected. The disappearance of the civilization responsible for the Ecom monoliths remains perhaps the greatest unanswered question. Monumental stone sculpture on such a scale normally accompanies cities, palaces, temples, royal tombs, or extensive settlements. Around Ecom, archaeologists have found pottery, ironworking evidence, and traces of ancient occupation, yet no urban center matching the ambition of the monuments has been identified. No historical kingdom claims responsibility for their construction, and no surviving oral tradition preserves a detailed memory of the builders. The people capable of organizing hundreds of monumental sculptures appear to have faded from history while leaving behind almost nothing except the stones themselves. Buhen Fortress, known as one of the most sophisticated military strongholds of ancient Egypt, once stood on the west bank of the Nile near the Second Cataract in what is now northern Sudan. Built during the reign of Pharaoh Senusret III around 1860 BC, the fortress occupied a strategic position controlling the narrow river corridor between Egypt and Nubia, where trade caravans, gold shipments, and military expeditions all had to pass. Today the site lies beneath the waters of Lake Nasser, after the construction of the Aswan High Dam in the 1960s, leaving archaeologists with only excavation records, maps, and recovered artifacts to reconstruct what was once among the most advanced defensive complexes of the Bronze Age. The fortress immediately challenges expectations of ancient military engineering. Covering roughly 13 hectares and protected by walls reaching nearly 10 meters in height and about 5 meters thick in places, Buhen was not a simple border outpost, but a carefully planned military city. More than 30 projecting towers strengthened the perimeter, while multiple defensive walls surrounded the settlement. Such dimensions alone required hundreds of thousands of mud bricks, carefully prepared foundations, and precise surveying techniques. Despite decades of archaeological work, no Egyptian document has been discovered explaining how engineers calculated the alignment of walls extending hundreds of meters across uneven ground while maintaining remarkable accuracy. The geometry of the fortress suggests a level of planning that appears surprisingly advanced for nearly 4,000 years ago. Perhaps the greatest mystery lies in the design of its entrances. Unlike many ancient cities where gates opened directly toward the interior, Buhen forced anyone entering to navigate a narrow and winding route filled with sharp turns. An attacking force would have been slowed repeatedly while remaining exposed to defenders positioned on towers and elevated platforms above. Modern military historians often describe this arrangement as a form of defense in depth, a concept widely associated with medieval castles thousands of years later. Whether Egyptian architects independently developed these principles through experience or inherited forgotten knowledge from earlier frontier conflicts remains unknown, because no surviving military manuals describe the reasoning behind the design. The walls themselves reveal another archaeological puzzle. Buhen combined massive mud brick construction with stone foundations and reinforced gateways capable of supporting enormous loads. Excavation reports showed that many surviving sections retained impressive structural stability despite centuries of seasonal flooding before the reservoir submerged the site. Achieving such durability required more than simply stacking bricks. Builders needed to understand soil conditions, drainage, load distribution, and the behavior of mud brick under changing temperatures in the harsh Nubian climate, where daytime temperatures often exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. The practical engineering knowledge behind these achievements has largely disappeared, leaving only the finished structures as evidence. Outside the walls stretched a broad defensive ditch that remains one of Buchen's most debated features. Some researchers believe it functioned primarily as a dry obstacle, making siege equipment difficult to move across loose ground. Others have suggested that portions may have been connected to the Nile during certain seasons, transforming sections into a water-filled moat. Archaeological evidence has never produced a definitive answer. Sediment layers provide clues, but centuries of erosion followed by permanent flooding beneath Lake Nasser have made direct investigation almost impossible. Whether the ditch was permanently dry, seasonally flooded, or designed for multiple purposes continues to divide specialists. Equally remarkable is the logistical system required to keep the fortress operating. Buchen supported soldiers, administrators, craftsmen, and laborers in a region surrounded by desert. Storage buildings discovered during excavation indicate that enormous quantities of grain, food, weapons, and supplies were maintained inside the walls. Wells provided fresh water, while workshops manufactured equipment needed for daily military operations. Maintaining such a community demanded a continuous transportation network extending hundreds of kilometers along the Nile. Exactly how supplies were scheduled, protected, and distributed across Egypt's chain of southern fortresses remains only partially understood because written administrative records from Buchen itself have not survived. Evidence of industrial activity adds another layer of mystery. Archaeologists uncovered furnaces, slag, crucibles, and metalworking debris, indicating that bronze production and repair took place within the fortress rather than relying entirely on imports from Egypt. Nubia was famous for its mineral wealth, particularly gold, but questions remain about the origin of the copper required for bronze production and the organization of this industrial system. Whether raw materials arrived from distant mines through established trade routes or were extracted locally in greater quantities than currently documented is still debated. The scale of metalworking suggests Buchen functioned as both a military headquarters and an important manufacturing center supporting Egyptian expansion into Nubia. Buchen also formed part of a remarkable network of frontier fortresses constructed during Egypt's 12th dynasty. Strongholds such as Semna, Kuma, Mirgissa, Uronati, and Shalfak were positioned at strategic intervals along the Nile, effectively controlling movement through one of Africa's most important transportation corridors. Their distribution appears too deliberate to be accidental. Each fortress occupied commanding terrain overlooking the river, allowing surveillance of trade and military traffic. Yet archaeologists still do not know how these installations communicated rapidly across long distances. Signal fires, smoke, mirrors, runners, and fast boats have all been proposed, but no direct evidence confirms which communication system connected this ancient defensive network. Lorapeni Ruins is one of the few UNESCO World Heritage Sites where the greatest mystery is not what happened inside its walls, but who built them in the first place. Hidden in the forests of southwestern Burkina Faso, near the border with Côte d'Ivoire, the massive stone enclosure has stood for at least 1,000 years, yet no inscription, no royal chronicle, and no surviving written record identifies the civilization responsible. Walls rising as high as 6 meters still surround an area of roughly 11,000 square meters, making Lorapeni the best preserved example of more than 100 stone enclosures scattered across the Lobi region of West Africa. Despite decades of archaeological research, the builders remain anonymous, transforming the site into one of Africa's most intriguing archaeological enigmas. Unlike famous ancient cities whose histories are preserved in texts, Lorapeni exists almost entirely through archaeology. The surrounding communities, including the Lobi people who have inhabited the region for centuries, do not claim to have constructed the fortress. Oral traditions instead point toward earlier groups such as the Loron or Kulango, but none of these traditions can be confirmed through physical evidence. Archaeological excavations have uncovered ceramics, iron objects, charcoal, and domestic remains, allowing radiocarbon dating to place major occupation between approximately the 11th and 17th centuries AD. Even with these dates, archaeologists still cannot confidently connect the settlement to a specific kingdom or ethnic group. A monumental fortress survived, while the identity of its builders disappeared almost completely from history. The walls themselves raise another difficult question. Constructing defensive barriers several meters high required an enormous investment of labor, organization, and engineering. Thousands of laterite stones were carefully selected, transported, and stacked without relying on large quantities of mortar. Some sections measure well over 1 meter thick, and despite centuries of seasonal rain, heat, plant growth, and erosion, significant portions remain remarkably stable. Modern engineers recognize that dry stone construction depends on precise stone placement, weight distribution, and effective drainage, rather than adhesive materials alone. Every surviving section suggests that the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of structural stability. Yet almost nothing is known about the techniques, tools, or construction sequence that made such durability possible. The choice of location makes the mystery even deeper. Lorapani stands far from the monumental capitals usually associated with powerful ancient states. Dense vegetation now surrounds the enclosure, but archaeological evidence indicates that the region once occupied a strategic position within the trans-Saharan gold trade. Between the 14th and 17th centuries, enormous quantities of gold moved from the forests of West Africa toward North Africa and eventually into Mediterranean markets. Several historians believe Lorapani functioned as a fortified center, controlling access to nearby gold deposits, particularly those associated with the ancient goldfields of southern Burkina Faso and northern Ghana. If this interpretation is correct, the fortress protected one of the world's most valuable resources during an era when West African gold supplied a significant portion of the precious metal circulating across Europe and the Islamic world. Surprisingly, excavations have not produced the amount of gold that such a role might suggest. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of occupation and daily life, but no vast treasure, no royal vault, and no industrial-scale gold processing complex have been identified within the enclosure. This absence creates an archaeological paradox. If Lorapani controlled lucrative mining operations, where was the wealth stored? If the gold immediately entered long-distance trade networks, why was such an enormous fortified enclosure necessary? Every new excavation answers one question while creating several more. The fortress becomes even more fascinating when viewed as part of a much larger archaeological landscape. Lorapani is not an isolated structure, but the best-preserved survivor of more than 100 stone enclosures distributed across southwestern Burkina Faso and neighboring regions. Many of these sites remain heavily overgrown or only partially investigated. Some survive as low walls barely visible beneath vegetation, while others have never undergone systematic excavation. Researchers still debate whether these enclosures belong to the same culture, whether they were occupied simultaneously, or whether they represent several different societies sharing similar construction traditions over many centuries. Without extensive excavation across the entire network, the true relationship between these stone complexes remains uncertain. Excavations inside Lorapani reveal evidence of repeated occupation rather than continuous settlement. Layers of ash, pottery fragments, animal bones, and domestic structures indicate that people lived within the enclosure during different periods before abandoning it, only for later groups to return again. These cycles continued for centuries until the site appears to have been permanently abandoned during the early 19th century. No single catastrophic destruction layer has been identified. Instead of ending through fire, invasion, or natural disaster, the fortress seems to have gradually lost its importance. Whether this resulted from shifting trade routes, political instability, declining gold production, or broader regional transformations remains unresolved. The Temple of the Winged Lions is one of the greatest mysteries hidden within Petra, Jordan. Yet unlike the famous treasury carved into sandstone cliffs, this sanctuary continues to puzzle archaeologists for a far more fundamental reason. Despite decades of excavation, no one can state with certainty which deity was worshipped here. A monumental temple that once stood at the spiritual and economic heart of the Nabatean kingdom has survived for nearly 2,000 years while concealing the identity of its own god, leaving behind only fragments of statues, broken inscriptions, enigmatic symbols, and a series of engineering achievements that reveal a civilization far more sophisticated than many once believed. The temple was constructed during the reign of King Aradus IV, generally dated between about 9 BC and AD 40, when Petra reached the height of its prosperity as the crossroads of trade linking southern Arabia, Egypt, the Levant, and the Mediterranean world. Positioned in the sacred quarter of Petra, the complex occupied nearly 4,500 square meters and overlooked the city's main ceremonial avenue. Archaeological excavations did not begin until the 20th century, with systematic work accelerating in the 1970s under the Temple of the Winged Lions Cultural Resource Management Initiative. Thousands of architectural fragments, sculptures, inscriptions, pottery, coins, and industrial remains have since been recovered, yet every new discovery seems to deepen rather than solve the temple's greatest mysteries. The first mystery begins with the deity itself. Ancient temples normally leave unmistakable evidence identifying the god or goddess they honored through inscriptions, statues, dedicatory texts, or ritual objects. At the Temple of the Winged Lions, however, the evidence refuses to point toward a single conclusion. Many researchers believe the sanctuary honored Al-Uzza, the principal female deity of the Nabateans, whose name appears elsewhere across the kingdom. Others argue that the evidence better fits Alat, another powerful Arabian goddess. Some architectural details resemble Egyptian religious traditions, leading to suggestions that Isis may have been venerated here, while decorative elements inspired by Greek art have prompted comparisons with Aphrodite. The absence of any surviving inscription, explicitly naming the deity, has left archaeologists unable to reach consensus. Instead of certainty, the temple presents an extraordinary paradox. One of Petra's largest religious buildings still conceals the identity of the divine figure at its center. Its modern name originates from another archaeological puzzle. During excavation, researchers uncovered beautifully carved capitals decorating several columns with winged lions, mythical creatures combining the body of a lion and outstretched wings. These sculptures are unlike the more familiar Corinthian capitals found throughout Roman architecture. Even more intriguing, not every column carried these carvings. Only specific architectural positions, apparently surrounding the temple's most sacred spaces, featured the winged lions. Their selective placement suggests they served a symbolic rather than decorative function. Lions throughout the ancient Near East often represented royal authority, protection, or divine power, while wings implied supernatural status. Whether these creatures symbolized the temple's unknown goddess, protected sacred rituals, or represented Nabatean kingship remains unanswered, because no surviving text explains their meaning. Excavation revealed an even greater surprise beneath the ceremonial appearance of the sanctuary. Behind the grand colonnades lay evidence not simply of worship, but of production on an industrial scale. Archaeologists identified workshops for stone carving, metalworking, plaster preparation, pigment processing, and the manufacture of ritual objects. Grinding stones, furnaces, unfinished sculptures, metal slag, and production waste demonstrate that skilled craftsmen worked inside the temple complex itself. Such discoveries challenge traditional ideas of ancient temples functioning solely as places of prayer. Instead, the Temple of the Winged Lions appears to have operated simultaneously as a religious sanctuary, an economic institution, and an administrative center. Sacred ceremonies and commercial production may have existed side by side, with offerings transformed into economic resources supporting the temple and perhaps even the wider Nabatean state. This interpretation becomes even more convincing through inscriptions discovered among the ruins. Although many survive only as fragmented texts, several mention administrators, financial responsibilities, donations of silver and gold, and regulations concerning temple property. These records suggest the sanctuary managed substantial wealth rather than simply receiving occasional offerings from pilgrims. Comparable temple economies are known from Mesopotamia and Egypt, yet finding such evidence in Petra reshapes understanding of Nabatean society. Religion, commerce, and government appear to have been closely intertwined, with the temple functioning almost like an institutional treasury overseeing valuable assets generated by long-distance trade. One of the least appreciated mysteries concerns color. Visitors today encounter weathered sandstone and pale limestone, giving the impression of a monochromatic building. Scientific analysis of surviving plaster fragments tells a completely different story. Microscopic traces of red, yellow, black, white, and green pigments remain embedded within decorative coatings that once covered large portions of the interior. These pigments transformed the sanctuary into a vividly painted environment rather than the bare stone monument seen today. Conservators continue investigating the mineral composition and binding materials that allowed these colors to survive nearly 2 millennia, despite Petra's harsh desert climate, dramatic temperature fluctuations, seasonal flooding, and repeated earthquakes. The durability of these coatings reflects a sophisticated understanding of plaster technology and mineral chemistry that researchers are still attempting to reconstruct experimentally. The temple's engineering raises equally fascinating questions. Petra is famous for its remarkable hydraulic infrastructure, and the Temple of the Winged Lions formed part of that achievement. Excavations uncovered carefully designed drainage channels beneath floors and around foundations to divert rainwater away from the structure. Engineers integrated stone conduits, underground channels, retaining walls, and elevated platforms into the building's construction, preventing erosion on the sloping terrain overlooking the city center. Modern archaeological surveys indicate that much of this hydraulic system remains buried or only partially explored. Conservation teams continue mapping hidden features using ground surveys and structural analysis because water infiltration remains one of the greatest threats to preserving the ruins today. Ironically, understanding ancient Nabatean engineering has become essential for protecting the monument from modern environmental damage. Another unresolved question concerns the temple's destruction, where historical sources record a devastating earthquake striking the region in AD 363, damaging many structures throughout Petra. The Temple of the Winged Lions certainly suffered severe collapse, yet archaeological evidence paints a more complicated picture than a single catastrophic event. Numerous columns fell in similar directions, consistent with powerful seismic forces, while some rooms show evidence of continued occupation after the earthquake. Repairs appear to have been attempted in certain sections, whereas others were abandoned immediately. This uneven pattern suggests Petra's decline cannot be explained solely by natural disaster. Changes in international trade routes following the Roman annexation in AD 106, shifting political authority, and the gradual reduction of caravan commerce likely weakened the city's economy long before seismic destruction accelerated its abandonment. The architecture itself demonstrates extraordinary technical ability. The sanctuary originally stood upon a massive raised podium, supporting rows of monumental columns and extensive interior halls. Builders carefully balanced heavy masonry across uneven terrain while incorporating drainage, retaining structures, and decorative stonework into a unified design. Every carved block had to be transported, shaped with remarkable precision, and assembled without modern machinery. The surviving winged lion capitals reveal exceptionally skilled stone carving, capable of combining realistic anatomy with symbolic imagery in durable limestone. Hundreds of architectural fragments recovered during excavation have allowed researchers to digitally reconstruct portions of the temple, revealing a monument whose scale rivaled many contemporary sanctuaries across the Eastern Roman world. Qanat Firaun lies beneath the hills of northern Jordan and southern Syria, an underground Roman water system so long that it feels less like an aqueduct and more like a buried machine. Its story began near ancient Gadara, today's Qais in Jordan, one of the cities of the Decapolis. For centuries, local people knew of strange tunnels, shafts, and stone passages under the landscape. The name Qanat Firaun means Pharaoh's watercourse, but the structure was not Egyptian. Archaeological research connects it to Roman engineering, most likely built to supply Adraha, Abila, and Gadara during the Roman period, when these cities needed huge amounts of water for baths, fountains, houses, and public life. What makes the site extraordinary is not only its age, but its scale. The entire system stretched roughly 170 kilometers, while the underground tunnel section alone reached about 106 kilometers, making it one of the longest known tunnels of the ancient world. The mystery begins with a simple question. How did Roman engineers keep a water channel moving through the earth for such a distance without modern instruments? Qanat Firaun did not use pumps. It relied on gravity. That meant the tunnel had to fall gently, meter after meter, over hills, valleys, and hidden layers of rock. Too steep, and the water would damage the channel. Too flat, and the water would stop. In some surveyed sections, the slope was far below what Roman technical writers normally recommended, yet the system still worked. This was not rough digging, it was controlled underground mathematics. The builders solved the problem by using Qanat technology, a method known across arid regions of the Near East and Persia. Instead of cutting one tunnel from beginning to end, they opened thousands of access shafts from the surface, then connected them underground. Around 2,900, inclined shafts are associated with the system. Many were not simple vertical holes, but sloping shafts with steps, cut at angles that allowed workers to descend, remove debris, breathe, and maintain the channel. From above, the desert and farmland could look ordinary. Beneath it, teams were working inside a hidden chain of galleries. This is where the engineering becomes almost unsettling. If two underground teams started from separate shafts and missed each other by even a small margin, the tunnel would fail. Yet many sections connected with enough precision to carry water across enormous distances. The workers had no laser levels, satellite mapping, or electric lighting. They used measuring rods, sighting tools, plumb lines, water levels, experience, and a level of surveying discipline that is difficult to reconstruct today. The real mystery is not whether Romans could build aqueducts. They clearly could. The mystery is how they transferred surface measurements into a dark underground tunnel system for more than 100 kilometers without leaving behind the full method. The geology made the achievement harder. Parts of the route passed through chalk, limestone, and basaltic terrain, with areas affected by cracks and karst features. Some tunnel walls had to be plastered to prevent water loss. Other sections had to survive pressure, erosion, and collapse. In open Roman aqueducts, repairs could be made from above. In Qanat Firaun, maintenance meant entering narrow passages under the hills. The shafts were therefore not only construction points, but a long-term service network. They turned the aqueduct into something like an underground city of water. The amount of labor hidden in the system is enormous. A tunnel long enough for a person to walk through, multiplied across tens of kilometers, would require the removal of vast quantities of stone. Every basket of debris had to be carried up through shafts. Every meter had to be cut by hand with iron tools. Every mistake cost time, manpower, and possibly the water supply of entire cities. Yet the final result was largely invisible. Unlike a Roman bridge or amphitheater, Qanat Firaun did not announce itself with columns and arches. Its greatness was buried. The purpose of such effort reveals the world it served. Gadara was not a small village. It was a major city of the Decapolis, a network of Greco-Roman urban centers in the eastern provinces. Roman cities consumed water at a scale that often shocks modern readers. Baths, latrines, gardens, fountains, workshops, and elite houses all required constant supply. Some estimates for Roman urban water use reach hundreds of liters per person per day in well-supplied cities. Qanat Firaun was therefore not only a tunnel, it was a statement of power. Rome could make water obey terrain. But the strangest part is that the aqueduct also shows adaptation. This was not a simple copy of Italian Roman architecture. It combined Roman long-distance planning with Carnot-style underground water engineering suited to dry landscapes. In that sense, Carnot-Firaun is evidence of technological fusion, local knowledge, imperial resources, and practical survival met inside one project. That makes it more interesting than a normal aqueduct. It was not just built to impress, it was built to solve a brutal environmental problem. There is also a silence around its construction. No complete ancient blueprint has survived. No detailed inscription explains the full workforce, schedule, budget, or surveying procedure. Researchers connect the system with Roman period expansion, often associated with the early 2nd century AD and the age of Emperor Trajan, whose reign was marked by major infrastructure across the empire. Yet the tunnel itself does not speak clearly. The stones preserve the work, but not the names of the people who planned it. Thousands of laborers may have spent years underground, and history kept almost none of them. The rediscovery of Carnot-Firaun in modern research changed how scholars viewed Roman engineering in the region. It showed that some of the most advanced ancient projects were not always monumental on the surface. A traveler could stand above the route and see little more than fields, slopes, and scattered openings. The real monument was underfoot. This is why the site feels like a lost machine. Not a temple, not a tomb, not a palace, but a buried infrastructure system that once made urban life possible. The deeper question is whether we underestimate ancient engineering because we focus too much on visible ruins. Stone walls and statues survive as images. Underground water systems survive as absences, cuts, slopes, and hidden cavities. Carnot-Firaun forces a different kind of imagination. It asks us to picture surveyors walking the hills, marking invisible lines across the landscape, then sending workers down into darkness to carve a water road through the earth. After nearly 2,000 years, parts of the system can still be traced. Some sections remain accessible, while others are blocked, collapsed, or hidden beneath later activity. The aqueduct no longer functions as the great urban artery it once was, but its survival is enough to prove the ambition behind it. A system of this length required organization, mathematics, geology, labor control, and an understanding of water movement that was far beyond simple trial and error. Bruna Boyne is one of the oldest engineered ceremonial landscapes on Earth, lying in the Boyne River Valley of County Meath, Ireland. Constructed around 3200 BC, the complex predates Stonehenge by nearly 5 centuries and the Great Pyramid of Giza by roughly 4 centuries. Yet its builders left behind no written language, no metal tools, and no wheel. More than 90 prehistoric monuments are spread across the valley, with Newgrange, Noath, and Douth forming the heart of a landscape that continues to challenge archaeologists. 5,000 years of erosion, climate change, and human activity have altered much of the site, but its greatest mysteries remain remarkably intact, raising questions not only about how these monuments were built, but also why a Neolithic society invested such extraordinary effort into creating them. The first major excavations at Newgrange began in the 1960s under Irish archaeologist Michael J. O'Kelly, revealing that what had long appeared to be a grassy mound concealed a sophisticated passage tomb, unlike anything previously understood. A narrow stone corridor approximately 19 meters long leads to a central chamber roofed with a corbelled vault, where overlapping stone slabs gradually lean inward until they lock together without mortar. More than 5,000 years after construction, the chamber remains almost completely waterproof. Modern engineers recognize the brilliance of the design, yet many aspects of its construction remain unexplained. The monument contains an estimated 200,000 to 300,000 tons of stone and earth, including white quartz from the Wicklow Mountains nearly 70 kilometers away, and dark granite transported from the Mourne Mountains over 50 kilometers to the north. Without wheeled vehicles or metal tools, moving such enormous quantities of material across rivers and rugged terrain would have required remarkable organization, engineering, and labor on a scale difficult to reconstruct. The greatest mystery appears every year during the winter solstice. For only a few mornings around 21 December, the rising sun aligns perfectly with a narrow opening known as the roof box above the entrance. As sunlight enters this carefully designed aperture, a golden beam travels the full length of the 19-meter passage before illuminating the central chamber for approximately 17 to 20 minutes. The effect is astonishing because the light does not simply enter through the doorway, it passes through a specially engineered opening positioned above it, allowing the chamber to remain completely dark during the rest of the year. Even after more than 5 millennia of slight shifts in the Earth's axial orientation and continuous weathering of the structure, the alignment still functions with remarkable precision. Achieving such accuracy would have required decades, perhaps generations, of careful observation of the solar cycle. The builders clearly understood that the position of sunrise changes gradually throughout the year, before reaching its southernmost point at the winter solstice, knowledge that implies a sophisticated understanding of seasonal astronomy, long before formal science existed. The roof box itself remains one of the most intriguing architectural inventions of prehistoric Europe. Unlike ordinary windows or entrances, it serves only one purpose: directing sunlight into the chamber during a very brief annual event. Similar architectural features are almost unknown among Neolithic monuments, making Newgrange unique. Archaeologists continue debating whether its function was purely symbolic, marking the rebirth of the sun after the longest night of the year, or whether it also served as a highly accurate calendar regulating agricultural activities. No surviving evidence confirms either interpretation, leaving the roof box as one of the oldest examples of specialized astronomical engineering ever constructed. While Newgrange attracts most public attention, Knowth presents an equally compelling archaeological puzzle. The enormous mound contains 2 long passages extending east and west, each terminating in separate burial chambers. Their orientation has led researchers to investigate possible alignments with the equinoxes, although the evidence remains under active debate. Knowth is even more remarkable for preserving more than 300 decorated stones, representing nearly 1/3 of all known megalithic art in Western Europe. Spirals, concentric circles, zigzags, lozenges, serpentine curves, and geometric motifs cover massive curbstones with extraordinary precision. Thousands of studies have attempted to decode these carvings. Some researchers interpret them as astronomical records tracking lunar or solar cycles, while others argue they represent ritual symbols, territorial markers, maps of the surrounding landscape, or abstract religious imagery. None of these interpretations has gained universal acceptance, making the carvings one of Europe's longest-standing archaeological enigmas. Dowth, the third great monument of the complex, introduces another layer of mystery. Unlike Newgrange, which celebrates the winter solstice sunrise, parts of Dowth appear to align more closely with the setting sun during the same seasonal event. This complementary relationship has inspired the hypothesis that the 3 major monuments function together as components of an integrated ceremonial landscape rather than isolated tombs. Their placement across the Boyne Valley suggests deliberate planning over several kilometers, yet no written record survives to explain the intentions of their builders. Whether these monuments formed a symbolic representation of the solar cycle, a sacred pilgrimage route, or an expression of political authority remains uncertain. The engineering achievements extend well beyond astronomy. Every passage tomb demonstrates an advanced understanding of structural stability. The corbelled roofs distribute enormous loads outward through successive stone layers instead of relying on supporting columns. Massive curbstones surrounding the mounds stabilize thousands of tons of fill while helping preserve the geometry of the monuments. Some individual stones weigh more than 10 tons, yet they were positioned with remarkable accuracy despite the complete absence of cranes, pulleys, or iron tools. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that transporting stones using timber sledges and rollers is technically possible, but reproducing the full construction process at the scale seen in Bruna would demand an immense workforce coordinated over many decades. Recent advances in ancient DNA have transformed understanding of the people buried within the monuments. Genetic analysis of one individual interred inside Newgrange revealed evidence that the person's parents were first-degree relatives, an extremely rare pattern in prehistoric Europe. Such unions are often associated with ruling dynasties or highly stratified societies in later civilizations, leading researchers to propose that at least some individuals buried at Bruna Bojna belonged to an elite lineage possessing exceptional religious or political authority. The discovery challenged the long-held assumption that Neolithic farming communities were entirely egalitarian. It does not prove that close-kin marriage was common throughout the population, but it suggests that the social organization behind these monuments may have been far more complex than previously imagined. Another unresolved debate concerns the brilliant white quartz facade reconstructed at the entrance of Newgrange. Excavations uncovered thousands of quartz fragments lying near the monument, yet archaeologists remain divided over their original arrangement. Some believe the stones formed an imposing vertical wall that reflected sunlight across the valley, while others argue they were arranged as a sloping revetment or accumulated naturally after structural collapse. Because the original appearance cannot be reconstructed with certainty, modern visitors may be seeing only one interpretation among several plausible possibilities. Bruna Bojna ultimately refuses to fit neatly into any single explanation. It was certainly a burial landscape, yet its extraordinary astronomical precision, monumental engineering, symbolic artwork, and evidence for social hierarchy point toward functions extending far beyond a cemetery. It may have served simultaneously as a ceremonial center, an astronomical observatory, a sacred pilgrimage destination, and the political heart of a powerful Neolithic community. More than 5,000 years after its construction, the monuments continue to perform exactly as their builders intended during the winter solstice, while the identities, beliefs, and ambitions of those builders remain largely hidden. Every new excavation, laser survey, and genetic study answers one question only, to reveal several more, ensuring that Bruna Bojna remains not merely one of Europe's greatest archaeological sites, but one of the most enduring mysteries of the ancient world. Quiwical is a Roman city built where a Roman city should not have been built. Today it is known as Gemila, in northeastern Algeria, standing nearly 900 meters above sea level between two mountain valleys. Founded around AD 96 under Emperor Nerva, it began as a colony for Roman veterans, but over the next centuries, it became one of the most impressive urban centers in Roman North Africa. What makes Quiwical mysterious is not only its ruins, but the engineering decision behind them. Instead of choosing flat land, Roman surveyors forced a complete city of streets, forums, temples, baths, markets, theaters, sewers, and churches onto a steep mountain ridge. The site was systematically excavated from the early 20th century, when archaeologists realized that much of the ancient city had not been destroyed, but buried. As soil was removed, a rare picture of provincial Roman life appeared. Paved streets, public squares, monumental arches, inscriptions, mosaics, water systems, and Christian buildings layered over older pagan spaces. In 1982, Gemila was listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it preserves one of the clearest examples of Roman urban planning adapted to difficult terrain. The first mystery is the landscape. Most Roman towns followed a clean grid across level ground. Quiwical had slopes, ridges, and uneven rock. Yet the builders created terraces strong enough to hold large public buildings for almost 2,000 years. They cut into hillsides, raised retaining walls, leveled platforms, and connected different elevations with streets that still feel controlled rather than chaotic. The visible ruins show the result, but not the full process. No construction records survive to explain how the ground was measured, how much stone was moved, or how the terraces were stabilized before the city rose above them. The southern expansion makes the puzzle even stronger. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Quiwical had outgrown its original core. Instead of spreading naturally across flat land, it expanded into a harder part of the slope. The Forum of Caracalla, built in the early 3rd century, required an artificial platform before the square and surrounding monuments could exist. This was not decoration, it was large-scale earthwork. Tons of stone and soil had to be arranged, so a political and ceremonial center could stand where nature had provided no level space. Archaeologists can identify the platforms and walls, but the labor scale, building sequence, and exact quarry routes remain uncertain. Water is another key mystery. A city on a mountain ridge needs a reliable supply for drinking, baths, fountains, workshops, and drainage. Kwikule had aqueducts, reservoirs, fountains, and underground channels, but the full hydraulic system has never been completely reconstructed. Roman aqueducts needed very careful gradients, sometimes only a slight fall over long distances. In Kwikule, that accuracy had to be maintained through broken mountain terrain. The system clearly worked, because the city supported baths and public fountains, but large sections of the network are still buried or unclear. The unanswered question is not whether the Romans could move water, it is how they made it stable, continuous, and usable in a place where the geography worked against them. Beneath the streets is another hidden layer. Excavations have revealed drains and sewer channels, showing that wastewater was managed deliberately. This matters because mountain cities can be damaged quickly by uncontrolled rainwater. If runoff entered foundations or terraces, walls could crack or collapse. Kwikule survived because water was guided away from key structures. Yet the full drainage map is incomplete. Some channels disappear under unexcavated areas, and others are blocked by collapsed masonry. The city's most important survival mechanism may still be partly underground. The stonework also raises questions. Many walls, columns, arches, and paved streets remain standing after centuries of weather, abandonment, and seismic activity in the wider region. The builders used local limestone, but the precision of cutting and placement is remarkable. Large blocks were fitted into foundations and retaining structures that had to resist both vertical weight and sideways pressure from the slope. Some buildings collapsed, while others nearby survived far better. That uneven preservation suggests differences in foundation depth, stone quality, mortar, and drainage, but there is no single explanation that fits the entire city. Kwikule is also important because of its inscriptions. More than 1,000 Latin inscriptions have been recorded from the site, naming officials, soldiers, donors, builders, priests, families, and emperors. These stones turn the ruins into a partial archive. They show that Kwikule was not a remote outpost, but a wealthy civic community connected to the wider Roman world. Yet the archive is damaged. Many inscriptions are broken, reused, or missing key lines. Names vanish halfway through a title. Dates are lost. Public projects are mentioned without enough context. The city speaks through stone, but often in fragments. The religious layer makes Kwikule even more complex. Earlier temples and civic monuments belonged to the Roman pagan world, while later, basilicas and a large baptistery show the rise of Christianity in the 4th and 5th centuries. The Christian quarter did not erase every older monument. Instead, the city seems to have changed gradually, with sacred spaces, political spaces, and older architecture existing close together. That creates an unresolved question about how religion changed daily life here. Was the transition peaceful, controlled by local elites, or shaped by conflict now invisible in the archaeology? The buildings prove transformation, but not the full human story behind it. The mosaics add another kind of mystery. Kwikule preserved many floor mosaics made from small stone tesserae, some still showing geometric patterns, mythological scenes, and decorative borders after more than 1,600 years. Their survival was not accidental. Roman mosaic floors were built in layers, with stone bedding, mortar preparation, and carefully selected colored materials. Natural stone helped the colors last, but preservation also depended on burial conditions, drainage, and the collapse pattern of buildings above them. In some rooms, destruction protected the floor instead of destroying it. That paradox gives the site much of its archaeological value. Kull survives because stone endured where written memory failed, and that is why this mountain city remains one of North Africa's most fascinating ancient mysteries. The Minoan civilization flourished on the island of Crete in the southern Aegean Sea between roughly 3100 and 1450 BC, making it Europe's first advanced Bronze Age civilization and one of history's greatest archaeological mysteries. Long before classical Greece emerged, the Minoans built multi-story palaces, engineered sophisticated water systems, and established a maritime trading network that stretched across the eastern Mediterranean. Their ships carried pottery, olive oil, wine, copper, and luxury goods to Egypt, the Levant, Cyprus, and Anatolia. Yet despite their remarkable achievements, many of the most important questions about their society remain unanswered more than 3,400 years later. The greatest mystery begins with their language. Archaeologists have recovered thousands of clay tablets, stone vessels, seals, and inscriptions bearing a script known as Linear A. The earliest examples date to around 1800 BC and have been discovered at major sites including Knossos, Phaistos, Malia, and Zakros. Although the later Linear B script was successfully deciphered by Michael Ventris in 1952 and proved to record an early form of Greek, Linear A has resisted every attempt at translation for more than a century. Researchers can identify many of the symbols and even estimate their phonetic values by comparison with Linear B, but the underlying language remains unknown. Without understanding these texts, historians cannot fully reconstruct Minoan government, religion, laws, literature, or even the names their people used for themselves, leaving an entire civilization effectively voiceless. Adding to the mystery is one of archaeology's most puzzling artifacts, the Phaistos disc. Unearthed in 1908 by Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier within the Palace of Phaistos, the fired clay disc measures about 16 centimeters in diameter and bears 241 impressions, created from 45 unique symbols arranged in a spiral. Unlike ordinary inscriptions carved by hand, these symbols were stamped into the clay using individual seals before firing, making the disc one of the earliest known examples of movable type style printing. More than 100 years after its discovery, scholars still cannot agree whether it records a prayer, a ritual hymn, an administrative document, a game, or even an unknown writing system unrelated to Linear A. No second object like it has ever been found, making meaningful comparison almost impossible. The architecture of the Minoans raises equally fascinating questions. Around 1900 BC, they constructed enormous palace complexes at Knossos, Phaistos, Malia, and Zakros, with Knossos covering approximately 20,000 square meters and containing more than 1,000 interconnected rooms. These sprawling buildings featured light wells, grand staircases, storage magazines capable of holding hundreds of massive pithoi, workshops, ceremonial courts, and sophisticated drainage systems supplied by terracotta pipes. Unlike the fortified citadels of contemporary Mycenaean Greece or the defensive walls surrounding many Near Eastern cities, Minoan palaces lacked massive outer fortifications. Historians continue debating whether this reflected confidence in naval dominance, a relatively peaceful society, or political conditions that remain poorly understood. The palace's complex layout later inspired the Greek legend of the labyrinth and the Minotaur, although no direct archaeological evidence links the myth to historical events. Religion presents another enduring mystery, because nearly all available evidence comes from art rather than readable texts. Frescoes depict colorful ceremonies, women occupying prominent ritual roles, processions, sacred trees, mountain sanctuaries, snakes, double axes, known as labyrinths, and the famous bull-leaping performances, in which athletes appear to vault over charging bulls. Archaeologists disagree about whether these scenes represent athletic competitions, initiation rituals, religious ceremonies, or symbolic performances connected to fertility and royal authority. The identities of the gods worshipped by the Minoans also remain uncertain. Many scholars believe a dominant female deity played a central role. Yet without deciphering Linear A, no interpretation can be confirmed with confidence. Perhaps the greatest unresolved question concerns how such an advanced civilization collapsed. Around approximately 1600 BC, the volcanic island of Thera, modern Santorini, experienced one of the largest eruptions of the Holocene. The eruption released tens of cubic kilometers of volcanic material, generated powerful earthquakes, and likely produced tsunamis that struck the northern coast of Crete. Excavations at Akrotiri preserve an entire Minoan town buried beneath volcanic ash, demonstrating the enormous scale of the disaster. However, archaeological evidence indicates that the Minoan civilization continued for several generations after the eruption, rather than disappearing immediately. Around 1450 BC, many major palaces across Crete were destroyed by fire, and within decades, the island came increasingly under the influence of the Mycenaeans from mainland Greece, who introduced Linear B administration. Whether the decisive cause was volcanic devastation, economic collapse, internal political instability, foreign conquest, or a combination of multiple disasters, remains one of the most debated subjects in Bronze Age archaeology. The Bactria Margiana archaeological complex, often called BMAC, or the Oxus civilization, is one of the most mysterious Bronze Age civilizations ever discovered. Flourishing between approximately 2300 and 1700 BC across present-day Turkmenistan, northern Afghanistan, southern Uzbekistan, and western Tajikistan, it developed at the heart of Central Asia, while Egypt was building pyramids and Mesopotamian kingdoms dominated the Fertile Crescent. Yet despite occupying a strategic crossroads between East and West, this civilization was almost completely absent from ancient written history, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct its story from ruins buried beneath desert sands. The modern world knew nothing about BMAC until the Soviet archaeologist Viktor Sarianidi began extensive excavations during the 1970s. His work at Gonur-Tepe in southeastern Turkmenistan transformed understanding of Bronze Age Central Asia. Instead of isolated villages, excavations uncovered an enormous fortified city covering more than 50 hectares, protected by thick defensive walls, towers, and multiple gates. Inside the enclosure stood large ceremonial buildings, workshops, residential districts, temples, and carefully planned streets, revealing an urban center that rivaled many better-known civilizations of the same era. What surprised researchers even more was the location. Gonur-Tepe was built within the Murghab River Delta, an area that has since become part of the Karakum Desert. Today, the surrounding landscape appears almost lifeless, making it difficult to imagine that thousands of people once lived there. Geological studies indicate that more than 4,000 years ago, shifting river channels supplied fertile farmland through an extensive irrigation network. Archaeologists have mapped ancient canals extending for many kilometers, suggesting that the inhabitants engineered large-scale agriculture in an environment where survival depended entirely on controlling water. As the river gradually changed course over centuries, the settlements lost their lifeline, providing one possible explanation for the civilization's eventual decline. The sophistication of BMAC extended far beyond farming. Excavations have recovered bronze weapons, finely crafted jewelry of gold and silver, carved chlorite vessels, elaborate stone seals, and thousands of ceramic objects displaying remarkable artistic skill. Chemical analyses of materials reveal that many raw resources originated hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away. Lapis lazuli arrived from the Badakhshan mountains of Afghanistan, while carnelian beads and other luxury materials were exchanged with the Indus Valley civilization. Mesopotamian texts from the late 3rd millennium BC mention trade with a distant land called Marhashi, or regions connected through Central Asia, although scholars continue debating whether these references relate directly to BMAC. Even without written confirmation, archaeological evidence demonstrates that this civilization occupied a vital position within one of the world's earliest long-distance trade networks. Religion remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the civilization. At Gonor Tepe, archaeologists uncovered monumental temples containing fire altars, ceremonial platforms, enclosed courtyards, and rooms equipped with large stone vessels. Residue analyses have identified traces of ephedra, poppy, and cannabis in some containers, leading a number of researchers to suggest they may have been associated with ritual beverages similar to the sacred Hayoma described centuries later in the Iranian Avesta. Other specialists argue that the evidence remains inconclusive because organic residues are difficult to interpret after nearly 4,000 years. Regardless of the final answer, these discoveries reveal an unusually complex ceremonial tradition whose beliefs cannot yet be fully reconstructed. Another enduring question concerns the people themselves. Ancient DNA studies show that the inhabitants formed a genetically diverse population with ancestry linked to Iranian agricultural communities groups. Surprisingly, they shared relatively little ancestry with the steppe pastoralists, who later spread Indo-European languages across Eurasia. This finding has complicated earlier theories that identified BMAC as the direct homeland of early Indo-Iranian peoples. Instead, many researchers now believe the civilization represented a cultural meeting point where different populations interacted through trade, migration, and exchange of ideas before later transformations reshaped the region. Despite its impressive achievements, BMAC disappeared around 1700 BC. Unlike civilizations destroyed by obvious invasions or volcanic eruptions, no single catastrophic event explains its collapse. Archaeological evidence points toward a gradual decline rather than sudden destruction. Climate reconstructions indicate increasing aridity across Central Asia during the Late Bronze Age, while studies of ancient river systems suggest that the Murghab Delta became increasingly unstable as water channels shifted away from established settlements. At the same time, expanding pastoral groups from the Eurasian steppe entered surrounding regions, potentially altering trade routes and social structures. None of these factors alone fully explains the disappearance, making the collapse one of archaeology's unresolved puzzles. The mystery grows even deeper because BMAC left no deciphered writing system. Unlike Egypt, Mesopotamia, or the Indus Valley, there are no surviving historical records describing its rulers, language, wars, or beliefs. Everything known today comes from excavation, scientific dating, satellite imagery, environmental research, and laboratory analysis of artifacts. Every new discovery answers one question while creating several more, reminding researchers how incomplete our understanding remains. More than 4,000 years after its rise, the Bactria Margiana archaeological complex continues to challenge assumptions about the ancient world. Hidden beneath the deserts of Central Asia for millennia, it proves that one of the Bronze Age's most advanced civilizations flourished beyond the boundaries of familiar history, built thriving cities, mastered irrigation, connected distant cultures through trade, and then faded away without leaving a written explanation. Its forgotten cities remain among history's greatest archaeological mysteries, offering a rare glimpse into a civilization that achieved remarkable sophistication while leaving behind far more questions than answers. The story of the Pazyryk culture did not begin with a lost city emerging from the desert or a forgotten temple hidden beneath jungle vines. It began in 1929 when Russian archaeologist Sergei Rudenko and his team excavated a series of enormous burial mounds known as kurgans in the remote Ukok Plateau and surrounding valleys of the Altai Mountains in southern Siberia. At first glance, the tombs appeared to have been looted centuries earlier, but beneath the disturbed chambers lay an unexpected layer of solid ice. Water had seeped into the graves shortly after burial, frozen in the region's harsh climate where winter temperatures often fall below -40 degrees Celsius and remained undisturbed for more than 2,000 years. That natural freezer preserved materials that almost never survive in archaeological sites, including wood, leather, wool, horse harnesses, human skin, and even the soft tissues of the dead. Instead of discovering only bones and broken pottery, archaeologists found an astonishing snapshot of an Iron Age society that had vanished around 23 centuries earlier, while leaving behind almost no written record. The people buried in these frozen tombs belonged to what scholars now call the Pazyryk culture, a nomadic civilization that flourished between the 6th and 3rd centuries BC across the Altai Mountains, where modern Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China meet. Their territory occupied one of the most strategic crossroads in Eurasia, linking the Western steppes with Eastern Asia long before the Silk Road became famous. Unlike the great kingdoms of Egypt or Mesopotamia, the Pazyryk left no cities built from stone, no monumental temples, and no surviving inscriptions explaining their beliefs. Nearly everything known about them has been reconstructed from hundreds of burial mounds scattered across mountain valleys, making their civilization one of history's greatest archaeological puzzles. Every major discovery has answered one question while creating several new ones, leaving researchers to piece together an entire culture from objects buried beneath frozen earth. Among the most extraordinary finds was evidence that these nomads possessed artistic and engineering skills far beyond what many historians once expected from steppe societies. Excavations revealed elaborately carved wooden furniture, finely crafted saddles, bronze mirrors, woven textiles, musical instruments, and ceremonial objects decorated with intricate animal motifs. The craftsmanship suggests highly specialized artisans, yet no permanent workshops or manufacturing centers have ever been identified. Even more surprising was the discovery of the Pazyryk carpet, uncovered by Sergei Rudenko during excavations in 1949. Dating to approximately the 5th century BC, it measures about 183 by 200 centimeters and contains around 360,000 symmetrical knots, making it the oldest surviving pile carpet in the world. Its remarkable complexity rivals textiles produced centuries later in Persia, leading scholars to debate whether it was woven locally, imported through long-distance trade, or created by craftsmen influenced by multiple cultures. Despite decades of research, no consensus has emerged. The frozen burials also transformed understanding of ancient tattooing. In 1993, Russian archaeologist Natalia Polozmak excavated an exceptionally preserved female mummy from the Ukok Plateau, often called the Siberian Ice Maiden. Radiocarbon dating placed her life around the 5th century BC, approximately 25 centuries ago. She was buried inside a wooden chamber beneath a stone mound, dressed in finely woven garments and accompanied by valuable objects that suggested elite status. Most remarkable were the elaborate tattoos covering her shoulder, arm, and hand, depicting deer with exaggerated antlers, snow leopards, mythical griffin-like creatures, and birds of prey. The designs remain among the oldest and best preserved tattoos ever discovered, yet their meaning remains uncertain. Some researchers believe they represented clan identity. Others argue they reflected religious beliefs or spiritual protection, while another theory suggests they marked social rank or participation in sacred rituals. Without written records, every interpretation remains speculative. The importance of horses within Pazyryk society presents another enduring mystery. Several elite tombs contained between 6 and 14 horses, arranged in carefully planned rows around the burial chamber. The animals were not discarded as simple offerings, but prepared with extraordinary attention. They wore decorated bridles, carved wooden masks, brightly colored harnesses, and elaborate headpieces designed to resemble deer or mythical creatures. Analysis of the skeletons indicates that many were healthy and selectively bred before sacrifice. Such burials required enormous resources for a nomadic community, suggesting that horses held religious significance beyond transportation or warfare. Some archaeologists propose they were believed to carry the dead into the afterlife, while others think they symbolized wealth, political authority, or connections between humans and supernatural forces. The true meaning remains one of the culture's greatest unanswered questions. Scientific research has revealed that the Pazyryk were also connected to a surprisingly wide international network. Chemical analysis of fabrics, dyes, and artifacts has identified materials originating far beyond the Altai Mountains. Silk likely came from ancient China. Decorative beads resemble products from Central Asia, and artistic influences appear linked to the Achaemenid Persian Empire. These discoveries demonstrate that long-distance exchange routes across Eurasia existed centuries before the Silk Road reached its classical form. However, archaeologists still do not know whether the Pazyryk acted mainly as traders, intermediaries, seasonal migrants, or political allies connecting distant civilizations. Their strategic location suggests they may have played a far greater role in early Eurasian interaction than previously imagined, yet the absence of written evidence prevents a definitive reconstruction. The Norte Chico civilization, also known as the Caral Soup civilization, flourished along the arid Pacific coast of present-day Peru between approximately 3000 and 1800 BCE, making it one of the oldest known civilizations on Earth and the earliest urban society in the Americas. At nearly the same time that the pyramids of Egypt were rising and the cities of Mesopotamia were expanding, Norte Chico developed monumental architecture, planned ceremonial centers, and complex social organization in remarkable isolation. What makes this civilization one of history's greatest mysteries is not simply its age, but the fact that it achieved nearly everything archaeologists associate with advanced civilization, while lacking many technologies once believed essential for urban development. The first clues emerged in the 20th century, but the true significance of the civilization remained largely unrecognized until extensive excavations led by Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady began at Caral in the 1990s. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials from the site consistently produced dates around 2600 BCE, pushing the origins of complex society in the Americas back by more than 1,000 years. Archaeologists identified more than 30 large settlements across the Supe, Pativilca, Fortaleza, and Huaura valleys, with Caral covering roughly 66 hectares and containing 6 massive platform pyramids, sunken circular plazas, residential districts, and sophisticated public spaces. The scale of these cities immediately raised a fundamental question. How could such monumental construction have been organized so early in human history? The greatest mystery lies in how Norte Chico functioned without many of the innovations considered necessary for civilization elsewhere. Unlike Egypt, Mesopotamia, or the Indus Valley, there is no convincing evidence that its people used pottery during their earliest urban phase. Metal tools were absent, wheeled transport was unknown, and domesticated draft animals, capable of pulling heavy loads, did not exist in the region. Yet thousands of workers successfully quarried stone, transported construction materials, and built monuments reaching nearly 30 meters in height. Many structures were reinforced using woven reed bags filled with stones, known as shikra bags, an engineering technique that distributed weight efficiently and increased resistance to earthquakes. Even today, several of these massive buildings remain standing after nearly 5,000 years. Another enduring mystery concerns governance. Complex societies generally rely on writing or another reliable recording system to collect taxes, organize labor, and manage resources, yet no true writing system has ever been discovered at Norte Chico. Archaeologists have found no inscriptions carved into stone, no clay tablets, and no painted texts comparable to those of Egypt or Mesopotamia. Some researchers have suggested that early forms of quipu, the knotted cord recording system, later perfected by the Inca more than 3,000 years afterward, may have originated here. A handful of knotted textile fragments have been recovered from archaeological contexts, but whether they recorded numerical information, administrative records, or something more sophisticated remains unknown. Without written documents, historians are left trying to reconstruct an entire civilization using architecture, artifacts, and environmental evidence alone. Equally puzzling is the apparent absence of warfare. Most early civilizations reveal clear evidence of conflict through defensive walls, fortified settlements, mass graves, weapons, or skeletons bearing injuries from violence. Norte Chico presents a striking contrast. Archaeologists have found very few weapons, almost no defensive fortifications, and limited skeletal evidence of organized warfare, despite excavating numerous ceremonial and residential centers. This has led some scholars to argue that social authority may have been based more on religion, ritual gatherings, economic cooperation, and control of resources than on military power. If correct, Norte Chico would represent one of the earliest large-scale civilizations sustained primarily through cooperation rather than conquest, challenging long-standing assumptions about how complex states first emerged. Its economy also breaks conventional expectations. Instead of relying primarily on cereal agriculture such as wheat or barley, Norte Chico developed through a close partnership between fertile river valleys and the Pacific Ocean. Cotton became one of its most valuable resources because it could be woven into strong fishing nets, while coastal communities supplied enormous quantities of anchovies and sardines. Inland farmers produced squash, beans, chili peppers, avocados, and other crops that were exchanged for marine resources. This interconnected economy created a stable food supply capable of supporting large urban populations without depending on the agricultural systems that characterized many other early civilizations. Archaeological discoveries of marine fish remains far inland demonstrate the scale of this exchange network, suggesting that economic specialization had already become highly sophisticated nearly 5,000 years ago. The ceremonial architecture adds another layer to the mystery. Carroll and neighboring centers contain carefully planned pyramids surrounding large circular plazas that appear to have served religious or civic purposes rather than military functions. Excavations have uncovered musical instruments crafted from pelican and condor bones, woven textiles, offerings, and evidence of large communal gatherings, yet almost no elite tombs comparable to those of Egyptian pharaohs. Without inscriptions or monumental statues identifying rulers, archaeologists still debate whether power rested with kings, religious leaders, councils of elites, or an entirely different political system, unlike any known elsewhere in the ancient world. The Nok culture is one of history's greatest archaeological mysteries, yet outside academic circles, few people have ever heard its name. Flourishing across central Nigeria between approximately 1500 BC and AD 300, the Nok people built one of sub-Saharan Africa's earliest complex societies and created an artistic tradition so sophisticated that its discovery completely changed historians' understanding of ancient West Africa. Unlike Egypt, Mesopotamia, or the Indus Valley, however, the Nok civilization left no written language, no royal inscriptions, and no historical records identifying its rulers or explaining its beliefs. Everything known today has been reconstructed from scattered archaeological evidence, leaving enormous gaps that continue to puzzle researchers more than 2,000 years after the culture disappeared. The modern story of Nok began by accident in 1928, when tin miners working near the village of Nok in Kaduna State unearthed strange terracotta sculptures while excavating alluvial deposits. At first, the remarkable figures attracted little scientific attention, but during the 1940s, British archaeologist Bernard Fagg recognized their extraordinary importance and launched systematic investigations. Over the following decades, excavations revealed hundreds of settlements, furnaces, pottery fragments, stone tools, and more than 1,000 terracotta sculptures spread across an area exceeding 70,000 square kilometers. Radiocarbon dating later confirmed that some Nok communities had already existed by around 1500 BC, making them among the earliest known large-scale societies in West Africa. What immediately astonished archaeologists was the astonishing realism and technical sophistication of Nok terracotta art. Many sculptures approach life-size and display carefully modeled facial expressions, elaborate hairstyles, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and richly decorated clothing. Their eyes are typically carved as triangular or circular openings, probably to prevent cracking during firing, while many figures portray musicians, hunters, leaders, or individuals suffering from diseases such as elephantiasis. Creating sculptures of this complexity required carefully prepared clay, controlled firing temperatures that may have exceeded 700 to 900 degrees Celsius, and highly skilled artisans capable of maintaining consistent artistic traditions over centuries. Comparable levels of figurative ceramic sculpture are extremely rare elsewhere in sub-Saharan Africa during the same period, raising difficult questions about how such advanced craftsmanship emerged. Another remarkable aspect of Nok society involves iron technology. Excavations at sites including Taruga uncovered furnaces, tuyères, slag deposits, charcoal, and iron artifacts dated to roughly 900 to 500 BC. These discoveries place Nok among the earliest iron-producing cultures south of the Sahara, yet archaeologists still debate whether iron smelting developed independently within West Africa or spread from North Africa through long-distance contacts. Neither theory has been conclusively proven because the earliest evidence remains incomplete, and transitional sites linking different technological traditions have not been securely identified. If Nok metallurgists independently mastered iron production, they achieved one of humanity's most significant technological breakthroughs without leaving any written explanation of how that knowledge evolved. The civilization's economy appears equally impressive despite the limited evidence. Archaeobotanical studies indicate that Nok communities cultivated pearl millet and cowpeas while raising livestock including cattle and goats. Numerous settlements occupied fertile landscapes along rivers and seasonal streams, suggesting an agricultural society supported by farming, hunting, and regional exchange networks. Stone beads, grinding stones, pottery styles, and iron tools indicate specialized production and interactions between distant communities. However, no large cities, monumental palaces, or royal tombs comparable to those of Egypt or Mesopotamia have yet been identified. This absence makes it difficult to determine whether Nok functioned as a centralized kingdom, a network of independent chiefdoms, or a collection of culturally connected farming communities. Perhaps the greatest mystery concerns the sculptures themselves. The overwhelming majority were discovered broken into fragments, with complete statues being exceptionally rare. Heads often survive while torsos and limbs are missing, leading researchers to propose several competing explanations. Some suggest ritual destruction after ceremonies. Others point to centuries of erosion, agricultural activity, or natural weathering, while many archaeologists note that extensive illegal antiquities trafficking during the 20th century severely damaged countless archaeological contexts. Because many artifacts were removed before proper excavation, valuable information about their original locations and purposes has been permanently lost, making definitive interpretations nearly impossible. Equally mysterious is the complete absence of writing. Civilizations that produced artistic achievements of comparable complexity often left inscriptions, administrative records, or monumental texts. Yet no confirmed Nok writing system has ever been discovered. Without contemporary documents, archaeologists cannot identify the names of rulers, understand religious beliefs, reconstruct political organization, or even determine what the people called themselves. Every reconstruction depends entirely on pottery styles, radiocarbon dates, settlement patterns, environmental evidence, and comparisons with later West African cultures. This silence in the archaeological record is one of the main reasons why Nok remains so enigmatic despite decades of research. The civilization's disappearance is another unresolved puzzle. Around AD 300, archaeological evidence indicates that the distinctive Nok cultural tradition gradually vanished. There is no clear evidence for a catastrophic invasion, widespread warfare, or a single disaster capable of explaining such a transformation. Several hypotheses have been proposed. Environmental studies suggest that increasing drought, soil exhaustion, and extensive deforestation caused by charcoal production for iron smelting may have reduced agricultural productivity. Other researchers argue that changing trade routes, population movements, or social reorganization dispersed communities into new cultural traditions rather than causing complete collapse. None of these explanations, however, fully accounts for the archaeological evidence, and the precise sequence of events remains uncertain. The Okunev culture is one of the most enigmatic Bronze Age civilizations ever discovered, yet few people outside archaeology have heard its name. It flourished between approximately 2500 and 1800 BC, more than 4,000 years ago, across the Minasinsk Basin in southern Siberia, primarily in what is now the Republic of Khakassia, Russia. The culture was first identified in 1928 after excavations near the village of Okunev on the Yenisei River, where archaeologists uncovered unusual burials, unlike those of neighboring Bronze Age societies. Since then, hundreds of burial mounds, ritual sites, petroglyphs, and carved stone monuments have been excavated, revealing a civilization that possessed a remarkably distinctive artistic tradition. Yet despite nearly a century of research, archaeologists still cannot explain who these people truly were, what many of their symbols represented, or why they disappeared. The greatest mystery surrounds the enormous stone stelae scattered across the Minasinsk Basin. Some stand more than 3 meters tall and were carved from single blocks of sandstone weighing several tons. Unlike ordinary memorial stones found elsewhere in Eurasia, these monuments display strange human-like faces with oversized circular eyes, horned crowns, multiple concentric rings around the head, and geometric patterns that resemble rays extending from the face. Some figures even combine human and animal features, creating beings unlike anything known from neighboring cultures. Archaeologists generally believe the stones held religious significance, but there is no agreement over whether they portray ancestors, deities, shamans, celestial beings, or symbolic representations of natural forces. Because the Okunev people left no written language, every interpretation remains speculative. Equally puzzling is the extraordinary symbolism repeated throughout Okunev art. Thousands of carvings discovered on stone slabs, burial chambers, and rock faces feature solar discs, concentric circles, horned animals, serpents, birds, and hybrid creatures. Solar imagery appears with exceptional frequency, leading many researchers to suggest that the sun occupied a central place in Okunev belief systems. Yet these symbols rarely appear alone. Human faces often merge with solar circles, while animal horns extend into geometric patterns that have no obvious parallels elsewhere in Bronze Age Eurasia. Archaeologists have proposed connections with early shamanic traditions, cosmological beliefs, or mythological narratives, but none of these theories explains the complete symbolic system. Every newly excavated carving seems to introduce another variation instead of solving the puzzle. Another enduring mystery concerns the origin of the Okunev people themselves. For decades, physical anthropologists noted that skeletal remains differed noticeably from those of neighboring populations across the Eurasian steppe. Modern ancient DNA studies published during the last decade have confirmed that these observations were not simply the result of cultural differences. Genetic analyses show that the Okunev population carried a substantial proportion of ancestry derived from ancient hunter-gatherers of Siberia, mixed with populations connected to eastern Eurasian regions, making them genetically distinct from the later steppe pastoralists that dominated much of Bronze Age Central Asia. This unexpected ancestry has challenged earlier assumptions that the culture developed directly from nearby Bronze Age societies. Instead, it suggests a far more complex population history that researchers are still attempting to reconstruct. Their funerary practices add another layer of uncertainty. Archaeologists have excavated hundreds of stone-lined graves enclosed within rectangular or circular structures built from carefully placed slabs. Many contained individuals buried with decorated ceramics, bone ornaments, stone tools, bronze objects, and animal remains, placed according to deliberate ritual patterns. Some graves include carved stone stelae positioned nearby, implying that burial and monument construction formed part of a larger ceremonial tradition. However, unlike the richly furnished royal tombs of Egypt or Mesopotamia, Okunev burials rarely reveal obvious social hierarchies. Whether their society was ruled by elites, organized through clans, or structured around religious leaders remains unknown, because the archaeological evidence supports multiple interpretations without conclusively favoring one. The sophistication of Okunev craftsmanship also raises important questions. Their stone carvings display remarkable symmetry, despite being produced with Bronze Age tools. Intricate facial features, perfectly balanced geometric motifs, and deeply incised decorative patterns required considerable planning and technical skill. Experimental archaeology has shown that such carvings could theoretically be produced using stone hammers and bronze chisels, yet reproducing the precision and consistency visible across dozens of monuments remains extremely time-consuming, even with modern understanding of ancient techniques. The repeated appearance of nearly identical symbolic designs across sites separated by many kilometers suggests the existence of established artistic conventions, although no workshop, written instruction, or evidence of centralized production has ever been discovered. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the Okunev culture is the possibility that its monuments encoded astronomical knowledge. Several researchers have observed that some stelae and ceremonial structures appear aligned toward significant solar positions, including sunrise near the summer solstice. Others have argued that the circular motifs carved onto the stones may symbolize celestial cycles rather than simple decoration. These proposals remain controversial, because many alignments could also result from landscape constraints or coincidence. Nevertheless, the repeated combination of solar imagery, ritual monuments, and carefully planned ceremonial spaces continues to encourage investigation into whether the Okunev people incorporated observations of the sky into their religious practices thousands of years before detailed astronomical records appeared elsewhere in the region. By around 1800 BC, the Okunev culture gradually disappeared and was replaced by later Bronze Age societies such as the Andronovo cultural horizon. Archaeologists have found no convincing evidence of a catastrophic invasion, widespread warfare, or sudden environmental disaster that could explain the transition. Instead, the disappearance appears to have been gradual, leaving behind monumental stone faces that still watch over the Siberian landscape after more than 4 millennia. Despite advances in radiocarbon dating, satellite mapping, bioarchaeology, and ancient DNA sequencing, fundamental questions remain unanswered. Who inspired these extraordinary monuments? What beliefs gave meaning to their mysterious symbols? And why did one of Bronze Age Siberia's most distinctive civilizations vanish, while leaving almost no written trace of its existence? Those unanswered questions continue to make the Okunev culture one of history's greatest archaeological mysteries. The Indus Valley Civilization was one of humanity's earliest urban societies, flourishing between approximately 3300 and 1300 BC. with its mature Harappan phase lasting from around 2600 to 1900 BC. Stretching across nearly 1 million square kilometers of what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, it covered a larger area than ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia combined at the same time. More than 2,000 archaeological sites have been identified, including Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, and Lothal, revealing a civilization whose achievements continue to puzzle archaeologists despite more than a century of research. The mystery begins with its remarkable cities. When excavations started at Harappa in 1921 under Daya Ram Sahni and at Mohenjo-Daro in 1922 under R.D. Banerjee, archaeologists uncovered streets arranged in precise grid patterns, neighborhoods built with standardized baked bricks, sophisticated drainage channels, and houses equipped with private wells and bathrooms. Mohenjo-Daro alone covered roughly 200 hectares and may have housed between 30,000 and 40,000 inhabitants. Nearly every street contained covered drains connected to individual homes, while inspection chambers allowed maintenance, a level of urban sanitation unmatched anywhere else until many centuries later. Equally remarkable is the astonishing degree of standardization across this enormous civilization. Bricks from cities, separated by hundreds of kilometers, consistently followed a ratio of 1 to 2 to 4. Stone weights were manufactured according to a uniform binary measurement system, enabling accurate trade over vast distances. Archaeologists have also found evidence that city layouts, construction techniques, and public infrastructure followed similar planning principles from Harappa in the north to Dholavira in western India. Yet no palace, royal residence, or monumental throne room has ever been identified. Unlike Egypt, where pyramids proclaimed the authority of pharaohs, or Mesopotamia, where kings recorded their victories on stone inscriptions, the Indus civilization left almost no obvious evidence of who governed this highly organized society. Another enduring mystery lies in its undeciphered writing system. More than 4,000 inscribed seals, pottery fragments, copper tablets, and other objects have been discovered, displaying between 400 and 600 distinct symbols depending on the method of classification. Most inscriptions contain only 5 or 6 signs, with the longest known examples reaching roughly 26 characters. Because no bilingual inscription comparable to the Rosetta Stone has ever been found, every attempt to decipher the script has failed. Researchers continue to debate whether the language belonged to an early Dravidian family, an unknown linguistic branch, or something entirely different. Without the ability to read their records, historians remain unable to identify rulers, laws, religious beliefs, or even the civilization's own name. Trade networks demonstrate that the Indus people were far from isolated. Mesopotamian cuneiform texts refer to a distant land called Meluha, widely believed to represent the Indus region. Harappan seals, beads, and carnelian ornaments have been recovered in Mesopotamia, while copper from Oman, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and shells from the Arabian Sea reached Indus cities through extensive commercial routes. The dockyard at Lothal, measuring approximately 214 meters long, suggests advanced maritime engineering, capable of supporting overseas trade. Yet despite these international connections, there are still no readable historical records explaining how such a vast economic network was administered. Religion also remains largely hidden. Excavations have uncovered numerous terracotta figurines, animal motifs, ritual platforms, and the famous Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro, a brick-lined structure measuring about 12 by 7 meters with sophisticated waterproofing. Many scholars believe the bath played an important ceremonial role, while others argue it may have served civic functions. Small seals depicting a horned figure seated in a cross-legged posture have inspired comparisons with later Hindu traditions, but no interpretation has gained universal acceptance. Without deciphering the script, every reconstruction of Indus religion remains speculative. Perhaps the greatest mystery concerns what the civilization did not leave behind. Archaeologists have found relatively few weapons compared with other Bronze Age societies, and there is little evidence for large standing armies or widespread warfare. Massive defensive walls certainly existed at some settlements, yet they may have been built primarily for flood protection or administrative control, rather than military defense. Unlike the royal tombs of Egypt or the monumental burial complexes of China, no lavish graves filled with treasures have been discovered. The absence of clear social hierarchy has challenged traditional assumptions about how one of the ancient world's largest civilizations functioned. Its decline has generated even greater debate. Around 1900 BC, many major cities gradually lost population, long-distance trade weakened, standardized manufacturing declined, and urban centers were eventually abandoned. Early theories blamed foreign invasions, but modern archaeology has found little evidence supporting widespread military destruction. Instead, geological studies indicate that shifting river systems, including changes affecting the Gaga-Hakra Basin, combined with weakening monsoon patterns and increasing aridity, likely disrupted agriculture and trade over several centuries. Rather than disappearing overnight, the civilization appears to have transformed into smaller regional communities. Even so, no single explanation fully accounts for the scale and timing of this remarkable transition. More than 100 years after its discovery, the Indus Valley civilization continues to challenge modern scholarship. Every excavation reveals impressive engineering, careful planning, and extensive commercial connections, yet the civilization's leaders remain anonymous, its language unreadable, its religion uncertain, and the full story of its decline unresolved. Few ancient societies have left behind so much physical evidence while preserving so many unanswered questions. That paradox is precisely why the Indus Valley civilization remains one of history's greatest archaeological mysteries. The Olmec civilization is one of history's greatest archaeological mysteries and remains one of the strongest candidates for the title of the first great civilization of Mesoamerica. Emerging around 1500 BC, along the humid Gulf Coast of present-day Veracruz and Tabasco in southern Mexico, the Olmecs flourished for nearly 1,100 years before gradually disappearing around 400 BC. Long before the rise of the Maya or the Aztec, they built ceremonial centers, created monumental sculptures, developed sophisticated religious traditions, and established long-distance trade networks across much of Mesoamerica. Yet despite more than a century of archaeological research, historians still know remarkably little about who the Olmecs truly were, what language they spoke, how their society was organized, or why their civilization suddenly declined. The mystery begins with the civilization's very identity. The name Olmec was never used by the people themselves. Instead, it was adopted by archaeologists from the Nahuatl language, spoken by the Aztecs over 2,000 years later, where it meant rubber people, because the region produced natural latex. No surviving historical documents reveal what the Olmecs called themselves. Unlike the Maya, whose inscriptions preserve royal names and political events, the Olmecs left almost no readable texts. Archaeologists have uncovered thousands of artifacts from major centers such as San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, yet the people behind these remarkable achievements remain largely anonymous, making the Olmecs one of the few major civilizations whose true identity has been lost to history. Perhaps the civilization's greatest enigma is the construction of its colossal stone heads. Since the 19th century, archaeologists have discovered 17 giant basalt heads, most dating between approximately 1200 BC and 400 BC. The largest stands nearly 3.4 meters tall and weighs close to 50 tons. Geological analysis has traced the basalt to the Tuxtla Mountains, often more than 60 kilometers from the places where the monuments were erected. Transporting such enormous stones would have required crossing rivers, marshes, and dense tropical forests. There is no evidence that the Olmecs used wheeled transport for heavy loads. nor did they possess horses, oxen, or other draft animals. Researchers have proposed systems involving wooden rollers, sledges, rafts, and hundreds of workers, but no experiment has fully demonstrated how monuments of this scale could have been moved efficiently through such challenging terrain. Equally mysterious is why each head displays unique facial features, suggesting they were portraits of individual rulers whose names have vanished forever. Excavations at San Lorenzo and La Venta have revealed equally puzzling ceremonial landscapes. Entire stone monuments were intentionally buried beneath carefully prepared layers of colored clay, while elaborate offerings of jade axes, serpentine blocks, and mosaic pavements were hidden deep underground where no one could see them. Archaeologists interpret these deposits as ritual acts, yet their precise meaning remains uncertain. Some may have marked the dedication of sacred spaces, while others appear connected to political transitions or religious ceremonies that are impossible to reconstruct because no written explanations survive. The deliberate burial of valuable artworks, requiring tremendous labor only to conceal them permanently, continues to challenge conventional ideas about monument building and religious practice. Another enduring mystery concerns whether the Olmecs created the earliest writing system in the Americas. In 2006, researchers announced the discovery of the Cascajal block, a serpentine slab engraved with 62 distinct symbols arranged in horizontal rows. Radiocarbon dating of associated materials suggests an age of roughly 900 BC, potentially making it the oldest known writing system in the New World. If genuine, the inscription predates the earliest confirmed Maya texts by several centuries. However, many specialists remain cautious because the artifact was not recovered during a controlled archaeological excavation, and no comparable inscriptions have yet been found. Without additional examples, scholars cannot determine whether the symbols represent a complete writing system, sacred iconography, or another form of symbolic communication. As a result, one of the oldest possible scripts in the Americas remains undeciphered. The Olmecs are also central to one of archaeology's longest debates. Were they truly the mother culture of Mesoamerica? Their civilization appeared centuries before the great classic Maya cities and displayed many cultural elements later seen across the region, including stepped pyramids, ceremonial plazas, ball game traditions, jaguar symbolism, jade craftsmanship, and sophisticated religious iconography. Extensive trade networks carried obsidian from central Mexico, jadeite from Guatemala's Motagua Valley, marine shells from distant coasts, and exotic minerals across hundreds of kilometers. These connections suggest that Olmec influence reached far beyond the Gulf Coast. Yet many archaeologists now argue that neighboring societies developed alongside the Olmecs, rather than inheriting everything directly from them. Because evidence supports both cultural interaction and independent innovation, the true extent of Olmec influence remains one of Mesoamerican archaeology's most significant unanswered questions. Equally mysterious is the civilization's sudden decline. Around 900 BC, the great center of San Lorenzo experienced a dramatic collapse, while La Venta became the dominant ceremonial capital. Then, by approximately 400 BC, even La Venta had been abandoned, and the distinctive Olmec culture faded from the archaeological record. Researchers have proposed numerous explanations, including volcanic activity in the Tuxtla region, shifting river systems, environmental degradation caused by intensive agriculture, prolonged drought, political conflict, internal rebellion, or the gradual fragmentation of regional authority. None of these theories fully explains the available evidence, and no single catastrophic event has been identified. Instead, the disappearance appears to have resulted from a complex combination of environmental and social changes that archaeologists are still attempting to understand. The Kingdom of Aksum was one of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient world, yet it also left behind some of history's greatest unanswered mysteries. Centered in what is now northern Ethiopia and Eritrea, Aksum emerged around the 1st century AD and reached its peak between the 3rd and 6th centuries. At a time when the Roman Empire dominated the Mediterranean and the Sasanian Empire ruled Persia, Aksum controlled the southern Red Sea, connecting Africa with Arabia, India, and the wider Indian Ocean. The Persian prophet Mani even listed Aksum alongside Rome, Persia, and China as one of the four great powers of his age. Despite such influence, archaeologists still struggle to explain how this remarkable civilization rose so quickly, built extraordinary monuments, and then declined with surprising speed. The first mystery begins with Aksum's astonishing wealth. Excavations have uncovered thousands of locally minted gold, silver, and bronze coins, dating from the late 3rd century, making Aksum the first civilization in sub-Saharan Africa to produce its own coinage. These coins have been discovered as far away as India and the Eastern Mediterranean, confirming an extensive international trade network nearly 2,000 years ago. Ancient merchants exported ivory, gold, frankincense, rhinoceros horn, obsidian, and enslaved people through the Red Sea port of Adulis, while importing silk from Asia and luxury goods from the Roman world. Yet despite abundant evidence of trade, historians still cannot determine the exact sources of Aksum's immense wealth or identify every route that sustained its economy for centuries. Its engineering achievements create another enduring mystery. Across the ancient capital stand enormous granite stelae, carved from single blocks of stone without mortar or metal reinforcement. The largest unfinished monument measures approximately 33 meters in length and is estimated to weigh more than 500 tons. Even the famous Great Stela, which collapsed in antiquity, would have stood among the tallest monolithic structures ever created. Archaeologists believe these monuments marked elite tombs, but no surviving inscription explains how workers quarried, transported, and raised such massive stones using the technology available nearly 1,700 years ago. Experimental archaeology has proposed ramps, rollers, and earthen embankments, yet none has fully demonstrated how monuments of this scale could be erected with the required precision. Beneath these towering monuments lies another puzzle. Excavations conducted throughout the 20th and 21st centuries revealed elaborate royal tombs containing underground chambers, carved stairways, and sophisticated masonry. Several tombs associated with rulers such as King Caleb and earlier monarchs demonstrate remarkable architectural planning, but many underground structures remain only partially explored because of collapses, flooding, or limited excavation. Ground surveys suggest that additional burial complexes may still lie hidden beneath the modern city of Aksum. As a result, historians cannot yet reconstruct a complete royal sequence or fully understand the political organization of one of Africa's earliest empires. Religion adds another layer of mystery. During the reign of King Ezana in the mid-4th century, Aksum became one of the first states in the world to officially adopt Christianity, only a few decades after the Roman Empire itself embraced the faith. Ezana's inscriptions document this dramatic transition from traditional polytheism to Christianity, providing one of the clearest historical records from ancient Africa. However, Aksum is also linked to one of history's most debated traditions. According to Ethiopian Orthodox belief, the Ark of the Covenant was brought to Aksum centuries earlier by Menelik I, traditionally regarded as the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. The Ark is said to remain inside the chapel of the tablet at the Church of St. Mary of Zion, where it is guarded by a single lifelong monk who never allows anyone else to see it. No modern archaeological examination has ever been permitted, leaving the claim impossible to confirm or disprove. Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is how such a dominant civilization faded from history. Between the 7th and 10th centuries, Aksum gradually lost its influence, and the once powerful capital declined. Scholars have proposed multiple explanations, including climate change, soil exhaustion caused by deforestation, shifts in Red Sea trade after the rapid expansion of Islamic states, political fragmentation, or combinations of these factors. Environmental studies have identified evidence of increasing erosion and changing rainfall, while historical records indicate that maritime trade routes became less favorable for Aksum after the 7th century. Yet no single theory accounts for every stage of the kingdom's decline, and no definitive written record describes why one of the ancient world's greatest powers disappeared. In the summer of 2026, what began as a routine archaeological excavation in the rice-growing landscape of Donyai Thong, Phetchaburi Province, Western Thailand, quickly turned into one of Southeast Asia's most surprising discoveries in recent years. Working under Thailand's Fine Arts Department, archaeologists opened a series of burial pits that had first been identified through rescue investigations ahead of local development. As layers of compact soil were carefully removed, the team uncovered human skeletons resting beside gold jewelry, bronze objects, glass beads, pottery, and, most unexpectedly, a remarkable collection of bronze drums. Among the finds was a small gold ring engraved with an ancient Brahmi inscription, a discovery that immediately attracted international attention because it suggested direct cultural connections reaching far beyond mainland Southeast Asia nearly 2,000 years ago. Instead of revealing a simple prehistoric cemetery, Donyai Thong exposed the remains of a wealthy community whose political influence, trade connections, and cultural identity remain largely unknown. As archaeologists expanded the excavation, the scale of the cemetery became increasingly apparent. At least 8 well-preserved burials dating to roughly the 1st centuries BCE and CE were documented during the initial phase, although researchers believe many more graves remain buried beneath the surrounding landscape. The deceased were accompanied by extraordinary quantities of grave goods, including gold ornaments, bronze bracelets, iron implements, ceramic vessels, colorful glass beads, agate and carnelian jewelry, and 6 bronze drums deposited within the burial area. Such concentrations of prestige objects are exceptionally rare in Thailand, immediately raising questions about the social hierarchy of the people buried there. These individuals clearly possessed access to resources unavailable to ordinary communities, yet no historical record identifies the rulers, elites, or political organization responsible for such wealth. The cemetery therefore represents evidence of a sophisticated society that flourished outside the written histories traditionally used to reconstruct early Southeast Asia. Among all the discoveries, the gold ring has become the most debated object because of the tiny inscription engraved onto its surface. Specialists identified the writing as Brahmi, one of the earliest scripts of ancient India, with preliminary readings suggesting a personal name or protective phrase that may be interpreted as protected by Pushya. Although the exact translation remains under scholarly review, the implications are already profound. Brahmi script spread widely across the Indian subcontinent during the centuries following the reign of Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE, yet finding it engraved on personal jewelry inside an elite burial in Western Thailand raises difficult questions. Was the ring imported directly by merchants crossing the Bay of Bengal? Did an Indian craftsman produce it locally? Or had members of the local elite already adopted Indian writing as a symbol of prestige long before formal states emerged in the region? Archaeologists cannot yet answer these questions because no accompanying inscriptions, administrative records, or settlements have been discovered to explain how literacy, religion, and long-distance exchange interacted at Donyai Thong. The mystery deepens when the bronze drums are considered. 6 examples were recovered within the cemetery, making the site one of the most significant recent drum discoveries in mainland Southeast Asia. Bronze drums associated with the Dong Son cultural tradition have been found across Vietnam, southern China, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, but they rarely appear in such concentrated numbers within a single burial complex. These instruments required extraordinary metallurgical expertise. Craftsmen first produced intricate clay molds capable of capturing fine geometric decoration before casting hundreds of kilograms of molten bronze into a single vessel. Even slight temperature errors could ruin an entire casting, meaning every successful drum represented months of planning and technical knowledge. Yet the purpose of these drums remains only partially understood. Ethnographic evidence suggests they served ceremonial, political, and ritual functions rather than acting as simple musical instruments. Their presence beside elite burials at Don Yai Thong strengthens the possibility that they symbolized authority, ritual legitimacy, or inherited power, but archaeologists still cannot determine precisely why some individuals were buried with them while others were not. The burial practices themselves introduce another layer of uncertainty. Several skeletons were discovered with bronze objects, deliberately positioned near the head or beneath the chin, while children were also interred alongside valuable ornaments. Such careful placement suggests that grave goods followed symbolic rules rather than random decoration. The arrangement may reflect beliefs concerning protection in the afterlife, social identity, family lineage, or religious ceremonies now completely forgotten. Unfortunately, without surviving written records, every interpretation remains provisional. Scientific analyses of skeletal remains may eventually reveal age, sex, diet, health, and possible family relationships through isotopic and ancient DNA research. But these techniques cannot fully explain the symbolic meaning behind the rituals observed inside the cemetery. As more laboratory studies began examining the artifacts, another remarkable picture started to emerge. Many of the glass beads recovered from Don Yai Thong were manufactured using techniques that originated far beyond Thailand. Chemical analysis of ancient glass from comparable Southeast Asian sites has demonstrated that raw materials and finished products circulated through extensive maritime exchange networks linking India, Sri Lanka, the South China Sea, and mainland Southeast Asia during the Late Iron Age. Carnelian beads required specialized heat treatment before polishing, while gold ornaments demanded refined metalworking skills that could only be achieved by experienced craftsmen. Together, these objects indicate that Don Yai Thong was not an isolated farming settlement, but an active participant in long-distance commercial systems connecting thousands of kilometers of coastline. Yet the settlement responsible for organizing this trade has not been fully identified, leaving archaeologists searching for workshops, ports, warehouses, or administrative centers capable of supporting such economic activity. This growing body of evidence has begun reshaping scholarly understanding of early Thailand. For decades, historians often viewed Western Thailand primarily as a corridor through which foreign goods traveled between India and mainland Southeast Asia. Don Yai Thong, instead, suggests that local communities were active participants, capable of accumulating wealth, controlling exchange, and adapting foreign influences to serve their own political ambitions. Rather than simply receiving imported luxury goods, the people buried here may have belonged to an emerging regional elite that selectively adopted overseas technologies, writing systems, and prestige objects to reinforce local authority. The cemetery therefore challenges older models that portray early Southeast Asian societies as passive recipients of outside civilization, and instead highlights their role as innovators within interconnected international networks. The mystery emerged when researchers working at White Sands National Park in southern New Mexico uncovered hundreds of fossilized human footprints preserved beneath layers of ancient gypsum sediment that once formed the shoreline of Lake Otero. At first, the discovery appeared remarkable simply because the prints were exceptionally well preserved, showing adults, children, and even toddlers walking across soft mud thousands of years ago. The real shock came after scientists collected seeds of the aquatic plant Rupia curosa from the sediment layers above and below the footprints for radiocarbon dating. In 2021, the results indicated an age between approximately 21,000 and 23,000 years, placing these people in North America during the last glacial maximum, a period when massive continental ice sheets covered much of the northern continent. If the dates were correct, the footprints would be older than the long-accepted Clovis culture by nearly 10,000 years. forcing archaeologists to reconsider one of the most fundamental chapters of human migration. The announcement immediately triggered one of the most intense scientific debates in recent archaeology, because the evidence challenged decades of established theory. For much of the 20th century, researchers believed that humans entered the Americas around 13,000 years ago through the Bering Land Bridge after ice-free corridors opened between the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets. White sands appeared to contradict that model entirely. Critics argued that the aquatic seeds used for radiocarbon dating might have absorbed ancient dissolved carbon from groundwater, a phenomenon known as the hard water or old carbon effect, potentially making the samples appear much older than the footprints themselves. Rather than settling the question, the discovery opened a new mystery. Were archaeologists looking at the earliest direct evidence of humans in the Americas, or had an unusual geological process created misleading dates? Instead of weakening the claim, the following years produced an expanding body of independent evidence. In 2023, researchers published additional analyses using fossil pollen collected from the same sediment layers, together with optically stimulated luminescence dating of quartz grains. Unlike radiocarbon dating, OSL measures the last time mineral grains were exposed to sunlight before burial, providing an entirely different chronological approach. Both techniques independently produced ages consistent with the original estimate of roughly 21,000 to 23,000 years. Because these methods relied on different physical principles, the probability that all of them suffered from the same systematic error became significantly lower. What had begun as a controversial claim gradually evolved into one of the strongest multidisciplinary dating cases in American archaeology. The story became even more compelling in 2025, when another international research team carried out further sediment investigations and laboratory analyses designed specifically to test the earlier criticism. Their results again supported the ancient age of the footprints rather than a younger occupation. Although some specialists continue to debate details of the chronology, the growing agreement among multiple laboratories has shifted the discussion away from whether the footprints are ancient toward understanding who these people were and how they reached a continent thought to have been largely inaccessible during the peak of the Ice Age. Instead of resolving the mystery, every new study has made the archaeological implications even more profound. Yet the footprints themselves reveal mysteries extending far beyond their age. Unlike scattered stone tools or isolated bones, these impressions preserve moments of ordinary human life with extraordinary clarity. Hundreds of tracks record individuals walking across wet ground, sometimes alone and sometimes in groups, leaving behind a frozen sequence of movements that survived for more than 20 millennia beneath protective gypsum deposits. Scientists identified footprints belonging to adults, adolescents, and young children, suggesting that complete family groups, rather than isolated hunters, occupied the landscape. Some trails extend for hundreds of meters before disappearing beneath younger sediment, creating what many archaeologists describe as a preserved record of behavior, rather than simply evidence of presence. Among the most remarkable discoveries is a continuous trackway interpreted as an adult carrying a small child. Along portions of the route, the adult footprints become slightly deeper and narrower, consistent with the additional weight of a child held in the arms. At several locations, tiny footprints suddenly appear beside the larger tracks, before disappearing again, suggesting that the child was briefly placed on the ground and then lifted once more. Although alternative explanations remain possible, many researchers view this sequence as one of the oldest direct glimpses of caregiving behavior ever preserved in the archaeological record. Rather than depicting anonymous prehistoric figures, the tracks capture an intensely human moment that unfolded thousands of generations ago. The surrounding landscape preserves another layer of evidence that transforms the site into something resembling a prehistoric documentary. Human footprints intersect with the tracks of extinct Ice Age animals, including Columbian mammoths and giant ground sloths. In some places, Mammoth footprints cross older human trails without signs of panic, implying that the animals moved through the area after people had already passed. Elsewhere, researchers identified giant sloth tracks showing abrupt changes in direction, raised hindfoot impressions, and circular defensive movements after encountering nearby human footprints. Although interpretations remain cautious, these patterns may represent one of the earliest physical records of interactions between humans and extinct megafauna, rather than conclusions inferred solely from stone tools or butchered bones. The greatest unresolved question, however, concerns the journey that brought these people to White Sands in the first place. During the last glacial maximum, enormous ice sheets covered much of northern North America, making the traditional interior migration corridor either closed or extremely difficult to cross. If humans truly reached New Mexico more than 21,000 years ago, they may have arrived long before the corridor became fully accessible. Some researchers propose that coastal populations traveled along the Pacific shoreline using boats and marine resources before gradually moving inland. Others suggest that migration occurred earlier than previously imagined, before advancing glaciers isolated populations south of the ice. Despite decades of investigation, no single model yet explains all available archaeological, genetic, and geological evidence, leaving White Sands at the center of one of the largest unanswered questions in prehistoric research. The latest mystery at Saqqara did not begin with a spectacular pyramid or a forgotten pharaoh. It began when archaeologists returned to ground they believed they already understood. About 30 kilometers south of modern Cairo, Egypt, teams from the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, working alongside international researchers from Japan and other countries, reopened sectors of the vast Saqqara necropolis using renewed excavation, high-resolution mapping, and careful stratigraphic analysis. Instead of confirming previous archaeological maps, they discovered that the cemetery continued far beyond its assumed limits. During excavations announced throughout 2025, researchers identified additional mastabas, rock-cut tombs, burial shafts, and architectural remains extending the northern boundary of the necropolis. After more than 170 years of continuous archaeological work since the 19th century, one of the world's most famous archaeological sites was still proving that its true size had never been fully understood. Rather than solving Saqqara's mysteries, every new trench seemed to reveal another layer waiting beneath the desert. This unexpected expansion immediately changed the way archaeologists viewed the entire landscape. Saqqara had always been recognized as the principal cemetery of the ancient city of Memphis, serving Egyptian elites for nearly 3,000 years, from the First Dynasty through the Greco-Roman period. Yet the latest discoveries suggest that the necropolis was not simply a collection of isolated tombs, but an enormous, continuously evolving funerary city, whose full extent remains unknown. Excavation records now indicate that many areas previously considered empty desert actually conceal buried architecture beneath meters of wind-blown sand. Every extension forces researchers to reconsider where future tombs, workshops, temples, and ceremonial structures may still lie hidden. The greatest mystery is no longer whether Saqqara contains undiscovered monuments, but how much of the necropolis still survives untouched beneath the surface. As archaeologists pushed farther into these newly identified sectors, another remarkable discovery emerged. In early 2025, excavations led by Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass uncovered the tomb of Prince Weza If-Re, the son of Pharaoh Userkaf, founder of Egypt's 5th dynasty, approximately 4,400 years ago. The tomb immediately attracted worldwide attention because of an enormous false door carved from pink granite, measuring approximately 4.5 meters in height, making it one of the largest granite false doors ever discovered from the Old Kingdom. False doors represented symbolic gateways through which the spirit of the deceased could receive offerings from the living, yet producing one of this size required quarrying, transporting, carving, polishing, and erecting many tons of granite with remarkable precision. Granite of this quality originated primarily from quarries near Aswan, almost 900 kilometers south of Saqqara. The discovery therefore raises difficult engineering questions. Researchers understand how granite was quarried in principle, but the exact logistical organization required to transport blocks weighing several tons across the Nile and then position them accurately inside elite tombs remains only partially reconstructed. The monument demonstrates not simply artistic ambition, but a sophisticated administrative and engineering system whose practical details remain incompletely understood. The same tomb produced another puzzle that archaeologists had not expected. Instead of remaining sealed within a single historical period, evidence showed that the burial complex had been reused centuries later. Additional statues, offering tables, architectural fragments, and inscriptions belonging to later individuals appeared within the same structure, indicating that successive generations deliberately returned to monuments already thousands of years old. This pattern has become increasingly visible across Saqqara. Rather than abandoning ancient tombs, later Egyptians often restored, adapted, or incorporated them into new burial practices. The result is an archaeological landscape where different dynasties overlap inside the same monument, making it extraordinarily difficult to reconstruct the original appearance of each complex. Every newly excavated chamber, therefore, becomes both a tomb and a historical archive recording repeated human decisions across many centuries. Another discovery announced during 2025 shifted attention from royal elites toward the specialists who sustained the ancient Egyptian state. Archaeologists uncovered the decorated tomb of Tetinabufu, a royal physician who served during the reign of Pharaoh Pepi II, roughly 4,100 years ago. The limestone reliefs remain unusually well preserved, with traces of original pigment surviving after more than 4 millennia beneath the desert. Hieroglyphic inscriptions describe titles associated with palace medicine, ritual healing, and treatment of snake bites, providing exceptionally rare evidence for specialized medical professions during the Old Kingdom. The preservation itself presents another scientific mystery. Egypt's dry climate certainly contributed, but researchers emphasize that burial architecture, carefully sealed chambers, controlled airflow, and stable underground conditions created a microenvironment capable of protecting delicate mineral pigments for thousands of years. The continued survival of these colors demonstrates that ancient Egyptian builders understood far more about environmental stability than the surviving written records explicitly describe. These discoveries naturally lead toward another unanswered question, involving the hidden infrastructure beneath Saqqara rather than the monuments visible above ground. Many recently excavated tombs are reached through narrow vertical shafts, descending more than 20 or even 30 meters into the bedrock before opening into burial chambers. Excavating such shafts required maintaining nearly vertical walls while removing thousands of kilograms of limestone without modern machinery. Workers also needed reliable methods to lift debris, prevent collapses, provide ventilation, and safely lower massive sarcophagi into chambers deep below the surface. Archaeologists can identify the finished architecture with remarkable accuracy, yet the complete construction sequence remains debated because few direct records describing excavation techniques have survived. Every newly discovered shaft therefore raises the same engineering question that fascinated earlier generations of researchers. Exactly how did ancient builders organize labor, tools, and logistics to create such deep underground complexes with consistent precision? In the autumn of 2022, archaeologists from Yamagata University returned to the Nazca Desert in southern Peru with an unusual partner. Instead of relying only on satellite images or hours of walking across the desert, they introduced an artificial intelligence system trained to recognize faint geometric patterns that human observers often overlook. The AI rapidly scanned enormous collections of high-resolution aerial photographs, highlighting subtle anomalies that might represent ancient geoglyphs. Guided by these predictions, Researchers inspected the suggested locations on foot. The results astonished even the team itself. In 2024, they announced the discovery of 303 previously unknown Nazca geoglyphs in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, nearly doubling the number of known figurative geoglyphs that had been documented during almost a century of archaeological research. Rather than solving the mystery of the Nazca lines, artificial intelligence had uncovered an even larger one hidden in plain sight. The Nazca lines stretch across one of the driest landscapes on Earth, covering roughly 450 square kilometers of the Nazca Pampa between the Andes and the Pacific coast. For decades, researchers believed they had already identified most of the important figures after repeated aerial surveys beginning in the early 20th century. Since commercial flights started passing over the region in the 1930s, hundreds of giant designs depicting hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, whales, plants, and enormous straight lines became symbols of ancient Peru. Yet the newly discovered figures reveal that the landscape was far denser with human-made images than anyone imagined. Many of the new geoglyphs are only a few meters across, making them almost invisible from aircraft and extremely difficult to distinguish from the surrounding gravel without advanced image analysis. Their survival depended not on their size, but on the remarkable stability of the desert environment, where annual rainfall averages only a few millimeters and erosion proceeds exceptionally slowly. This unexpected expansion of the Nazca landscape immediately raised an important question. If hundreds of figures remained undiscovered despite decades of archaeological work, how many more could still be hidden across the desert? The answer became even more intriguing because the newly identified geoglyphs are not randomly distributed. The research team found that many cluster along ancient pathways leading towards ceremonial centers, suggesting that these images formed part of carefully organized ritual landscapes rather than isolated artistic creations. Instead of being designed solely for viewing from the sky, many appear to have been positioned where travelers walking across the desert would encounter them during religious processions. This observation challenges one of the most popular modern assumptions that the Nazca lines were primarily intended to be seen from above. Archaeological evidence increasingly suggests that the ancient Nazca people themselves experienced many of these figures while moving through the landscape at ground level. As researchers documented the new discoveries, another surprising pattern emerged. The AI identified two distinct categories of geoglyphs that differ not only in appearance, but also in age and function. Large line-type geoglyphs consist of enormous continuous lines outlining animals or geometric forms that can extend hundreds of meters across the desert. Smaller relief-type geoglyphs, by contrast, were created by removing dark surface stones to expose lighter soil beneath, producing compact figures that often measure less than 10 meters in length. Radiocarbon dating, ceramic associations, and stylistic comparisons indicate that many relief-type figures belong to the earlier Paracas tradition, dating approximately between 500 BC and AD 200, while many of the larger line-type figures were created later during the flourishing of the Nazca culture between roughly AD 1 and AD 650. Rather than representing a single artistic tradition, the desert appears to preserve multiple generations of symbolic communication spanning several centuries. The content of these newly discovered images has also complicated long-standing interpretations. Earlier discussions often emphasized elegant animals such as hummingbirds or monkeys, encouraging theories centered on astronomy, water rituals, or symbolic maps of the heavens. The AI discoveries reveal a much broader visual vocabulary. Numerous new geoglyphs depict severed human heads, armed figures, camelids, birds, killer whales holding knives, domesticated animals, ritual participants, and complex combinations of humans interacting with supernatural beings. Several motifs correspond closely with iconography found on Nazca ceramics and textiles, strengthening the connection between the geoglyphs and broader religious traditions. Rather than isolated drawings scattered across empty land, The figures appear to form part of a coordinated symbolic system, expressing beliefs about sacrifice, fertility, ancestors, and the relationship between human communities and powerful spiritual forces. These discoveries also shed new light on one of archaeology's oldest questions surrounding the Nazca civilization. Constructing a single large geoglyph required careful planning, surveying, and coordinated labor, yet the people responsible possessed no wheeled vehicles, no iron tools, and no written language. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that many of the lines could have been laid out using wooden stakes, ropes, and simple geometric measurements. Archaeologists have recovered wooden stakes preserved within some geoglyphs, and radiocarbon analysis of these stakes has provided direct dating evidence for several figures. Even so, the precision achieved across uneven desert terrain remains impressive. Straight lines extend for kilometers with only minimal deviation, while large animal figures maintain remarkably consistent proportions despite being created at a scale impossible to perceive from ground level during construction. The engineering methods are increasingly understood, but the organizational system that coordinated hundreds of such projects across generations remains largely invisible because the Nazca people left no written records explaining how these monumental landscapes were planned. Artificial intelligence has contributed another important discovery beyond simply finding additional figures. By comparing spatial relationships among nearly 900 known geoglyphs, researchers have begun reconstructing how ancient people may have moved across the desert. Clusters of relief-type figures frequently occur near the entrances to ceremonial routes, whereas larger line-type geoglyphs dominate more open sections of the pampa. This pattern suggests that ritual movement itself may have been central to the purpose of the Nazca lines. Pilgrims may have encountered smaller symbolic figures before entering expansive ceremonial spaces, marked by giant linear designs visible across the surrounding plain. Instead of functioning as isolated monuments, the geoglyphs may have guided religious journeys through an intentionally designed sacred landscape. Yet every new discovery seems to deepen the mystery rather than resolve it. Why were some figures deliberately placed where they could only be recognized from nearby hillsides, while others stretched across vast open plains? Why do certain images overlap older designs without completely destroying them? Why were some motifs repeated over centuries while others appear only once? Even the newly recognized chronological sequence raises fresh questions about cultural continuity. Did later Nazca communities deliberately preserve Paracas symbols, or had the original meanings already been forgotten by the time newer geoglyphs were added? Archaeological evidence cannot yet answer these questions with certainty, because the desert preserves the images themselves far better than the beliefs that inspired them. The story did not end with the publication of the Pinas study. Continued surveys combining AI-assisted image recognition, drone photography, high-resolution satellite imagery, and traditional field archaeology have continued identifying additional candidates for investigation, demonstrating that the Nazca Desert still contains archaeological information beyond the limits of conventional observation. What once appeared to be one of the world's most thoroughly studied archaeological landscapes has become an active frontier for technological discovery. Instead of replacing archaeologists, artificial intelligence has become a powerful tool that directs human expertise toward places previously dismissed as empty desert. In October 2022, archaeologists working beneath the rugged limestone cliffs of Wadi Gabanat el Khurud, about 2.5 kilometers west of the Valley of the Kings near Luxor, uncovered what appeared to be the entrance to a modest ancient tomb hidden beneath layers of flood debris. At first, nothing suggested that this discovery would rewrite one of the greatest unsolved chapters of Egyptian archaeology. The entrance seemed too simple. The corridors were filled with collapsed limestone and mud, left by ancient flash floods, and the chambers appeared almost empty. Many researchers initially believed they had found the burial of a royal woman from the early 18th dynasty. Yet as excavation continued over the next 2 years, fragments of decorated plaster, pieces of alabaster vessels, and inscriptions slowly emerged from the debris. By early 2025, the joint British-Egyptian Archaeological mission, led by Dr. Piers Litherland, working with Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, announced that the tomb belonged not to a queen, but to Pharaoh Thutmose II himself. The announcement attracted worldwide attention because it represented the first royal tomb of an Egyptian pharaoh from the New Kingdom to be identified since Howard Carter uncovered the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922, ending more than a century without a comparable discovery, while opening an entirely new series of mysteries. Instead of answering long-standing questions about Thutmose II, the discovery immediately created more. The burial chamber was remarkably small for a king, measuring only a fraction of the size of later royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, and almost every valuable object normally expected inside a pharaoh's burial was missing. There was no intact sarcophagus, no gilded funerary furniture, no collection of canopic jars, no jewelry, and no royal mummy. What remained were scattered fragments of alabaster vessels inscribed with the throne name of Thutmose II, together with references to Queen Hatshepsut, whose role in Egyptian history would later become one of the most remarkable in the New Kingdom. Equally significant were surviving sections of the ceiling, painted deep blue with yellow stars, representing the earliest known example of this celestial decoration in a royal tomb of the 18th dynasty. Fragments of the funerary composition known as the Amduat were also identified on the walls, providing valuable evidence that concepts later perfected in the Valley of the Kings were already developing during the reign of Thutmose II. These discoveries confirmed the royal identity of the monument beyond reasonable doubt, yet they also emphasized an extraordinary contradiction. Why would the tomb of a pharaoh contain almost none of the objects expected in an intact royal burial? The answer appears to lie not in robbery, but in nature itself. Geological evidence throughout the tomb shows extensive damage caused by powerful flash floods that swept through the valley shortly after the burial took place, around 3,500 years ago. Thick layers of mud, collapsed ceilings, water-eroded plaster, and displaced stone blocks indicate that the monument suffered catastrophic flooding while it was still relatively new. Archaeologists believe the location, cut into a side valley beneath unstable limestone cliffs, unintentionally placed the tomb directly in the path of seasonal runoff. Unlike later kings whose architects chose more protected locations deep within the Valley of the Kings, the builders of Thutmose II may not yet have fully understood the long-term hydrological risks of the surrounding landscape. The flood appears to have transformed the tomb from a secure royal resting place into an emergency salvage operation, forcing ancient officials to make decisions that still influence the archaeological record today. This evidence leads directly to one of the most compelling new mysteries. If the burial was destroyed by flooding rather than by looting, who removed the king's body and treasures, and where were they taken? Excavation has revealed remarkably little evidence of violent intrusion. Doorways were not smashed apart in the manner commonly associated with ancient tomb robbers, and many surviving fragments appear to have been carefully collected, rather than randomly scattered. Dr. Litherland and several members of the excavation team have proposed that royal officials deliberately entered the damaged tomb soon after the flood, recovered the mummy together with the principal funerary equipment, and transferred them to another burial place before conditions deteriorated further. Such an operation would have required considerable organization, skilled labor, and official authority, because a royal burial involved hundreds of sacred objects, elaborate coffins, ritual equipment, and religious ceremonies. If this interpretation is correct, then the tomb discovered in Wadi Gabanat el-Qurud may represent only the first chapter of a much larger archaeological puzzle whose final destination has not yet been found. The possibility of a second, still undiscovered royal burial has become one of the most exciting subjects in Egyptian archaeology. Members of the excavation project have suggested that geological surveys and continued exploration of nearby valleys may eventually locate the place where the royal burial assemblage was reinterred. Unlike many speculative theories surrounding ancient Egypt, this hypothesis is supported by practical evidence. Egyptian priests are known to have relocated royal mummies during later periods to protect them from tomb robbers, most famously in the royal cache at Deir el-Bahri. Although the circumstances surrounding Thutmose II are different, the principle remains similar. Faced with an unexpectedly damaged tomb, ancient officials may have acted quickly to preserve the king's remains according to religious tradition. If the replacement burial survives untouched beneath another unexplored cliff or hidden chamber, it could preserve objects that have not been seen since the early 18th dynasty, and potentially become one of the most important archaeological discoveries since the 20th century. As excavation progressed, another surprise gradually emerged from the architectural evidence itself. The tomb illustrates an important transitional stage in the evolution of royal funerary engineering. Unlike the enormous multi-corridor complexes built for later pharaohs, the monument combines relatively modest dimensions with design elements that would become standard in subsequent royal tombs. The descending passage, carefully carved burial chamber, astronomical ceiling, and early use of the amjuat demonstrate that Egyptian architects were experimenting with ideas that later reached their full expression in the Valley of the Kings. This suggests that the engineering traditions associated with famous pharaohs such as Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, and Ramesses II did not appear suddenly but evolved through a sequence of earlier innovations, many of which had remained archaeologically invisible until the identification of Thutmose II's burial. The discovery therefore expands scholarly understanding not only of one king, but of the entire developmental history of New Kingdom royal tomb construction. The inscriptions recovered from the site also provide new insight into the relationship between Thutmose II and Hatshepsut. Several fragments identify Hatshepsut with royal titles connected to the burial, reinforcing evidence that she played a central role in organizing or completing the king's funerary arrangements before eventually becoming one of Egypt's few female pharaohs. This transforms the tomb into more than a burial monument. It becomes a rare archaeological record of a political transition that reshaped Egyptian history. Instead of relying solely on inscriptions carved years later, researchers now possess physical evidence created at the very moment power was shifting within the royal family. Even small fragments of decorated stone therefore carry historical importance far beyond their size, because they document decisions made during one of the most influential successions of the New Kingdom. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery remains the simplest. How could a royal tomb lie hidden for more than 3,000 years, only a short distance from one of the most intensively studied archaeological landscapes on Earth? The answer reflects the complex reality of archaeological exploration rather than any failure of previous generations. Centuries of flooding buried the entrance beneath thick deposits of rock and sediment, while later debris disguised the monument as part of the surrounding hillside. Only systematic excavation, geological analysis, careful recording, and years of patient work revealed the evidence piece by piece. The discovery serves as a reminder that even in Egypt, where more than 5,000 years of civilization have been investigated by generations of scholars, major royal monuments can still remain concealed beneath ordinary ground. The discovery began not with a lost temple rising above the trees, but with a strange pattern appearing on a computer screen. In the dense forests of northern Guatemala, aircraft equipped with LiDAR scanned the Maya Biosphere Reserve in Petén, firing laser pulses through the jungle canopy and recording the hidden shape of the ground below. When archaeologists from Guatemala's Ministry of Culture and Sports and the Oaxactún Archaeological Project studied the data, they noticed geometry where nature should have been random. Straight lines, raised platforms, plazas, reservoirs, pyramids, and causeways buried under vegetation. Field teams later confirmed what the lasers had suggested. Beneath the forest were three previously unknown Maya centers, now called Los Abuelos, Petnal, and Cambrayal. Announced publicly in 2025, the discovery was not just another ruin in the jungle, It was evidence of an ancient urban network that had remained almost invisible for more than 2,000 years. What shocked archaeologists was not only the size of the discovery, but its age. The first evidence points to the Middle Pre-Classic period, roughly between 1000 and 400 BC, long before famous classic Maya cities such as Tikal reached their height. That matters because for many years, the rise of Maya civilization was often imagined as a slow process, with villages gradually growing into powerful cities. But this new landscape suggests something more advanced was already happening much earlier. Monumental buildings, planned plazas, water systems, and roads were not signs of a simple farming society. They point to organized labor, leadership, shared beliefs, and long-term planning. In other words, the jungle was hiding a chapter of Maya history that may force researchers to rethink how early Maya civilization truly began. The center that gave the discovery its most haunting name is Los Abuelos, meaning the grandparents. The name comes from two stone anthropomorphic sculptures found at the site. These figures may have represented ancestors, founders, or sacred beings connected to political authority, but without readable inscriptions, their identity remains unknown. That silence makes them even more mysterious. If these statues honored ancestral rulers, then early Maya power may have depended not only on military control or farming wealth, but on memory, lineage, and ritual legitimacy. The people who built Los Abuelos may have used the past itself as a political tool, turning ancestors into stone symbols that watched over plazas and ceremonies. From Los Abuelos, the mystery expands outward. The newly identified centers were not isolated settlements scattered randomly through the forest. LiDAR mapping revealed raised causeways linking different architectural groups across the landscape. These roads were built above uneven or seasonally wet terrain, which means movement was planned and controlled. People, goods, priests, workers, and ritual processions could move between centers through permanent routes. This changes the meaning of the discovery. Archaeologists are not looking at one forgotten Maya city, but at a coordinated landscape where separate centers may have worked together as part of a larger political or ceremonial system. The unanswered question is who controlled that system? Was there one dominant center, a ruling family, a priestly authority, or several communities connected through ritual obligation? Petnal adds another layer to the puzzle. The site includes one of the largest pyramidal structures documented in the new complex, rising more than 30 meters above the surrounding ground. For an early Maya community, a monument of that scale was not simply a building, it was a statement of power. Constructing it required quarrying stone, moving fill, preparing plaster, organizing workers, and maintaining a design across many construction phases. The Maya had no metal tools, no draft animals, and no wheeled transport for heavy loads, yet they reshaped the landscape with precision. The true technology behind the pyramid was not a machine, it was administration. The ability to command labor, control resources, feed workers, and keep a shared architectural vision alive across generations. That is why the discovery feels so important. The visible ruins are impressive, but the invisible system behind them is even more difficult to explain. Lime plaster, for example, was essential to Maya architecture. Producing it required burning limestone at extremely high temperatures, often around 800 to 900 degrees Celsius, using large amounts of wood fuel. Every plastered floor, wall, and ceremonial surface represented a chain of labor, cutting trees, firing limestone, mixing materials, carrying water, and applying smooth finishes in a humid, tropical environment. When archaeologists find level plazas and durable surfaces in places like Los Abuelos and Petnal, they are not just seeing construction, they are seeing a society capable of managing energy, materials, and time at a remarkable scale. Cambreal brings the mystery into water. Northern Guatemala has a strong wet and dry season, and cities in this environment could not survive without reliable water storage. The newly mapped landscape includes reservoirs, channels, and modified depressions that suggest deliberate hydraulic planning. This was not a civilization living beside a great river like Egypt or Mesopotamia. The Maya had to collect rain, store it, protect it from sediment, and make it last through dry months. At Cambreal, water features appear closely connected with architecture, suggesting that water control may have been both practical and sacred. To store water was to survive, but to control water may also have meant controlling ritual power. The discovery also reveals how much the jungle has been hiding from modern archaeology. For decades, researchers working in the Maya lowlands had to depend on visible ruins, local reports, and slow ground surveys through thick vegetation. Small platforms, low walls, terraces, and old roads could disappear completely beneath roots and canopy. LiDAR changed that. By digitally removing the forest, it exposed the shape of an ancient world that could not be seen from the ground. In a few hours of flight, scientists could gather terrain data that would once have taken years to collect. But LiDAR also has a limit. It can show where buildings and roads are, but it cannot tell us the names of the builders, the language spoken in their ceremonies, or the reason a city rose and declined. This is where the new Maya discovery becomes more than an archaeological headline. It challenges the timeline of complexity in the lowlands. If Los Abuelos, Petnal, and Cambreal were already active in the Middle Preclassic period, then early Maya society may have reached a level of organization earlier than many people assumed. The famous classic cities did not emerge from emptiness. They may have inherited older experiments in urban planning, monument building, water management, and ancestor-based authority. The newly discovered network could represent one of those early experiments, a hidden stage between village life and the later world of kings, dynasties, inscriptions, and great capitals. Yet the most powerful mystery is what remains missing. There are roads, but no written record explaining who ordered them. There are pyramids, but no clear name of the ruler who built them. There are ancestor-like sculptures, but no surviving voice telling us whose faces they preserve. There are reservoirs, but no manual describing how water was managed. Archaeology can recover stone, plaster, ceramics, and earthworks, but the decision-making system behind them has vanished. That absence makes the discovery feel almost more advanced, because the organization was real, but its human logic is still hidden. The new Maya city network in Guatemala is therefore not shocking, because it proves that the Maya were intelligent. Archaeology has known that for a long time. It is shocking because it suggests that the foundations of Maya urban civilization were deeper, older, and more connected than expected. More than 2,000 years ago, people in the forests of Petén were already building monumental centers, raising pyramids, carving ancestral figures, engineering water systems, and linking settlements with causeways. Then the forest covered everything. The buildings disappeared beneath trees. The roads became ridges under roots. The reservoirs turned into shallow depressions. Only when lasers passed over the jungle did the old geometry return. Karahan Tepe remained hidden beneath the limestone hills of southeastern Turkey for thousands of years, until archaeologists began systematic investigations as part of the Taş Tepeler project. Although the site had first been recognized during surveys in the late 1990s, large-scale excavations only accelerated after 2019 under the direction of Professor Necmi Karul of Istanbul University. What researchers expected to find was another early Neolithic settlement, similar to nearby Göbekli Tepe. Instead, every excavation season has revealed discoveries that challenge long-held assumptions about the world's earliest monumental societies. The most recent finds, announced during excavations between 2023 and 2025, suggest that Karahan Tepe may preserve some of the most sophisticated symbolic architecture ever created by hunter-gatherers nearly 11,000 years ago. As excavations expanded across the site, archaeologists uncovered more than 250 T-shaped limestone pillars, distributed among circular and rectangular structures carved directly into the bedrock. Radiocarbon dating places the earliest occupation between approximately 9,400 and 8,700 BC, placing Karahan Tepe within the pre-pottery Neolithic A and early pre-pottery Neolithic B periods. This means the settlement flourished more than 11 millennia ago, before pottery, metallurgy, or writing existed. Yet the precision with which enormous limestone blocks were quarried, shaped, transported, and erected immediately raised questions that remain unresolved. Many pillars weigh several tons, but there is still no direct archaeological evidence explaining the exact engineering methods used to extract them from solid limestone or position them with remarkable stability inside carefully planned ceremonial spaces. The greatest surprise arrived in 2023 when archaeologists announced the discovery of an extraordinary limestone statue standing approximately 2.3 meters tall. It is considered one of the oldest known life-sized human sculptures ever discovered. Unlike stylized figurines found elsewhere in the Near East, this figure displays carefully carved facial features, pronounced ribs, realistic shoulders, and hands positioned across the abdomen while grasping the phallus. Traces of red pigment were identified on parts of the sculpture, suggesting that it may once have been painted. The combination of anatomical realism and symbolic emphasis has generated intense debate among researchers because nothing quite comparable had previously been documented from such an early period. Rather than representing simple decoration, the statue implies that complex ritual symbolism and advanced stone carving techniques had already emerged at the dawn of settled human communities. Instead of answering existing questions, later excavations uncovered another mystery beneath the surface. One of the most remarkable structures at Karahan Tepe consists of a rock-cut chamber containing a ring of upright stone pillars surrounding a central area reached by descending steps. Along the interior walls, archaeologists documented dozens of carved human heads emerging directly from the bedrock, while stone benches appear to have accommodated gatherings or ceremonies. Because the chamber was intentionally carved into natural limestone, rather than constructed with separate masonry, researchers believe its builders carefully integrated architecture with the landscape itself. Whether these underground spaces served religious rituals, initiation ceremonies, astronomical observations, or entirely different social functions remains unknown, since no written records survive from this period. The discoveries became even more significant when researchers announced new findings during the 2025 excavation season. Archaeologists identified the first known T-shaped pillar bearing a clearly carved human face, complete with prominent eyes and facial contours. For decades, specialists had proposed that the characteristic T-shaped pillars at both Karahan Tepe and Göbekli Tepe symbolized stylized human figures, because some examples display carved arms and hands. However, direct facial features had never been identified on such pillars before. This newly discovered example provides the strongest evidence yet that these monumental stones were deliberately conceived as representations of human or supernatural beings, rather than simple architectural supports. The finding has reshaped ongoing interpretations of symbolic communication during the earliest stages of monumental construction. As researchers continued mapping the site, another pattern began to emerge. Karahan Tepe is no longer viewed as an isolated ceremonial center, but as one component of the broader Taş Tepeler network across southeastern Turkey. More than a dozen related Neolithic sites, including Göbekli Tepe, Sayburç, Sefer Tepe, Harbetsuvan Tepesi, and Çakmak Tepe, appear to share similar architectural traditions dating to roughly the 10th and 9th millennia BC. This expanding network suggests that monumental building, large-scale cooperation, and symbolic traditions were not isolated achievements, but widespread cultural practices extending across hundreds of square kilometers. Such evidence fundamentally challenges the older belief that complex public architecture only appeared after agriculture had fully developed. The discovery did not happen in a forgotten jungle by accident. In the spring of 2025, archaeologists Diane Chase and Arlen Chase of the University of Houston announced that, after more than 4 decades of continuous excavation at Caracol in western Belize, they had finally uncovered the royal tomb of Tekab Chak, the founder of the city's royal dynasty. The burial lay within the northeast Acropolis, the ceremonial and political heart of one of the largest Maya cities ever built. Archaeologists had excavated Caracol since 1985, revealing thousands of structures, causeways stretching for kilometers, reservoirs, palaces, and temples, yet the resting place of the city's first ruler had remained hidden beneath later construction. The discovery immediately became one of the most significant Maya archaeological breakthroughs in recent years because it did not simply reveal another royal burial. It challenged long-standing ideas about how early Maya kingdoms emerged and how they interacted with powerful civilizations hundreds of kilometers away. The mystery begins with the ruler himself. According to ancient hieroglyphic inscriptions discovered throughout Caracol, Tekab Chak established the dynasty around AD 331, but until now he had existed almost entirely as a historical name carved into stone monuments. Archaeologists knew that later kings proudly traced their ancestry back to him, yet no physical evidence of his burial had ever been identified. The newly discovered tomb changes that picture dramatically. The burial contained the remains of an elderly man accompanied by elaborate jade ornaments, carved bone tubes, finely decorated ceramic vessels, shell artifacts, and an extraordinary jade mosaic death mask reconstructed from dozens of carefully shaped pieces. These objects are not simply luxurious grave goods. Their craftsmanship demonstrates that Caracol already possessed highly specialized artisans, access to distant trade routes, and an organized royal court during the early 4th century, much earlier than many researchers had previously assumed. That realization naturally leads to an even deeper question. How could a kingdom that early have accumulated enough wealth, technical skill, and political authority to produce such sophisticated ceremonial objects? Jade itself was one of the most valuable materials in ancient Mesoamerica because its primary geological sources were located in what is now Guatemala, requiring transportation across difficult terrain. Marine shells found inside the burial originated from distant coastal environments, rather than the inland forests surrounding Caracol. Every artifact, therefore, represents not only artistic achievement, but also evidence of long-distance exchange networks operating across hundreds of kilometers. Maintaining those connections required political alliances, specialized traders, secure transportation routes, and administrative systems capable of organizing valuable goods long before Caracol reached its greatest size. The tomb has also reopened one of the most debated mysteries in Maya archaeology: the relationship between Caracol and the great metropolis of Teotihuacan in central Mexico. For decades, many scholars believed that large-scale political influence from Teotihuacan entered the Maya world primarily after the famous Entrada event of AD 378, when foreign military and political influence spread through several Maya kingdoms. However, artifacts recovered from the newly excavated royal burial suggest that connections between these distant civilizations may have begun decades earlier. Certain ceramic styles, ritual symbolism, and imported objects resemble traditions associated with central Mexico, implying that diplomacy, elite exchange, or political contact may already have existed during the lifetime of Tekab Chak. If this interpretation proves correct through further analysis, historians may have to reconsider one of the defining turning points in early Maya political history. The timing of the discovery makes that possibility especially important, because the excavation forms part of a broader investigation into Caracol's earliest rulers, rather than an isolated find. Alongside the founder's tomb, archaeologists have identified additional elite burials dating to the same general period, providing an increasingly detailed picture of how the dynasty developed before Caracol became one of the dominant powers in the Maya lowlands. During its peak between the 6th and 7th centuries, the city covered more than 200 square kilometers, supported a population that many estimates place above 100,000 inhabitants, and maintained an extensive network of raised stone causeways, known as sakbiobe, connecting neighborhoods, agricultural terraces, reservoirs, and ceremonial centers. The newly discovered royal burial now provides the missing human beginning for that extraordinary urban story. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery is not what was found, but why it remained hidden for so long. The northeast Acropolis has been investigated repeatedly since excavations began, and archaeologists knew it served as the dynastic core of the city where successive rulers constructed temples and monuments above earlier buildings. Maya kings frequently expanded sacred architecture by enclosing older structures beneath new construction, creating enormous architectural layers that accumulated over centuries. Each generation literally buried the achievements of the previous one beneath fresh stone platforms. This practice transformed the royal center into a three-dimensional historical archive, while simultaneously making the earliest phases exceptionally difficult to reach without dismantling later monuments. The founder's tomb survived because later kings unknowingly protected it within this expanding architectural shell. As researchers carefully documented the burial, another puzzle emerged from the objects themselves. The jade mosaic mask was assembled from numerous individually shaped plaques that had to fit together with remarkable precision over the face of the deceased. Producing such an object required advanced lapidary techniques, standardized shaping methods, polishing technologies using abrasives harder than jade itself, and artisans capable of maintaining symmetry across dozens of separate components. Similar technical sophistication appears in the carved bone artifacts recovered from the tomb, whose detailed engravings reveal controlled cutting techniques that remain impressive even by modern standards. These discoveries remind us that technological advancement should not be measured only by metal machines or written engineering manuals. In the Maya world, knowledge was preserved through generations of highly trained craftsmen whose methods were rarely recorded, but whose results continue to survive after more than 16 centuries. Scientific investigation has only begun to reveal what the burial can still teach us. Osteological examination is expected to determine the ruler's approximate age, health, and possible physical stresses experienced during his lifetime. Stable isotope analysis may reconstruct aspects of his diet and mobility, while ancient DNA studies could clarify family relationships within the royal dynasty if preservation proves sufficient. Researchers are also examining the chemical composition of the jade, shell, pigments, and ceramic materials to identify their geological origins and reconstruct the trade networks that supplied Caracol's royal court. Every laboratory result has the potential to answer one historical question while creating several new ones, demonstrating that modern archaeology increasingly depends as much on chemistry, genetics, and materials science as on excavation itself. Modern technology has answered countless questions about the ancient world. Yet some of the most extraordinary archaeological discoveries have become even harder to explain after being studied. Laser scanning, radiocarbon dating, DNA analysis, and ground-penetrating radar have revealed details that earlier generations could never see, but instead of closing the debate, they have uncovered new contradictions hidden beneath the evidence. A monument that ignores the celestial alignments expected of its era. A forgotten human lineage that survived alongside our own. Underground mines excavated thousands of years before iron tools became common. And giant stone statues buried for centuries all challenge long-held assumptions about the past. These are not myths